Rias POV. Issei. I shouted after Issei, but he was already gone. He teleported away after saying he was planning to kill Diodora. Although Diodora is a traitor, there is something unsettling about the way Issei talked about killing him. I feel nervous leaving him to go alone, but I'll have to trust that Asia can keep him calm. Buckhook. The enemies look like they are preparing to attack, said Yuuto, bringing me back to the situation at hand. They seem to be higher level devils. I'm not sure if we can take on so many at once, I said, looking around. There seemed to be nearly 1,000 devils around us. What were the game committee doing at a time like this when the game was hijacked? Kaie, shouted Akeno from behind me. I spun around to see Akeno, blushing furiously, while clutching her skirt. Odin-sama was behind her, grinning, with a red mark on his face. I hope we won't get in trouble for striking a faction leader. Yes, that's the reaction I was expecting, said Odin-sama, seeming pleased. Odin-sama, what is going on? Why are you here? I asked, confused. I expected someone like Azazel or Unii-sama, but what is the leader of the Norse gods doing here? Well, to make a long story short, the game has been taken over by the Chaos Brigade, though it looks like you figured that much out. A few from different factions, myself included, are working with the game committee to deal with this since it seems that a large portion of the old Mu faction is launching an attack here. There is a strong barrier around this area so only strong guys can go through it or break it. Even teleporting around inside it is difficult. I was pleasantly surprised to see that young dragon kid could do it. Seems I have something to look forward to with this new Sekiryu Uti, explained Odin-sama, grinning when he spoke about Issei. I turned back around when I heard roars coming from the devils surrounding us. They're coming now, began Odin-sama. I could feel his power swelling and I turned my head back in surprise. This many high-level devils may be too much for youngsters like yourselves. I'll thin them out for you. I could use a bit of exercise. Odin-sama made a spear appear in his left hand and I immediately recognized it as the legendary spear in Norse mythology, Gungnir. I think we'll be fine now. Good luck, Issei. ISEPOV. I appeared inside the shrine where Diodora was just finishing locking Asia in the giant sealing mechanism. Diodora spun around in shock and staggered back when I glared at him. How did you get here so quickly? You didn't even know where I was, and you should be barred from teleporting while inside the barrier unless you have permission, said Diodora, shocked but on guard now. A barrier? So that was the resistance I felt when I teleported, I began, causing Diodora to put on an annoyed expression. As for how I got here so quickly, did you really think I wouldn't have made preparations? Preparations? What are you talking about? Asked Diodora, angrily. I sighed and waved my hand, causing a magic circle to appear on Asia's chest. It had my crest with the Grimoires together. I put tracking magic circles on all of my comrades after we found out our game was going to be with you. That way I'll always know where they are and a rough idea on their condition. Like if they were injured or dying. After the last time I won't make the same mistakes, I said, seriously. Last time? Same mistakes? What in the world are you talking about? Shouted Diodora. Asia, I'm sorry, I know I broke my promise of letting him take you, I began, looking at Asia. I just wanted to be away from everyone else since I didn't want to let anyone see this or let Rias hear this. Close your eyes please. Ise-san, please don't be cruel, said Asia. I won't. I'll kill him quickly and painlessly, since I'm not a terrible guy, I said, smiling at her. I dodged a blast of demonic energy aimed at me and glared at Diodora. Stop ignoring me. What the hell are you two talking about? Shouted Diodora. Well, I'm not exactly from this timeline and I experienced all of this before. You taking Asia from me, Shulba Beelzebub, your comrade, almost killing Asia. That's why I'm going to get rid of both of you now before you become a problem later for us, I said, simply. You. Said Diodora, taken aback. I didn't want to let Rias hear me say that. Please die quietly for me, I said, smiling at him. I saw Asia close her eyes when I said that, but Diodora reacted by releasing a large amount of demonic aura. Do you think I'll let some low-class scum try and kill me? Some half-breed dragon garbage. I'll end you, shouted Diodora, cloaked in power. I sighed and moved closer to him, faster than he could see. Wadash. Goodbye, I said before blasting him at close range with my demonic power. Diodora practically disintegrated and there was only dust left. I sighed and walked over to Asia, who was partially hanging from the mechanism. "IISE-san, can I open my eyes?" asked Asia, nervously. "Yeah. It's over," I said, simply. She cracked open one eye to look at me and then her other eye. She could see how relieved I looked and, when I was close enough, she reached out with her free arm to pat my cheek. "It's okay, ISE-san," said Asia, smiling at me. I put on my armor, except for my helmet, and reached up to put my arm around her waist. I then punched the mechanism with a loud don, and it cracked and fell to pieces, releasing Asia. I hugged Asia, tightly, and she seemed to sigh in relief. "Now it's just Shilba and the devils who tried to take you away will be gone," I said, simply. Asia pulled back from my hug and smiled at me. "I trust ISE-san and know that he won't lose," said Asia, cutely. I smiled and released her from the hug before grabbing her hand. Just after that moment, a magic circle appeared high up in the shrine. I put on my helmet at the sight of the magic circle and Shilba appeared a moment later. "Interesting," said Shilba, looking over at the shattered remains of the mechanism which was created by the high-tier Longinus, Dimension Lost. "I didn't think that someone, whose power is based off a mid-tier Longinus, could do such a thing. We'll have to rethink our plans." "Shilba Beelzebub, descendant of the old Mu Beelzebub," I said, purposely using old to annoy him. "TCH. You worthless dragon. Watch your tongue or I'll eliminate you." Honestly, that garbage Diodora couldn't even get her into the device fast enough, let alone deal with you. "Worthless child," said Shilba, irritated. "Go ahead and try it," I said, responding to his threat. Shilba glared at me and began releasing a strange light from his hand. I pulled Asia to the side, not releasing her hand, and coated my free hand in ki as I raised it up. Shilba shot a blast of demonic energy at me and I easily blocked it with my ki, nullifying the attack. He seemed surprised but responded with trying the same thing while increasing the power. He released power with at least 3 times the strength of the first attack, but I just swatted it away. Shilba isn't strong enough that I would need to use even 50% of my full power. If it hadn't been for Samael's blood, I would have defeated him with no trouble in the previous timeline. "TCH, so you seem to have some amount of strength, huh," said Shilba before releasing a significant amount of power. I lifted up my arm and released my angel wings before creating a small spear of light above me. Shilba had an expression of shock when he saw my angel wings and prepared to defend. I coated the light spear in my crimson dragon ki, and it glowed with power. I then focused my energy on it. "Now, my crimson arrow. Multiply!" I shouted. "Multiplication!" Now I had 2. I shouted out again, and it multiplied again. I continued until there were at least 50 of my crimson arrow and I directed all of them directly upward towards the ceiling. "For harassing me and my comrades, get blown away. Blood rain!" The arrows flew up high into the sky, through the ceiling, and accurately rained down on Shilba, who desperately tried to block the attacks. Although he was successful with the initial arrows, as more poured down, he began taking damage from them. The light energy burned him and the ki tore through his defenses. Soon he had fallen down to the ground, too many wounds to survive from. "GGAGH, he coughed up blood as he lay on the ground. How could I, a descendant of a Mu, be defeated so easily by a lowly Bleg? I was told once," I began, looking down on Shilba, "that dragons are really possessive. So, in order to protect what they call theirs, they get ridiculously strong. You all threatened the Seker Uti, a dragon. I hope the Cows Brigade is ready." Shilba looked at me with his one good eye while still bleeding out and mouthed something that I didn't catch. Before I could ask what he said, he let out a sigh and stopped breathing. I turned Asia away as I released my armor and we walked away from Shilba's corpse. Just as we were walking away, Rias and the others were running into the shrine. They looked past me and then at me. I smiled, and they seemed to relax. "Who is that, Issei? Where is Diodora?" asked Rias. "Diodora is dead," I said, seriously. "That guy there was Shilba Beelzebub. He was a descendant of the old Beelzebub. Apparently, he was someone who brought Diodora and a bunch of devils to the Cows Brigade." Rias looked at me, surprised and then past me. She nodded and then spoke again. "Uni Isama and Azazel finished dealing with some other descendants of Old Mu. They wanted us to meet with them when things were over." I nodded and we flew out a hole in the roof of the shrine, off to where Surtsk-sama and Azazel-sensei were. Ah, I see. I see things went well, said Azazel-sensei, looking at me as I held Asia to me while flapping my dragon wings. I landed, along with the others, and we all stood around Azazel-sensei and Surtsk-sama. I'm glad you're all right, all of you. I'll have to thank Odin for protecting you, said Surtsk-sama, simply. While we were there, we heard a cracking sound from the sky high above and I glanced over, already knowing what was going on. Out of the large crack that was forming in the sky, an enormous, fearsome-looking red dragon flew out, flapping his enormous wings. The crack sealed up behind him as he exited, and I stared. That is the dragon that Vali is aiming to beat and is the strongest red dragon. I wonder if I should aim for someone that strong, too? I glanced around and saw that everyone was looking at Great Red with awe. Even seeing him a second time, there's still something cool about seeing such an incredible being. Great Red. It's been a while, said a voice from off to the side. I immediately recognized the voice and spun around. I found that familiar gothic Lolita staring up at Great Red. Off-eyes. I muttered in surprise. It's strange seeing an off-eyes I didn't know. She looked different, though. She had longer hair and a more innocent face than the off-eyes I knew. An effect of the original off-eyes splitting? Off-eyes, said Azazel-sensei, seeming on edge. We don't know this off-eyes, so it's still possible for her to attack us. Off-eyes? The Ouroboros, said Rias, shocked. What is the leader of the Cows Brigade doing here? Asked Surtsk-sama, also sounding on edge. I felt like Great Red was going to appear and I felt like seeing him. I'll get my silence back from you, Great Red, said Off-eyes, pointing at the giant dragon. I wonder if that is all it is, asked Surtsk-sama, releasing some of his aura. Off-eyes smiled over at him, creepily, and then over at me. She seemed to give me a strange look before phasing away. She disappeared just like that and Surtsk-sama and Azazel-sensei seemed to sigh in relief. I guess this battle is over with, said Sensei, rubbing the back of his head. The old Mu faction has taken a heavy hit. I doubt they'll be able to recover from losing so many devils. Let's hope the hero faction isn't much more difficult to deal with, said Surtsk-sama. What should we do now, then? I asked. We'll return and rest. The hero faction hasn't been as obvious as the old Mu faction. We'll have to look into how they're taking the old Mu faction's defeat, said Surtsk-sama. We nodded and that was the end of the battle. I wonder if we can return home normally after repeating this whole situation. A couple days later. I groaned a bit as I was awoken by something. I opened my eyes, still drowsy, and was met with Asia's face pressed up against mine. My eyes opened wide and I realized that the thing that had awoken me was a kiss from Asia. Asia seemed to realize I was awake from my shuffling and her eyes opened and she pulled away. IISE-san is awake. I was remembering what happened before and I remembered what had happened in the gym storehouse and, said Asia, blushing in embarrassment. My Asia looks so cute and innocent despite having just woken me up with a surprise kiss. I couldn't control my happiness at being kissed by Asia and then being reminded of her confession from the previous timeline, so I leaned in to give her a quick kiss. Steam blew out of Asia's ears and she turned even redder than before. She covered her face with her hands and hid her head in my chest. How could ISE-san do something like that so suddenly? My heart wasn't ready, said Asia, cutely. I laughed at her reaction and turned when I felt the bed rustle to my side. Chee-yain. It looks like my two precious servants are having a good morning, said Rias while staring at me intently. She seemed annoyed but also jealous. She had a cute expression, but I felt like I should keep that to myself. So, Asia is saved by you and now she gained the courage to do those kinds of things. I wonder if I should have myself be saved once or twice. Ria's voice became quiet when she said that last part and she looked away with a cute and pouty expression. Honestly, the woman I fell for first is such an adorable spoiled princess. I have to make sure to give her a lot of love when we finally go out again. Before we could say anything else, someone opened the door and peered in. It was Konako-chan who was already in her uniform. Senpai, Bucko, Asia-senpai, it's almost time to go, isn't it? Said Konako-chan, causing Rias and I to look over at the clock. It seems we overslept. Rias hopped out of bed and went to her room to change, Asia doing the same, leaving me by myself. Oversleeping, what a rare occurrence here in the Hyuda residence. It's been another couple of days, and I've noticed something strange. Unlike before, the hero faction has been abnormally quiet. Last time, not long after the fight with Shulba, we had to deal with a few low-level members of the hero faction here and there before fighting the shadow user and his comrades. That hasn't happened, though. Is it because I'm more of a threat this time? Or is it that we have just gotten stronger? I wonder how killing Shulba has affected the timeline. We, the Gramarye group, along with Irina, were currently walking through a shopping district on the weekend to pick up groceries. Although Rias could have us or one of the Gramarye house's servants stock our kitchen, she said she prefers to do such things herself. I currently had Rias and Akeno holding each of my arms and walking beside me while Asia was pouting at me from Rias' side, Konako-chan was grabbing the back of my shirt and walking behind me, and Zenovia and Irina were arguing about how they should steal me away from Rias and Akeno. It was a fairly normal scene that reminded me how good peace can be. I don't know what the hero faction is doing, but please stay away a bit longer. Ho ho, so he's already at that stage, huh, said a voice from behind us. We stopped and turned to find the geezer Odin and two others. So, he's becoming a harem dragon, is he? A good goal as you ask me. If I was only a few centuries younger. Odin-sama. You shouldn't say such things in front of high schoolers, shouted the person who was clearly Rasius-san wearing a suit with her Valkyrie tiara on. Bah. You need to be more like this young man here. He's got it good with all those women fawning over him, said Odin, making Rasius-san tear up. Why on. I'm just a horrible woman that no one wants to be with. My age is the number of years I've been single and the number of years after today that I'll remain single. I could only sweat drop as I was reminded how sensitive Rasius-san was about being single. Is it, Ise-kun? Asked Burikil-san, who appeared from behind Odin. He was dressed in a suit and was still towering over me despite how much I've grown since last seeing him. I could feel Akeno's arms tighten around my arm. She and her father still had their situation in this timeline. I hope Azazel-sensei finishes the new body for Shuri soon. I know it would make both father and daughter incredibly happy. Burikil-san, it's been a while, I said, grinning. I couldn't wave due to both of my arms being preoccupied at the moment. And Akeno, said Burikil-san as he looked over to her. Akeno looked away and down and I frowned. I guess Akeno still wasn't ready to reform their relationship a second time. Azazel had told me you joined Akeno's group. I hope you can continue to take care of her. Ah. Of course. I took care of her when we were little, and I will now as well. I said, puffing out my chest. Of course, I would definitely protect one of my Oni-samas. Especially with how weak Akeno is emotionally, I definitely have to be a pillar of support for her. Burikil-san smiled at what I had said, but his eyes still seemed sad. This little reunion aside, Harem Dragon-kun and Devil Princess, we should go somewhere a bit more private to have our discussions, don't ya think, said Odin. Harem Dragon? What is that nickname? Mao, it's not going to happen again, right? Am I going to have to go through hell again? Ah, well, harem is at least better than that other thing, but it's still bad. Drake, my partner. Please don't worry. I'll make sure such a thing doesn't become popular. Let's go to use the conference room we have specifically for these types of situations, said Rias, not aware of Drake's pain since he only spoke so I could hear. Not a bad conference room for youngsters such as yourselves, I suppose, said Odin before sipping some tea that Rias had given him. She sat down in the seat next to me and we stared across the table at our guests. Kiba and Gyasuk had joined us when we returned home, so that the whole Gramarye peerage, plus Irina, were here. Valerie and Yumi weren't home when we returned, and they didn't answer when I tried contacting them with my magic circle. I hope those two aren't getting into trouble. I feel honored to have Odin-sama praise our home base, said Rias, smiling. Odin put down his tea and stared, intently, at Rias, causing her to sweat drop from her discomfort. Odin then blew out of his nose loudly and grinned. Yup, she's a beauty just like the stories. And a fine pair, too. She's a treasure for any man, said Odin. Odin-sama. Please do not speak so rudely to the sister of Amu. You'll cause trouble again, said Rasius, scolding the old man who was supposed to be her superior. Geez, you stuck-up girl. A beauty like her needs to be praised, you know? Why don't we have some tea later, princess? I've got plenty of stories to tell, said Odin, winking at Rias with his one eye. A vein popped out of my forehead as I stood up, glaring over at Odin. Yes, Odin-sama, Buku is beautiful and has a wonderful pair of oppi. Now, could we move on to the reason you wanted to meet us? I said, irritated. God or not, no one is allowed to flirt with my Rias. Ho ho, said Odin, looking at me impressed while stroking his beard. Been a while since someone tried to make me back down. Well, she's a bit too young and inexperienced. If you ever get tired of Dragon Boy here, send me a message through a magic circle, said Odin, grinning again. This time, Rossius smacked Odin across the head with a paper fan. She hit him so hard the paper fan almost tore, and he yelped out a guho. Honestly, Rossius-sama can be quite scary. Odin-sama. Can we move on from your incessant flirting now, said Rossius, her eyes glowing. Odin was rubbing the bulge on his head and sighed before waving her on. She sighed, deeply, and then turned to us with a smile. My introduction is a bit late, but my name is Rossius. I'm a Valkyrie and Odin-sama's escort from Asgard. I will be under your care while staying in Japan, so please take care of me. We each gave our own greetings and once we were finished, Odin began again. To be honest, we're here because I wanted to see the town where that great treaty of yours was made. I don't know if you've heard, but I, as the leader of Norse mythology, plan to join in on this little alliance you guys have formed. That kid Azazel said he wanted you all to be my guards along with these two. Your guard? Who could possibly want to attack the chief god of Norse mythology, said Rias, blowing it off. There are a few who are against the alliance with you all. One is a troublesome lad. He'll probably turn up soon to try and interfere. He's never been one to listen, so you'll have to bear with it, said Odin, sighing. I also plan to make some deals with some Japanese gods, so I'd ask that you try and help those go smoothly as well. Lots of work to be done as the chief god. I wish I could just retire already. I just want to spend my time with beautiful women. This geezer says some interesting things. Before the conversation could continue, Burukil-san received a message via magic circle. After listening to it, he turned to us. Ise-kun, Azazel wanted me to tell you that Valerie and Yumi are taking care of some things with me, so don't worry. Seems he dragged your two friends off to deal with something, though I'm not sure what, said Burukil-san. I sighed in relief that my worry was for nothing but also became suspicious at what Azazel-sensei was doing to those two. I guess we're done with the briefing for today. I don't plan to go see anyone until tomorrow, so you can just relax until then, said Odin as he got up. Odin-sama, where will you be going after this, asked Rias. A titty bar, of course, said Odin, surprising everyone except Burukil-san and Rossius. I hear Japanese women are beautiful. I'd like to get an eyeful of their beautiful curves and bodies. Odin-sama. I shall attend to you while you enjoy yourself, said Rossius, blushing furiously. Why would I want a virgin girl like you to come with me? I won't be able to enjoy myself with you breathing down my neck, said Odin, as if it was obvious. Rossius began to tear up and she looked incredibly cute and childlike while doing so. No. I will also go since it's my job to attend to Odin-sama. I won't take no for an answer, shouted Rossius. Odin rolled his eye and began walking out of the room, ignoring her. She followed him out, still tearing up, while Burukil-san followed them. Before shutting the door behind him, Burukil-san poked his head back in. Sorry about all the fuss. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll be sure to contact you before then. Well, goodbye all. And then he shut the door like that. Situations involving Odin are even stranger than I remember. A few days later. It's been a while since we were first appointed as Odin's guards while he toured around Japan. Since then, we've continued to come across peaceful times and Sensei and I both agree that this is strange. The hero faction has been completely silent as opposed to how they were in the previous timeline, sending enemies at us to help them unlock Balance Breaker. Sensei thinks it is because it wasn't as public about our sudden growth, but I have a bad feeling. Aside from that, we've been on edge since our first meeting with Loki should be coming up soon. We're hoping to handle him properly the first time we meet him to ensure that the main meeting between Odin and the other groups go smoothly, but Sensei thinks Loki will try something. Rias, of course, doesn't know about any of our plans in the background since she hasn't regained her memory. Unfortunately, Yumi and Valerie still haven't returned. Azazel-sensei joined our tour yesterday and he told me he had something special that they were working on. I still don't know what it could be, but it must be important if he's keeping things hidden like this. Currently, we're riding in a carriage being pulled by the eight-legged warhorse, Sleipnir, On our way to another Japanese god's temple. The carriage is being pulled through the sky and we're flying pretty fast. Once we visit this last temple, the only meeting left will be the main one where all of the different groups and Japanese gods come together to discuss various complicated things. I'm hoping we can make it there without incident, but I doubt we will. Things never really work out the way you want them to. Ho ho, I heard this next one is one of the Japanese gods of beauty. I wonder if she's as beautiful as they say, said the perverted geezer, Odin. He was stroking his beard while looking excited for the next meeting. I've met her before, and I can say that they're true. She's also one of the looser female gods here in Japan, you know, said Sensei, egging Odin on. Please do not urge Odin-sama on anymore. He will end up making a fool of himself if he causes problems with any of the other gods, said Rasius-san. She had a strict look on her face as she glared at Azazel-sensei while she said that. Geez, you're a woman who doesn't know how to lighten up. If you don't relax a little, you'll never get a man for yourself, you know, said Odin, still stroking his beard. Rasius-san's serious expression was replaced with a teary-eyed, defeated one and she cried out. I'm not single because I want to be, you know. I want a boyfriend just like everyone else, you know. Rasius-san can be a real crybaby when it comes to these things, huh. I hope she ends up recovering her memories soon. She was more mature about this kind of stuff after being in our group for a while. Suyu. Next to me, I could hear Asia's soft snores. She was leaning against me and sleeping soundly. We've been riding in the carriage for a couple hours now, so I can't be surprised that she fell asleep. With all the places that we were being dragged around by Odin, I can't say I'm surprised that she was tired. I smiled at her sleeping face and turned to look at my other comrades in the carriage. While Rasius and Odin were still having their conversation, if you could call it that, I saw that Kiba and Irina were both looking out the window. Zenovia was flying outside, acting as a guard, Rias was reading a book, Gaspar was in his box by her feet, and Akeno was sitting to my left, staring out the window with a complicated expression. She never really got around to repairing her relationship with her father in the previous timeline and now everything was reset. Burukil-san was currently flying outside with Zenovia, also acting as a guard. I reached out to grab Akeno's hand and it seemed to break her out of thought. She turned to me and smiled before leaning into me. I guess I'm still something like a support for her even now. Kukin. There was a loud band outside, and the carriage suddenly stopped, waking Asia up and snapping everyone to attention. What's going on? Terrorists, said Rias, tossing her book aside. I don't know, but whenever these things happen, it's never a good thing, said Sensei. Before anything else was said, we all filtered out of the carriage, except for Odin and Rasius-san so they could stay out of view. When we got outside, Burukil-san and Zenovia were already in battle position, Kiba and Irina joining them. Some distance away was a young-looking man dressed up in black. He was clearly Loki and Sensei clicked his tongue in annoyance. Although we were stressed about Loki showing up, I think Sensei hoped he wouldn't show up this time. Loki shifted his robes and then stretched out his arms towards us. Greetings, everyone. I am the evil god Loki, the trickster god of Northern Europe. Everyone put on a serious expression and I pushed Asia behind me. Bah! Shouted a voice from behind us. I glanced back to see Odin stepping out of the carriage and floating up, followed by Rasius-san who was dressed in her Valkyrie armor. Why are you ruining my tour? It was going so well. Before Loki could respond, Azazel-sensei floated forward and spoke first. If it isn't Loki Dono. To meet you in such a place, you must have some business with us. After all, you must have known that this carriage was that of the chief god of the Norse world. Well, it's nothing much. It seems our chief god went off to get in touch with other factions at his leisure despite some of our protests. I only wanted to come and voice my annoyance with his decision. You're quite arrogant to say that up front, Loki, said Sensei, leaving out the honorifics this time. Loki laughed at Sensei's annoyance and grinned at us. Fuhahaha, normally, I wouldn't want to meet lowly creatures like fallen angels or devils, but it can't be helped when my supposed chief god hires you as his guards. Well, it doesn't matter much. After all, you'll just receive my punishment along with him. Loki-sama. To say and do such things is far above your authority, began Rasius-san, glaring over at Loki. To point your fangs at the chief god is unforgivable. If you were displeased with his actions, then you must do things properly through an official meeting. Sorry about this Azazel-kun. Hard-headed people like him wouldn't understand the world's current situation, said Odin, quietly. He looked embarrassed at Loki's appearance. Loki, who didn't seem to hear what Odin said, spoke to Rasius-san. A battle maiden of your level has no right so speak to a god like that. I'm speaking to Odin, are you still planning to associate with other factions and prevent the future that is Ragnarok? Yup. Talking to Surtsk and Azazel is 10,000 times more interesting than talking to you and awaiting that boring thing that is Ragnarok. I also want to know more about Japanese Shinto. It will be good for Yggdrasil to form a healthy relationship now, said Odin, nonchalantly. He doesn't seem to be bothered by Loki's threats. I see. I have confirmed your foolish plans and I will now display my powers to you, said Loki. After he said that, the air grew colder and he released a lot of killing intent. I coated my body in ki, reflexively, and tensed up. So, we can take this as your declaration of war, said Sensei, grinning over at Loki. You can take it however you want. I don't care about you. Just as Loki finished saying that, a wave of holy power hit him, causing a small explosion. That obviously came from Zenovia, but it was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than the one she hit him with in the previous timeline. Damn, I thought that might do more than basically nothing, said Zenovia, sounding annoyed. When the smoke cleared up, Loki was brushing his robes off. That holy wave was stronger than I expected from someone of your level. It was still nothing but an annoyance, though. Everyone else prepared for battle and Loki began laughing again. Pitiful. I'm a god. You think any of you could even scratch me? Honestly. He pointed his hand up in the shape of a finger pistol and light started gathering at the tip of his finger. I knew what he was going to do already, and I launched myself at Loki. I focused my ki in my knee and blasted his hand upward with a knee kick. His attack being redirected seemed to surprise Loki, so he was a little slow to react. I took that opportunity to unleash another attack at him and threw a punch with flaming ki at him, launching him away. The punch created a small burn hole in his robes, and he looked down at it and then at me before squinting. And who exactly are you? I equipped my armor, keeping a ki cloak on me, and he grinned. Ah, so you're that Seker Uti I've heard about. I was wondering which of you was him. You're quite brave to not use the powers of the Red Dragon Emperor on me immediately, said Loki, grinning. But, I think this stage is a bit too high for you. He pointed another finger pistol at me and once again released his attack. The beam of energy came quickly and all I could do was deflect it since dodging would put my comrades at risk. Deflecting his attack seemed to put Loki on guard and his grin was long gone. It's not like I completely held back, but to deflect it with your hand it and suffer seemingly no damage. I have this feeling that I shouldn't underestimate you, said Loki, now getting serious. He created a giant magic circle behind him, and a giant beast came out from it. Say hello to my child, Fenrir. Although I don't really want to use him against those from the Norse world, the Seker Uti, governor of the fallen angels, and younger sister of the Lucifer seem like worthy foes. Shit, to think I would still shake at feeling Fenrir's presence. ISE. Your ki and armor won't protect you from Fenrir's fangs, shouted Sensei. So even with my strength, I'm still not able to defend against. Fangs that can even kill a god are scary, I muttered, causing Loki to laugh. Yes. You should fear my beautiful son. Fear him and perish, shouted Loki, maniacally. Now, who to attack first? How about the weakest one of the 3 I want to kill first? My child, kill that wench. Let's make them cry. TCH, I flew toward Fenrir who was now running towards Rias. Right as I was reaching him, I activated my thrusters while coating my fist in Draconic Ki. Jet. My fist slammed into Fenrir's side, making him yelp. He was launched to the side and coughed up a bit of blood as he did so. Loki and the others seemed shocked at what I had done, and Loki became much more defensive. It seems I've severely misjudged you, Seker Uti boy. You're dangerous and I'm ill-prepared for this bout, began Loki before quickly flying over to Fenrir. We'll have to continue this another time. I'll need to redo some of my plans. Before we could say anything, he disappeared in a flash of light. I was particularly surprised, since I didn't think he would just run away. Ho 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 ho. To think that Dragon Kid is strong enough to make Loki run away with his tail between his legs, shouted Odin, seeming happy. That's our ISE. A guy who scares anyone who goes against him, said Sensei, grinning. I wasn't as happy as Sensei since I wanted to handle Loki now. I guess we need Vala's team here, so he can get Fenrir first. It'll be hard for me to deal with both of them right now. I wonder what he's been doing lately? After that, we made it to our destination without incident. Odin and Sensei had a long talk with the Japanese god and then returned after that. Odin and Rossius went back to the hotel they had been staying at, which was managed by the Gremory family, and we of the Gremory group plus Irina returned to the Hyuga residence. Sensei went off to gather information on both Loki and the hero faction and left us to mostly rest. Since then, I've been training and meditating to prepare for facing Loki and Fenrir again. I've gotten a lot stronger, but facing god-class beings is still something I don't know if I can handle yet. Presently, since it was late, I was sitting on my bed, cross-legged, meditating before bed. I've gotten used to doing this since it helps strengthen my ki network. Rias and Asia were downstairs, taking care of something, so I had time alone. While sitting in silence, I heard my door creak open and I put away my key, and peeked out of one eye. I could see Akeno, in a white robe, closing my bedroom door, quietly, and I relaxed my posture before opening my other eye. "Did I interrupt, Ise?" asked Akeno as she made her way over to me. "It's fine. I was only going to do it for a little longer before going to sleep." Rias said she and Asia wouldn't come up for a while and to take my time, I said, simply. Akeno smiled when she heard this, and she climbed up on the bed and crawled over to me. She was mostly silent as she did so, and she crawled up against me, put her head in my chest. I was a bit confused by what she was doing, but responded with putting my arms around her. "Akeno? This isn't about what happened last time, right? Don't worry, Ise. I'm not planning to run away from my feelings about my father with pleasure," began Akeno before looking me in the eyes, still in my embrace. "But, it doesn't mean I don't want some either ways, Yufufu." I looked at her with a puzzled expression and she smiled at me before leaning in to kiss me. I was a bit surprised at how forward Akeno was being, but I can't say I wasn't enjoying it. I closed my eyes and kissed her back before feeling her shift around in my embrace. She pulled away for a second and I saw her drop her robe off her shoulders, revealing her nude body. Akeno. Despite saying you weren't going to try and do it, are you planning to anyways? "Ise," said Akeno, her voice full of lust. "I want you." She pressed her bare breasts against my bare chest, and I had to hold back a nosebleed as I felt her soft breasts against me. She pushed me down, laying on my chest and straddling me. It was only then that I could feel something scraping against my chest. I realized it was Akeno's nipples, which were hard, as she rubbed against me. Akeno looked particularly flushed as she rubbed against me and I could feel myself overheating at how sexy she was being. "Hey Akeno. What are you?" I said, grinning in happiness at feeling her soft skin against mine. "I think you know," said Akeno, grinning at me, sadistically. She kissed me again and I felt steam blow out my ears as my senses were overloaded. "Mao. I don't care anymore. I'm sorry Rias. I'm sorry Asia. It looks like I'll become a man before taking you both." I grabbed Akeno's thighs as she kissed me and she moaned softly in my mouth, only making me more excited. Akeno began grinding against me and then we both jumped when we heard the door slam as it was thrown open. We abruptly pulled away from each other, Akeno still straddling me but sitting up. I was slightly distracted as her wondrous breasts jiggled in the best way as she pulled back, but the curiosity of who slammed the door was a bit more important. I glanced over, as did Akeno, to find a panting, and obviously irritated Konako-chan, standing in the doorway. "I was practicing ki," began Konako-chan. "And I felt Senpai and Akeno Fukubachu against each other. And then Senpai's ki got really excited. And then Akeno Fukubachu's did as well and I got suspicious. I was right. What is Ise Senpai doing those kinds of things before I get bigger?" Konako-chan jumped at us, throwing herself on my chest and glaring over at Akeno. "Ise Senpai can't get addicted to Akeno Fukubachu's body, yet," said Konako-chan, cutely. I couldn't help but laugh a bit, even Akeno letting out an yufufu as she got off me. "It seems I can't take Ise's first while we're nearby Konako-chan," said Akeno, with her normal expression. Her face was still a little flushed, though. "Issei, are you began Rias as she ran over to find Konako-chan cuddled up against me and Akeno sitting naked on my other side. "Arera, what's going on here?" Rias was letting out a lot of demonic energy, probably in annoyance, and I sweat dropped. I just came to have a bit of bonding with my childhood friend, you know, said Akeno, innocently. Bonding, you say? And, said Rias before creating a ball of destruction in her hand. And does that have to involve you seducing him naked? She threw it at us, creating a small explosion, and I sweat dropped even more, just covering myself and Konako-chan in a layer of ki. Era, what's wrong, Rias? You're not as pretty when you act so jealous, said Akeno, releasing a bunch of lightning. I don't think you get to talk, releasing so much lightning over just that, said Rias. The two began flinging attacks and insults at each other while Konako-chan and I just continued to lay on the bed. This feels really nostalgic, doesn't it? Ise-senpai, began Konako-chan, making me look down at her. You have to make sure to wait until I can get bigger, okay? At least then I could compete with Rias Buku and Akeno Fukubacha. Ah, Konako-chan. If you look at me with such a cute expression, how could I resist? I can only nod in response if you give me such cute eyes, you know. What kind of challenges am I going to have to endure for all my precious girls? The next day. The next day is here in time before the meeting that Loki is going to crash is short. We were currently down in the training room again, not wanting to waste any time. Azazel-sensei said he had some news, so we were training while waiting for him to come over. He was taking longer than I thought he would, and I was getting a little antsy. I was currently sparring with Kiba in my balance breaker, hoping to help him build up his stamina by fighting against me. Just as we were getting heated, a magical circle appeared nearby Kiba and I. It had Artemis crest on it with a bit of my markings. I recognized it as Yumi's magic circle and walked over while releasing my balance breaker. The others noticed and also stopped their training and walked over. I arrived at the circle just as Yumi and Valerie appeared in the center of the circle before it disappeared. Valerie, shouted Gasper before running over to her. She looked happy to see him too and gave him a hug. We're back, Issei. Sorry about the wait, said Yumi, grinning. Sorry for being away without any contact, Ise-sama. Azazel-sama needed our help with something he needed kept secret until he was finished, said Valerie. Finished? I said, confused. Both girls smiled at me and then another magic circle appeared, this one belonging to Azazel-sensei. He appeared, and grinned at me with a satisfied grin. Is there something happening, Azazel? Asked Rias, curious. He nodded and then looked over at Akeno. Akeno, come up next to Ise. This surprise is for both of you, said Sensei. As soon as he called Akeno over, I realized what was happening. It was later than he had originally said, but he finally finished. Once Akeno was next to me, Sensei continued. Akeno, I'd like to reintroduce you to someone you used to know. He walked out of the way and gestured to beautiful black-haired woman that was clearly Akeno's mother, Shuri. Hello there, Akeno, Ise-chan, said Shuri, smiling at us with her simple smile that I still remember from when we were little. I glanced over at Akeno to find her eyes wider than I'd ever seen them. She was completely caught off guard, frozen in place as she was unable to react. I reached down and grabbed her hand, lacing our fingers together to try and snap her out of it. She trembled a bit at my touch and it wasn't a few seconds later that tears were streaming down her face. Mother, whispered Akeno, barely able to get the words out. I was tearing up at the scene, but I kept it together for the moment. Akeno still didn't move, so I pulled her forward and walked her towards Shuri. She took hesitant steps and I could tell she was still in disbelief. We got close enough that Shuri could reach Akeno, and she stretched out a hand to rub Akeno's face. You're as beautiful as I knew you'd grow up to be, said Shuri, tears in her eyes. Those words broke Akeno out of it and she threw herself at her mother, not letting go of my hand. She grabbed Shuri's priestess outfit and began to bawl, loudly, into Shuri's chest, said woman wrapping her arms around Akeno before crying herself. Even I couldn't hold back anymore and began to cry, too. I glanced over at Azazel-sensei who also had a few tears streaming down his face, the others both shocked and crying along with us. For a while, the only sound in the giant training space were the echoes of Akeno's cries. It was almost 30 minutes later and we were all sitting on the floor now, not wanting to move much. Akeno was still sniffling from her crying fit with her head against Shuri's chest. Surprisingly, she was still holding my hand. Shuri had her eyes closed and was stroking Akeno's head, calmly. So, this is why you two were gone for so long? I asked, looking over at Yumi and Valerie. Shuri's soul was having trouble attaching to the artificial body, said Azazel-sensei, wiping his eyes again. I had Valerie use her sacred gear to help affix it, but she needed more energy, so I had Yumi help. It took longer than I expected, which is why we finished a bit late. Late or not, thank you for letting me see my daughter again, said Shuri, smiling at Azazel. Sensei teared up a bit again and nodded. After Sensei nodded, another magic circle appeared in the room. It was another fallen angel magic circle. This time it was Barakiel-san's turn. Azazel, why are you calling me away from protecting Odin said Barakiel-san after appearing. He was staring in shock at Shuri and Akeno, who were sitting on the floor. He had a similar reaction to Akeno, freezing with wide eyes. Rather than Shuri and Akeno moving over to him, though, Sensei did. He walked over to Barakiel-san and put an arm on his shoulder, grinning. Come on, my friend. Your family is waiting for you, said Azazel-sensei as he led Barakiel-san forward. Barakiel-san was hesitant, too, but he moved forward after a moment. Without taking his eyes off Shuri, he spoke to Sensei. Azazel, why you did this? This isn't an illusion, right? Not some kind of horrible trick. It's no trick, my friend. We brought back your wife. After all this time, when my stupid orders took her away from you, we managed to bring her back. Barakiel-san finally broke his focus to look at Azazel-sensei, and tears streamed down his face while it contorted with emotion. Thank you, thank you. He broke from Sensei and launched himself at Shuri and Akeno, wrapping his arms around both of them. Yawuo, I'm sorry, dear. I'm sorry I left you alone that night. I'm sorry you had to suffer because of my mistake. My love. I've missed you so much. Barakiel-san was really bawling now. I've missed you, too, dear. Let's never leave each other again, said Shuri, tears streaming again. Well, for everyone. Especially Azazel-sensei. This time he was really bawling. My friend. I've finally done right by you after all this time. I see, said Akeno, peeking out from over Barakiel-san's arm. How did Azazel do this? He made a clone of your mom and then put her soul into the new body using Valerie's holy grail. I don't really understand the whole process, but I'm just glad you're happy, I said, smiling at her happily. Reuniting Gasper and Valerie, saving Yumi, and reuniting her with Kiba, and now helping to save Akeno's mom. I hope this has helped my comrades find some of the happiness they lost in the original timeline. I see. Don't you leave yourself out of this, said Sensei, still crying. If you didn't keep Shuri's soul, none of this would be possible. You saved her more than anyone else. I see-kun. You did, said Barakiel-san, stopping his wailing for a moment as he looked at me, tears still coming down his face. Ah, well, I think her soul was only saved because of me. I had it sealed in a ring until Sensei could create a new body for her, I said, rubbing the back of my head. Barakiel-san grabbed my shoulder and looked like he was going to break down again. Thank you, Ise-kun. You've brought my wife back to me. Thank you so much, said Barakiel-san, seriously. I could only nod at such an emotional reaction, and Barakiel-san returned to Shuri. He gave her a kiss, the first one he had given her, and he cried again. How I've missed this. Shuri didn't say anything and just kissed him again. I see, thank you, said Akeno, looking at me. You already make me so happy just by loving me, and now you did something like this. I love you so much. I love you, too, Akeno. I'll always try to make you happy, I said, simply. No matter what, I'll always work to keep the girls and my comrades happy. Their suffering is my suffering, so I want to help them no matter what. It's been a while since Akeno's mom was reunited with her and Barakiel-san. Despite the rocky relationship Akeno and her dad had before, they've been with her mom this whole time without making any fuss, just catching up from the years apart. None of us had wanted to bother them, so we had all gone our ways to do various things, in my case train. I was currently in the weight room on the far side of the training ground, training my muscles. As a devil, I don't lose much muscle from just lounging, but there's no sense in being lazy. I was laying on a bench, reinforced with magic, and benching 600 pounds. It honestly sounds strange when I think about how much weight I can bench. Or lift in general. I'm still so thin, yet I can lift this much weight. Ugh, 298, clink, 299, clink, and 300 clank. I laid the bar down in the hooks and slipped out from under it, sitting up on the bench. Yeah, still weird. Well, I wonder what I should do next, I said, looking at the other weight machines while I wiped the sweat off me with a towel. I was shirtless, as I usually am when I lift weights, and I was drenched in sweat. I wonder, too, said a voice from behind me. I turned to find Rias closing the door to the weight room as she entered. Ah, Bucka. How's Akeno? I asked, wondering if she was still reminiscing. She's still with her parents. She has a lot to tell her mother and Barukil is interested, too. I've honestly never seen her so happy, said Rias as she walked over to me. She sat on the bench next to me and looked off. Honestly, ever since you first arrived, you've changed so much. Reunited Yuato with the only survivor of the cursed church, saved Konako from her fears about her nature, reunited Gasper with Valerie, and now helped bring Akeno's mother back to life. On top of saving me from a marriage I wanted no part in. You've changed everything in my life and all I've been able to do is watch while you make everything better. Rias looked a little lonely when she said that, and I reached over and grabbed her hand. She looked up at me, curious. Bucka, you don't need to do anything. You just need to keep leading us like you always do. Without you, most of the others might not even be around to have experienced anything I did. I looked at her seriously and she was a little surprised at what I said. She smiled after a moment and leaned over to me. Honestly, you always know what to say, whispered Rias. She put her head against my shoulder, closing her eyes, and I just stayed still while she did so. After a bit of silence, she stretched out her free hand and put her hand against my chest. I wonder, have you gotten more muscular since you first got here? Rias glided her hands along my chest and onto my abs, feeling all my muscles. I couldn't help but feel excited as she did so. She pulled her head away so she could look at me and smiled. Bulletin dash. Before I could finish, Rias leaned in and kissed me, preventing me from saying anything else. Her lips were so soft, and I got excited. I kissed her back, immediately, and she let out a soft sigh when I did, making me move my free arm to pull her into me, and kiss her harder. She didn't seem against it since she moved the hand that was feeling my muscles to the back of my head. This was my second kiss with Rias in this timeline and it was even more intense than the last kiss we shared. I could feel my heart exploding and I desperately wanted to tell her how I felt, but I had to keep holding that back. My confession should happen after the fight with Sarayorg just like before, to keep things as consistent as possible. The kiss we shared continued and I could feel Rias getting more into it than I expected as she pulled her other hand, that was still under mine, out to wrap around my neck to pull me more in. I could feel my brain frying at the stimulation and I just kept kissing her more and more. Finally, the interruption that I've just learned to expect appeared. A communication-type magic circle appeared next to us, though Rias didn't seem to notice. Rias, I'm sorry to interrupt, said a voice that was clearly Sensei's. Could he tell what we were doing? Rias jumped when she heard his voice and quickly pulled away from me, blushing. We need to leave soon for the meeting. Be ready in 20 minutes to go. You know the location, so just teleport there when you're ready. The magic circle disappeared, and Rias pulled herself off me, still blushing. Well then, we should get ready then, said Rias, cutely. I grinned at how cute she looked and couldn't help but lean in to kiss her again. This one was more of a peck and Rias became even more red. Let's go get ready. She got up and quickly made her way out of the room, making me laugh. Honestly, my master can be so cute when she's embarrassed. We were at the site for the meeting now and all the VIPs were inside. The geezer Odin and the Japanese gods along with several others from the angel, fallen angel, and devil's sides were all preparing for the meeting. This time, it was just us, the Gremory group plus Irina, the Citrai group minus Saji, the Vala group who is hiding nearby, and Rossius-san who is representing the Norse. Saji isn't here because he's receiving his final adjustments to receive the recreated Vritra sacred gear, so he should appear a bit later. We also have the Gleipnir chain and the Replicum Jalnir, though I don't think the fight will be as difficult as before considering how much stronger we are. I was currently sitting on top of the building that the meeting was being held in with everyone except the Vala team. I was biding my time absorbing lots of ki to use in the battle, but I'm reaching my capacity limit with how long Loki is taking. I wonder if he will show up after the scare Ise gave him, said Akeno, near me. Although Loki-sama seemed shocked, he isn't the type to back down with just that. I just wonder how he will appear. He is the trickster god but even he has his honor, said Rossius-san, looking deep in thought. I felt a power nearby and quickly stopped my key intake before looking up at the sky. Everyone followed my gaze and a crack immediately broke out across the sky. When it did, the sky turned purplish and darkened. Just after it appeared, Loki, dressed in what looked like full battle gear, unlike last time, appeared. He was followed by Fenrir and several smaller snake-like monsters. Those were new? Did he want them to keep the others distracted while he fought me with Fenrir? Sana, said Rias from behind me. I glanced back to see Sonakaiko nod and she and the other Satrai members activated a large-scale spell. All of us, including Loki and his allies, were transported to a separate space. It was the same one as before, being an abandoned mining area. It was apparently based on an ancient mine in northern Europe. I looked back up at Loki to find him smirking, not bothered by the change in scenery. So, you aren't going to flee? Asked Loki as he swung around a strange spear he was holding. Why would we flee? I should ask you that, after you ran from the Red Dragon Emperor with your tail between your legs, said Rias, a mocking grin on her face. Loki looked irritated by what she said, but he just rolled his neck and then returned her grin. My plans were thrown a bit askew, but I have no need to flee. Even at that dragon boy's level, he isn't a match for me, nor for my child, Fenrir. I'm glad you all are here, though. It will make it easier to eliminate you all before I deal with that traitorous Odin. Once he disappears, my great Ragnarok can proceed without issue. For you to speak such blasphemy against Odin-sama, said Rasius-san, glaring at Loki. TCH, I grow tired of you, Valkyrie wench. I also grow tired of this incessant banter. I have business inside of that building, so I will eliminate you all here so I can continue onward, began Loki. He pointed his spear at us and grinned. Fenrir, my child, and my pets, kill them all. As soon as he said that, Fenrir and the snakes that were just a bit smaller than him, launched themselves towards us, Fenrir moving much faster and keeping ahead. I responded by standing up and equipping my balance breaker armor as well as coating myself in Draconic Key. Before Fenrir reached me, though, Vala flew in at high speed and punched him in the side just like I did before. Vala was in his balance breaker state and I could tell that he had gotten significantly stronger. I couldn't help but grin, since I knew my rival taking it easy while I had continued on. I looked up to find that Loki's face was both surprised and excited. Fenrir was on the ground nearby, trembling a bit from the unexpected attack, while Vala flew near him. Baikou and Kurika joined him after a moment and I returned my eyes to Loki. How surprising. I hadn't expected the White Dragon to be working with his sworn enemy. How exciting. I get to fight the Red One and White One together. Surely I am the first in all of history. He was just as excited as last time. Niahaha, well, you won't be getting up from this one, you know, said Kurika before releasing a chain from a complex magic circle. She released the chain on the recovering Fenrir and chained him down immediately. Loki wasn't fazed, of course, since he had his backup, but I couldn't help but grin. Now that Vali had Fenrir, this battle can go on without a problem. Capture of Fenrir is complete, said Vali. Fenrir was then pulled down into a magic circle Kurika created and turned my attention to Loki, who was now laughing. Excellent. Excellent. So even Fenrir was quickly captured. Ah, but it's all fine, you see. Because I have his children, and you all have run out of Gleipnir, said Loki. He opened 2 magic circles on either side of him and then he shouted again. Skull. Heitai. Come out and avenge your father. 2 wolves, smaller than Fenrir but with a similar aura, came out. They howled up to the sky and then moved forward to about half the distance between us. Ha ha ha. I wonder, rival, if I can measure up to these 2 at my current power, said Vala, grinning wildly. I looked over at him surprised, since even in the previous timeline he had difficulty with even one of them. The fangs that can even kill a god, it can't be that he's not bothered by them, right? Of course, I would be careful with the fangs, but I wonder if I'm strong enough now? I think I'll take on those 2, while you deal with Loki. What do you say, rival? I thought about it for a moment, but if Vala says so, then he must think he can win. Vala doesn't like to take unnecessary risks with his life, so I'm sure he'll be fine. I gave him a thumbs up and I could almost feel the grin underneath his mask. He flew up using the jets from his armor and then pelted Skull and Heitai with balls of demonic energy to get their attention. It seemed to work because the 2 started growling and roaring before chasing Vala away from us. The snake monsters, that had stopped when Fenrir was unexpectedly blown away, turned to us, looking wary. I guess even monsters can feel like that. Is it their instincts? I wasn't expecting the white dragon to take away my grandchildren. Well, no matter. My pets, attack the group behind that red one. I'll deal with him. The snakes began flying back downward, avoiding me, and going for everyone behind me. Kurika and Baikau had followed Volya, so it was just the Gremory group plus Irina, the Citri group, and Rossius-san. The snakes didn't feel very strong, so I'll leave them to the others. I could hear everyone beginning to attack them from behind me, and I focused on Loki. He was still grinning and was focused on me. Before I did anything, I wanted to size him up, since this isn't an opponent I can take lightly. Partner, you have no choice but to go 100%, you know that, right? I know, Drake. I'm just wondering how I should fight him. Last time, he didn't have a weapon or armor and fought long range. This time though. This time it's different. Just like with Crocodile, he'll use his full power once he thinks you're a threat. Then let's just go all out to begin with. I, who am about to awaken. Am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the king up high. Holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an emperor of Crimson Dragon. And I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. I was enveloped in my Crimson True Queen armor and I could feel my power skyrocket. Even Loki was a bit surprised at my sudden transformation. I also released my angel wings, putting him more on edge. I was currently releasing 80% since I was hoping to hold back the rest of my power for a decisive strike. I'm shocked. So, the rumors were true. What a distorted thing. A devil with angel wings, an angel who skipped falling to become a devil. How strange it is to see. I've gotten that more times than I can count, I said, moving into a fighting stance. I increased the ki in my fists, planning to start with close combat. Loki also moved into a fighting stance and I launched myself forward so that I was closer to him. He didn't expect me to approach so quickly, but he responded by swiping at me with his spear. I dodged it, but was blown back some from the wind he kicked up. I wasn't close enough to punch him, so I created several dragon shots. Dragon shot. I launched them at Loki, who used his magic to blow them away, making them explode further from us. I didn't miss a beat as I used the chance to build up fire in my stomach. Boost. 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 Great fire breath. I breathed out the massive flames and they completely engulfed Loki. I kept the fire going, but, after around 10 seconds, a hand broke out of the fire and grabbed my face, covering my mouth. I ended my attack and dematerialized my helmet before pulling away. I put some distance between us and put my helmet back on. The flames and smoke quickly dissipated and Loki was left, steaming, but basically unharmed. He brushed some of the soot off his armor and put out a small flame on some of his hairs. That was far too hot for my tastes, said Loki, simply. He wasn't smiling anymore. I created a spear of light in my hand, coating my hand in way more ki than in my fight with Crocodile before increasing its power. Boost. Boost. Boost boost. Boost boost boost. 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 Boost boost. Boost boost boost. 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 Boost boost. Boost boost boost. The spear was enormous and I then switched to my dividing gears ability. Compress. 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 The spear was back to its same size but much denser. Even with all the ki on my hand, I could still feel it singe. I threw the high-powered spear that was my signature angel attack. Divine Javelin. My attack flew at high speed and Loki gritted his teeth as he prepared to take it, spinning his spear in front of him, a Norse magic circle appearing in front of it. My Divine Javelin made contact and there was a massive explosion, causing me to flinch back from the aftermath. I needing some ki on my aching hand to speed up the healing, but I doubt it will heal anytime soon. The smoke was suddenly blown away and I could see Loki, still seeming fine. Well, at least he did. His spear had split in the middle and Loki was looking at it in surprise. This spear was forged to be extremely durable. I had even planned to use it as one of my weapons during Ragnarok. I'm shocked that you were able to destroy it with that. If I'm correct, that is the attack that defeated that fallen angel, correct? It did a lot more to him than it did to you, I said, sighing. Even that attack wasn't enough. Maybe now that he doesn't have the spear to take it? No, if I use that again. Your hand can't take another one of those, partner. You can't get any immediate healing like last time, so you should avoid any unnecessary wounds. Yeah, I'll have to be careful. Keep an eye on my body and armor, Drake. I think I'll be too focused to notice. Leave it to me. Just focus on taking that guy down. Got it. I glanced over to Vala's fight and found him to be taking on the Fenrir kids without too much trouble, with both Kurika and Baikau as backup. Rias and the others were doing well, too. They had almost killed all the snake monsters. I turned back to Loki and coated my fists in fiery ki. I took a breath, pulling both my fists to my sides and then released two powerful punches. Fire pillar. The pillars of flaming ki that came off my fists blew towards Loki, but he blasted it away with a powerful burst of magic before pointing his finger towards me. He blasted out several blasts of magic and I had to block them. I punched two to defend against them and smacked a couple others away. Loki seemed annoyed now and he clapped his hands together, creating a bluish glow in his hands. He pulled his hands away and formed several bluish spikes before launching them at me. I flew past them using jet and flew towards Loki, ready to hit him, but hesitated when he grinned. I glanced back to find that the spikes were following me and I flew past Loki as I attempted to dodge them again. Instead of losing me, they started following me around and clicked my tongue. What are these things? Homing missiles. Ha ha ha. What do you think of my ice spikes? They crave your wonderful heat, so they'll follow you wherever you go. Good luck blocking these. Loki was grinning again but wasn't giving me a chance. He was creating more of those things which then began following me as well. Forget this. I coated my fist in fiery ki again and stopped before punching one of the spikes. It shattered and I grinned. So I can destroy these the same way? I went to do it again, but I noticed my fist felt cold. I looked down and found that the fist I had used was frozen. What dash? I shouted before releasing my gauntlet and reforming it after the ice fell off. TCH, so they're so cold that even my fiery ki can't stop it. Seems you're having some trouble, said Loki from below me. Why don't I give you a hand? I glanced down and Loki fired another light beam at me. I barely dodged it this time, since I was so distracted, and flew off again using jet. If I can't come into contact with them, then I'll have to long range them. I created a dragon shot in my hand and aimed at the swarm of blue spikes flying towards me. I threw it and quickly activated my sacred gear. Now. Multiply. Multiplication. 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 My dragon shot multiplied into many and I took control of where they were going. I lined them all up with Loki's attacks and they crashed into each other causing little explosions. Loki glared at me again and put his arms out. I'm growing tired of this. I was hoping to conserve my strength for Odin, but it seems I'll have to use my more powerful attacks to deal with you. Two Norse magic circles appeared, one on either side of him. He chanted something in a strange language and then the magic circles changed. One turned an ice blue and the other a dark blue. Take my attacks now, Red Dragon. Frostbite Blizzard. Torrent of the North Sea. A whitish blast of ice and a blast of spiraling water came out of the two circles and flew towards me at high speed. I wouldn't be able to dodge them easily, so I prepared to block them. I coated my body in ki and started throwing out a mass of punches, creating a lot of air pressure as I did so. The two attacks collided with the wall of wind from my punches but they started pushing it back, despite the fact that I was still punching. I clicked my tongue since this wasn't going to work as well as I thought, so I released my dividing gear. I'm not supposed to use my dividing gear too often, since it's still a threat to my life force if I run out of demonic energy for it to use, but I can use it for something like this which will be too dangerous to take head on. I stopped my punched and put out my right hand. Divide. What? Divide. 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 The two attacks began shrinking and getting weaker and I could feel myself get a little stronger. How? How can the red dragon use the abilities of the white one? Loki looked shocked but I was a little busy. Now that his attacks were weakened so much, I could handle them easily. I used the power I had stolen with the dividing gear and blew the two attacks away with a punch. Loki looked shocked for a moment, and then he got seriously angry. He flew down to the ground and growled. I followed him, and put away my dragon wings, leaving out only my angel wings. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You weren't supposed to be such a hindrance. I'm wasting so much time against just one of you bastards. And all of my pets are dead. Skull and Heitai aren't faring well against the white one. I'm struggling to take down the red one. What the hell is going on? We won't let you stop the meeting, Loki. No matter what. This needs to happen for future peace, I said, simply. Loki glared at me, fiercely, putting me on edge. Peace? Peace? There is no need for peace. The only thing that matters is Ragnarok. The end of the world. If such a thing does not occur, then what is my point in being here? Everything is for Ragnarok. And all of you will die. ISE. I glanced back to find Zenovia, Kiba, and Irina coming closer to me. ISE-kun, we're here to help. The snake monsters are all defeated, said Kiba. I don't know how much we can help against a god, though, said Zenovia, grinning as she readied Durandal. What is this trash that's come? Holy sword user, your attack before did nothing to me, why waste your life coming to insult me again? Loki pointed a finger at Zenovia and fired off a beam, making me leap in front and block the attack before she could be hit by it. Kiba saw what happened and created a light-eating demonic sword. Zenovia moved into a defensive stance just in case. Began Loki, confusing me. How could I forget such a simple thing? It happened last time as well. You care for your comrades too greatly. So I should just get rid of them first. I glared at him through my helmet, getting angry at the fact that he would now target my precious comrades. Try it! I shouted. He began firing off more beams while he was grinning, firing multiple at a time. I moved to block what I could, Kiba just barely being able to block them with his light-eating sword and Irina using her light sword to reflect them. Ha ha ha. Yes. Even you can only move so fast, shouted Loki, grinning again. While blocking his attacks, I created several light spears, coating them in draconic ki to turn them into crimson arrows. I began throwing them at Loki while he continued to attack and he blocked them with magic while not stopping to fire. After a couple minutes of this, he started to get irritated again and started increasing his rate of fire. I was struggling to keep up, as were the others, and the beams began getting to be too much. Rasius-san came to join us, but it didn't change that things were getting difficult. Take this, shouted Loki, suddenly, before firing off a particularly strong beam. I flew to block it, not sure who he was aiming at, but missed it by just an inch. The beam flew past me and I turned to see who was going to be hit. The beam passed Kiba and Zenovia, not coming anywhere near Irina and Rasius-san. I think you missed, I said, grinning at him. Did I? Loki's satisfied grin wiped away my grin and I spun around, looking in the direction it went. I could see Akeno's barrier was up and then began to fade away. Jet. I flew across the empty space to where Rias, Akeno, Konako-chan, and the Satrai group had been. Akeno. I heard Rias shout just as I arrived and I could see Rias, holding Akeno on the group. She had a hole through her chest and there was blood coming out of her mouth. My spirit trembled and I almost couldn't control myself. Rias POV. Akeno. I shouted as I saw Akeno falling backward. A beam of light came towards up and Akeno had put up her barrier dome to stop it, but the beam went straight through it. I caught her as she hit the ground, but she had a hole through her chest and was coughing up blood. Akeno. I said, with tears in my eyes. Not a moment later, I felt chills run down my spine. I looked over and saw Issei walking towards us in his crimson armor. His aura was leaking out in droves and I was almost afraid from the power he was releasing. When he got over to us, he kneeled next to Akeno and released his helmet before caressing her face with his hand. His face was contorted in pain and I couldn't take my eyes off of how fierce his eyes looked. Baku, began Issei. Give her these. He pulled out 2 vials of phoenix tears and handed it to me. I thought we had run out already? Did Azazel give some to him in case of emergency? I opened the phoenix tears and poured one in Akeno's mouth and the other on the hole. It quickly sealed up and she coughed a few times before breathing normally. It seems that she was still unconscious, though. Issei got up after she was breathing normally again and he looked over at Loki, glaring. Issei, be careful, I said, worried. He looked back at me and smiled, but I could tell how angry he was. I was angry, too, but Issei's was on a whole other level. He turned back and began walking away, re-equipping his helmet. How unfortunate. I thought that would kill her for certain, shouted Loki, grinning over at us. I glared at him and then I looked over at Issei. You you bastard. To one of my precious comrades. To Akeno, said Issei, his power rising. Issei's power skyrocketed and he was releasing an enormous amount of energy, more than I had ever seen him release. That guy, said a voice behind me. I turned my head to find Volley, standing there without his armor. I thought I was a lot stronger now, but I guess that's one hurdle I can't pass, huh? His insane compatibility with his sacred gear. What do you mean? I asked, confused. A dragon's power shows its limits with anger. Drake's current possessor probably has the highest compatibility with a dragon-type sacred gear with how emotional he gets, said a voice that I realized was Albion. I glanced back at Issei and his immense aura was consolidating into his body, becoming so dense I was shocked. TCH. This space can't handle much more. If he keeps going, this space will shatter, shouted Sana, sounding nervous. I could see cracks opening up in the sky and I panicked. If the space broke now, we would end up back by the meeting place. The meeting would surely be stopped when they felt Issei and Loki's powers together. I heard a loud stomp and felt some wind, causing me to look back down. Issei had just stomped the ground, hard, leaving a small dent in the ground. What dash? How? How is the space stabilizing? Did Ise-kun do this? He can stabilize other people's spaces. I said, in shock. His level has definitely gone up since he fought Uni-Isama. But, how? In such a short amount of time? Ahahaha. Is this a dragon's anger? I like it. Fight me, now. The power of the Red Dragon Emperor is quite impressive, shouted Loki. Issei waved his hand, making Kiba and the others move off to the side. Loki moved into a stance and Issei took a breath before disappearing. What? Issei reappeared in front of Loki and smashed his fist into his face, launching him down into the ground, causing the ground to explode out. The ensuing dust cloud was like a sandstorm and I had to crouch down and cover my face. Once the wind and sand and dust had cleared away, I looked over to see that Issei had created a massive crater in the ground, so deep that, if it hadn't extended almost to where I was on the ground with Akeno, I wouldn't be able to see Issei and Loki at its bottom. Loki's armor was partly blown off and Issei's fist was still clearly embedded into his cheek. He was glaring at Issei with bloodshot eyes, even having some blood dripping down his mouth. Issei's eyes were glowing a bright green and at some point he had changed his armor into the crimson and white gold one he used when fighting Uni-Isama. He pulled his fist off of Loki and just stood over him menacingly. Where the hell were you hiding that kind of power, said Loki before spitting out some blood. None of your business, said Issei, dryly, before creating a large dragon shot and smashing it down on Loki. Loki froze it, making it shatter into pieces, and then slipped out from under Issei. He floated some distance away and wiped the blood from his lip. I'm impressed. I can't remember I was injured this much before. I wonder if you'll get even stronger if I actually killed her, said Loki, making Issei's aura grow a bit more. I think it would be a good idea not to press my luck. I think I'm going to kill you now. You haven't been trying to already, said Issei, sounding irritated. Loki created a giant magic circle above his head, almost as big as the crater itself, and he called out an attack. Take it now. My world-ending attack. Slut AVFRYST. Meet your frozen end. Out of the magic circle came a blast of ice, snow, and wind that came down like some sort of natural disaster. I used a magic circle to block Akeno but I could feel the incredible cold. Issei. I shouted, worried that my precious servant might be frozen to death. I could hear Loki laughing amidst the high winds, but after a few seconds, I heard a massive explosion. Out from the crater came intense flames and pushed back the ice and snow. Loki seemed shocked, but didn't hold anything back. The two attacks continued to push back against each other for minutes and Loki's attack finally ended with his magic circle breaking. The fire ended at almost the same time and I watched, wondering if Issei was okay. Loki was staring down at the crater, intently, and I looked to find Issei. He was standing in the middle, his armor tattered but still looking alright. The most surprising part was seeing that parts of the rock in the crater had turned molten from the heat of the fire. Issei looked like he was panting, his expression clear since his helmet had been blown off. How? How did you hold off against an attack from a god, said Loki, shocked. You made a mistake, Pant, by attacking my comrades, before Pant defeating me, said Issei, exhausted. Loki didn't look particularly alright, since he also looked exhausted, but I didn't know how much longer Issei could keep this up. It seems so, that attack wasn't a game, though. If that couldn't take you down in one shot, then I'll have to concentrate it. You've pushed me farther than anyone who doesn't hold the title of God ever has. I only have enough energy for one final attack on the scale that would be needed to kill you, said Loki, creating another magic circle. It was smaller, but looked identical to the previous one. I looked over at the injured Issei, worried. I created a new attack, but I haven't been able to test it on anyone, began Issei before raising his arm. If you can take this attack, then I'll really die. It doesn't matter what you do. It's clear that it took everything you had to block my previous attack. You have nothing left, said Loki, preparing his attack. Issei ignored him and closed his eyes, focusing. He created a dragon shot in the hand of his raised arm and then morphed it. It transformed into the shape of his normal light spear and I wondered what he could be doing. He coded that in his crimson key and then activated his boosted gear. Boost. The sound echoed out and Loki looked at Issei, cautiously. Boost. Boost. The spear began to grow. Boost. Boost. Boost boost. Boost. Boost boost boost. 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 Boost boost. Boost. Boost boost boost. 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 Boost boost. Boost. Boost boost boost. 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 It was massive now, bigger than his divine javelin attack before he compressed it. Now, compress. 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 It was back at the size it was before and almost more powerful than his divine javelin. I don't quite understand what else Issei can do to it. And now. Infest the spear my ki, shouted Issei. A massive amount of ki began sapping from Issei and began being absorbed into the spear. The spear grew larger again, covered in a massive layer of crimson ki. And finally, to fill the ki with light. Issei created numerous light spears within the crimson ki layer and they shined through the semi-transparent ki. I looked up at Loki, who seemed frozen in place as he watched Issei. I didn't quite understand it yet. Why Loki seemed afraid? Compress. What? I said, shocked. He was going to compress it again? Compress. Compress. I could feel it now. The power was consolidating into a small spear again. The power was becoming enormous. Compress. 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 The spear was a crimson color that completely put my family's hair to shame. The color and power were both incredible, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. The light spears had been infused and they were just streaks of gold and white along the spear that looked like a crimson splinter. I won't lose, Loki. Never again, shouted Issei before moving in a stance to throw it. Loki cringed back and then quickly released the attack he had been preparing. Slut avfryst. Gibalg. Spear of Death. A compressed version of Loki's attack from before flew down at Issei and Issei's spear collided but Issei's attack cut right through Loki's attack, shocking both him and us as it cut through all the way back to Loki. Before Loki could move, the spear pierced through him and caused a massive explosion that painted the sky red as the crimson ki blew away. There wasn't any smoke from the attack aside from the steaming Loki who fell down to the ground, hitting it with a loud thud. We were all shocked but Issei didn't stop as he slowly flew up to where Loki was with his angel wings. Now, with this, it's all over, said Issei as he pulled the replica Mjolnir from a separate space. He, weakly, slammed down the hammer on Loki, making a loud thunderous sound. A magic circle appeared over him and he was sealed away, disappearing. Ise-senpai, defeated a god by himself, said Konako-chan from behind me. Rias, your servant is insane, said Sana, adjusting her glasses. I couldn't say anything in response. I was just so shocked that Issei was already at that level. Honestly, just what is this pawn of mine? ISEPOV. Pant I really overdid it this time. I've still got a long way to go before I can defeat God class, huh. I said, exhausted. I released my armor and got down to one knee, trying to recover. I looked over and could see Asia was healing Akeno's head while Rias and the others were looking over at me in shock. Even Volley and his group were staring over at me, Vala with an excited look while Kurika and Baikao looked shocked. You should be happy, partner. It's not often that someone gets to beat a god class being alone. Heh, I guess that's true, I said, grinning. After saying that, I felt my vision get blurry and I started getting concerned. Am I going to pass out? Issei. I could hear Rias shout and I looked over to her. She was looking at me and around her with concern and I could see Gasper, Asia, Vala, Kiba, Konako-chan, Zenovia, and even Akeno becoming transparent. This is Dash. Partner, it's just like what happened with you and Azazel. Ack. Why do they have to call me over at such a weird time? And why everyone? What the hell is going on? I was in the white room again, this time on my knees since I was still relatively injured. I looked around and everyone was here, even Azazel-sensei, Yasaka-san, and Konu. Ise-san, shouted Asia from behind me. She ran over and began healing me. Ise-san, what's going on? Era, Issei-sama, what is going on? Asked Yasaka-san, walking over with Konu. Damn it, did they really have to call us during such an important time? Complained Azazel-sensei from a bit away. He gave me a once-over and smiled. Considering the state you're in, you must have beaten that crazy god. Hee, yeah. Loki's defeated and sealed away. He put up more of a fight this time, though, I said, grinning at him. Ise beat a god? Asked Konu, wagging her little fox tail in excitement. How surprising, said Yasaka-san, looking shocked. Before we could continue, I heard the familiar clacking of feet and looked over to the dark doorway, still unable to see anything from the darkness. Just like last time, a white foot appeared from the darkness and out came Father Time, cane in hand, and dressed identical to before. It's been a while, but he doesn't look any different. He looked at all of us, then down at the clock on the top of his cane, before nodding. Good, you're all on time. As am I. The others are late, of course, said Father Time before stopping to look at us again. What are you all standing around for? Take a seat. I looked over at the table we sat at before then back at him. Everyone was staring at Father Time, Azazel-sensei, and I curiously, while everyone else was confused. Well, I felt that way the first time, too. Father Time sighed when nobody moved and walked over to the long table, standing on one side of it. He looked at us and then back at the table, then paused for a moment. This won't do, it won't do at all. 10 seats aren't nearly enough, began Father Time. He slammed the cane down several times and the table began to lengthen, new seats appearing out of thin air as it did so. Now the table had 24 seats. Now, sit. All on one side, since the others will be sitting on this side. He waited for us to move again and I saw Azazel-sensei and Yasaka-san exchange a quick look. He nodded and she began walking towards the table, the rest of us following in tow. I walked over to Akeno, who was still lying on the floor unconscious, and frowned. That one, said Father Time, appearing behind me suddenly. He looked over her like he was analyzing her, and then looked at the clock on his cane again. Wait with her. She should be here in a moment. Just after saying that, in a part of the room near the dark doorway, plants began to spring up from the ground, contrasting against the unnaturally white room. The vines and leaves and flowers all glowed as they came out of the ground and a giant flower appeared out of the ground. It was closed, but the vines immediately pried it open, revealing a beautiful woman dressed in a purple toga and a flowery wreath on her head. She had brown hair that flowed down her back to her hips and she had olive-colored had a motherly aura so I just couldn't get excited about her despite her large breasts and wide hips. It almost felt similar to how it felt when I looked at my own mother. You're late, said Father Time, frowning. Oh, come now. You're always so serious about such things. It's not as though time passes in this place anyways, said the woman smiling. She looked over at me and Akeno with her bright green eyes and smiled. She seems to have been injured recently. Why don't I help a bit? The woman waved a hand over Akeno and Akeno's body glowed with a green aura. The aura faded and she let out a soft groan before opening her eyes. Her eyes cracked open and she looked around, kind of startled. Ise? Where are we? What's dash? She began as she sat up looking around. She looked at me with confused eyes and I just put my hand on hers. We're in a weird kind of place. Just relax and let's sit down with the others, I began, pointing with my free hand over to the table. She followed my pointing and then looked back at me. I'm sorry, Akeno. I said I would protect you, but you almost died because I wasn't fast enough. Akeno smiled at me when I apologized and put her free hand up to my face, holding my face up so that I was looking in her eyes. It's fine, Ise. I'm alive and well right now, said Akeno, smiling at me. She squeezed my hand, reassuringly, and I smiled before getting up with her, not letting go of her hand. We, together with Asia, walked over to the table and sat together, Asia still using her sacred gear on me since I was only partly healed from my wounds. All of us were sat on one side of the table and Father Time and the beautiful woman sat across from us. So, who else are we waiting for? Asked Sensei, leaning back in his normal relaxed way. 6 more. Only a fraction of the others from this place, but it will be enough. I ask you to be patient. None of them have any sense of punctuality, said Father Time, looking annoyed. The woman giggled, lightly, covering her mouth when she did so. Why don't I introduce myself while we wait, said the woman. My name is Gia, the heart of the planet you all live on. I'm also one of the founding gods of the Greek mythology. The ancient Greek goddess of the earth? You disappeared after your grandson Zeus took over. So, you were also one of these, said Sensei, looking interested. I guess he's trying not to be surprised by anything anymore. Ah, well, it's not as though I had left. After all, I am still the core of the earth. That can't change, you know. I am from one of the ancient beings, those who've existed from the beginning. Well, I'm a bit younger than those like Time, since I only came into existence when the material world did, said Gia-sama. After she was introduced, most of us at the table who were looking at her in surprise shifted their attention to Father Time, since everyone except Azazel Sensei and I were the only ones who knew him. Ah, yes, of course. Only 2 of you know who I am. I am Father Time, he who has authority over all of time. I govern all of time, both watching over it, and keeping it stable. I've never entered the domain of you lesser beings. I cannot fathom having extended interactions with those who know so little. Just as arrogant as before. I guess that wasn't going to change. Before we were silent for too long, a familiar door-shaped magic circle appeared, and someone walked through it. You're late, said Father Time, dryly. Punctuality has never been a trait of we who do not feel the passing of time, said Elohim-sama, simply, as he walked towards a seat. He sat down and I could feel, rather than see him smile at me. Since I still couldn't see his face. Hello, Issei, little Azazel, and friends. I could feel everyone was on edge now. The holiness coming from Elohim-sama was bothering all the devils and even Yasaka-san and Kuna seemed to know something was up. It is apparent that the devils here feel similar to the reaction Issei first had. I shall begin with announcing that I am not here to cause any harm. I am but a friend to all of thee. I shall introduce myself. I am Elohim, known to all as God from the Bible. Shouted both Asia and Zenovia who leapt from their seats. Zenovia almost immediately brought out Durandal, pierced it into the ground, and knelt down on the ground. My lord, please forgive this knight's insolence for not realizing it was you, said Zenovia, clearly shaken. You Please forgive me as well, lord, for not realizing it was you, said Asia, bowing rather than kneeling. I am pleased by both your continued worship despite becoming devils as well as your prostration before me. Please remain calm and return to your seats. It is not necessary to show such respect for me since I feel it in your hearts. It brings me joy to see such devout followers even after I've left the world. Wait a second, Azazel. Did you know about this? Asked Yasaka-san, looking down towards Sensei. He didn't flinch and nodded. I was asked to keep things a secret. I didn't think he'd bring us all here so suddenly, though, said Sensei. It would cause a great number of problems if just anyone learned of our existence. We plan to further discuss how we will progress with the information about us once the meeting begins, said Father Time, cutting in. And you're also late. Muah. Don't bully me, Time, said a woman's voice from behind me before I felt arms wrap around my neck. I immediately felt glorious breasts press against my back with a muun and I couldn't help but get excited. I held back my desires, though, since I needed to check who these glorious breasts belonged to. I peeked down and saw arms with fair skin. I followed them and found the face of a beautiful woman on my shoulder, her curly dirty blonde hair pressed up against my head. She peeked at me with her bright pink eyes and smiled. "Hello there, Issei-kyun. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Ah, you don't need to suppress your desires, you know. You can take me or any of the girls as you please." I said, surprised. I heard Father Time and GSI in sync, and I looked over at them. This is... This is someone you know as Shishigami, said Father Time. "Wait, what?" I shouted, shocked. "Shishigami? Isn't that the name of the god from another world?" Ise spoke to through my breasts, asked Akeno, curiously. "Ah. That was actually my spirit messenger. See, I'm actually a functioning god on a faraway planet. On that planet, I'm the god of breasts and I give blessings to those who have great love of breasts. Issei-kyun's love for breasts was so great that it reached even me on that other planet. Ah, but see, I'm actually the ancient being Zelja who rules over desires. I love any and all desires. The stronger they are the better. Ah. But Issei-kyun. Please continue to call me Shishigami, because I'm your breast god here to give you lots of help," said Shishigami-sama with way too much energy for me to handle right now. So you're the one who helped me back then, huh? "Thank you very much for back then, I said, bowing my head a bit. "What? I was just helping my precious Issei-kyun, you know," said Shishigami-sama as she began rubbing her cheek against mine. I could only sweat drop since I really didn't know how to handle such an energetic super being. "Zelja, why don't you sit down for now," said Gia-sama, also sweat dropping. Shishigami-sama protested a bit with an but Father Time gave her a sharp glare and she took a seat on their side, pouting. Now that she was in front of me, I could see that she had exceptionally large breasts and a perfect body shape. She was wearing relatively revealing robes, her cleavage clearly visible, and her robes clinging to her body. I could feel my desires well up a bit at seeing such a sexy body, and Shishigami-sama smiled at me and winked. I don't know what to think. She's some kind of supreme being, but she's also a sexy woman on par with the women I love. I don't know what else to do. While experiencing my inner turmoil, I felt Asia pinching my side, only making me love her more from her cute jealousy. Akeno seemed to still be processing what's been going on, so she didn't show as much reaction. "4 down, 4 to go," said Father Time before looking irritated. He stood up and slammed his cane down, hard, causing the room to shake. Almost immediately after, a large magic circle appeared on the wall behind Father Time. It was a bluish color and was almost more complex than Elohim-sama's. Before anyone passed through it, 6 smaller magic circles began circling the larger one, and a being materialized in front of the larger magic circle before it all disappeared. A man appeared and was shirtless, his lower half covered by orange robes decorated with various leaves. His dark-skinned chest was covered in strange symbols and lines made up of red, yellow, and orange, while his arms had white lines. I couldn't see his face since he was wearing some sort of tribal mask. The wooden mask was in the shape of a bird's head with a long, sharp, hooked beak. There weren't any eye holes in the mask, just white dots. He was also carrying a staff that was mostly straight and curled at the top with trinkets attached at the top. "I was busy," said the man, sternly before walking to a seat. He was very noisy as he walked because of the leaves and trinkets attached to him. "I had hoped you would ready your affairs before the appointed meeting," said Father Time, annoyed. "Last-minute prayers and dealing with some unruly subordinates delayed me," said the man. We all stared at the strange man and he looked over us. "I should introduce myself. I am Anulap. I am a leading god on a Micronesian island. I am the ancient being of magic. I introduced magic to the world in the beginning. His attire is based on the area he governs, so please don't be too put off by it," said Gia-sama. Anulap-sama didn't react to Gia-sama's words. Before the silence could drag on, another person seemed to be on the way. Again, behind Father Time, this time a different form of transportation, a spiral of water erupted from the ground. A shadow appeared in the water spiral and then it disappeared almost as quickly as it had appeared. There was a strange-looking being that appeared behind Father Time. He had the head of a bull and was wearing an interesting headpiece. It kind of draped over the back of his bull head, covering the back and sides of his neck. He had bands around his forearm and upper arm on both arms and had a robe attached at his waist extending down to his ankles. Just like Anulap, his feet were bare. The being's darker olive-skinned chest was bare, but it didn't have any strange markings. He also had a thin cane under his arm, and he was wiping his hands on his robe. Sorry. I lost track while preparing some new clay for working, began the strange-looking being. His voice was extremely deep. Please be more mindful. This is quite an important time, you know, said Father Time, still annoyed. The strange bull man let out a nervous laugh and then took a seat. Hello everyone. My name is Khnum. I'm an old Egyptian god. Been around forever. I hope my appearance doesn't bother you too much, haha, said Khnum-sama, awkwardly. He's probably the most normal one we've met so far. Khnum. The god who represents the source of the Nile, said Azazel-sensei, curiously. Ahaha, so you've heard of me? Yeah, I'm the source of the Nile. I'm the guy who represents origin. Think about it like the source of things. It's not as clear a thing as the others. Time and desire are a lot easier to visualize, said Khnum-sama. Sensei looked at him curiously, while I was mostly confused. Origin? I don't really get it. I guess that source of the Nile thing is why he appeared in a water spout. So, the next one is probably Dash, began Gia-sama before she was interrupted. There was a bright light coming from behind Father Time and I could see a series of glowing dots that looked like some kind of constellation. The dots connected and someone came through the center of the design. It was another man. He was wearing orange robes and a white gown under his robes and had the gown tied at his waist with a brown sash. His hands were bare, and his skin was a brownish color that reminded me of Arab people from the news. His skin was a bit strange, though, since it was scaly. His face also had scales and he had a thick black beard and curly black hair that he had tied up in a ponytail. His eyes were sharp and reminded me of the dragon eyes that Taninasan had. I had a last-minute issue to deal with. I ask you to overlook it, Time, said the man in a powerful voice. Sigh, at least almost everyone is here. Finally, said Father Time, finally sitting. The man sat, too, and looked around. I shall introduce myself. I am Anu. I was originally the leader of the gods in the old Mesopotamia. I've long since left the world, though I still watch over my legacy from the heavens, said Anu-sama. The heavens? Not heaven itself, correct? Asked Yasaka-san. No. The heavens as in what you call space. The stars, constellations, heavenly bodies like the moons and asteroids. Etc., said Anu. I see. So that's why he appeared in a constellation. Now we only await one more dash, began Father Time, before pausing. A semi-transparent clock face appeared in front of him and he looked over it before nodding. The last one will arrive a bit later on. We'll begin without him. For those of you who weren't here last time, I shall spoon-feed you the information you so desire. We are beings that are not from your world. We've existed since near the beginning. When Gia said that she was younger, she meant that not all of us were born at the same time. Each of us come into existence from some concept. The passage of time has existed since the beginning, so I'm one of the oldest here. Gia came into existence when the Earth came into existence because that was the first instance of a living world. The world that Zelja is a god on is younger than your world. Things are much more complicated than you would be able to understand, however this is the simplest explanation I can give. How many of you are there? Asked Sensei. There are a few hundred of beings such as ourselves, however only around 30 have actually interacted with the mortal world, said Elohim-sama. Some of us interact more than others. Whereas I birthed the Greek titans and gods, and that was the most of my interference, those like Elohim enjoy manipulating things often in order for the best situations to occur. He says it is out of love for his creations, but he's always been quite the perfectionist. All of his creations have been finely tuned to work as perfectly as he envisioned them, said Gia-sama, almost sounding teasing. Due to our immense power, we are forced to undergo heavy restrictions in order to enter the mortal plane in order to preserve the balance. Some of us entered with power equaling the strongest being at the time, others went in with less conspicuous levels of power. I had entered with power equaling the Japanese gods, since I did not desire much attention, said Anulap. His voice was still very serious. He must be one of those straight-laced kind of people. Why do you even come into our world to begin with? Asked Sensei, curiously. Hiya haha. Why do you think, Azi-kun? We're super bored, said Shishigami-sama. Unlike people like Mr. Strict over here, we can't watch all of mortal history like some kinda movie. We're all omniscient to a certain degree, but it's not like we can experience events, we just know about them. If we wanna experience anything we have to go down there and just have fun. So, you guys only come down to entertain yourselves, said Azazel-sensei. Ahaha, well you have to understand, Azazel-san. Even though we all have our respective concepts we rule over, it's not like we have much to oversee. Time just makes sure things go smoothly, Anulap makes sure magic gets spread around, Gia just makes sure to keep her planet alive. That all takes a lot less work than you might think. After a few billion years, it starts to get really old, said Knam-sama. I see now. You've mastered your jobs to the point where it takes no time at all. You needn't even need to think about things and you've already finished the task at hand, said Yasaka-san, seeming like she's understood something important. However, now there is an issue that has caused us to have to take action, said a voice from behind me. We all turned and found the strangest looking person to appear today. It was clearly a man from his voice, and he was dressed in a strange outfit. He was also wearing a wooden mask, one half looking like the head of a snake and the other half looking like some impressive looking bird. The mask was a mix of greens, reds, and yellows, and there were red, white, and green feathers were coming out from the back of the mask, covering his neck and shoulders. His chest was covered by a cloth outfit with various designs on it and the outfit extended down to his knees. His darkish-skinned arms were mostly bare, except for the golden bands around his wrists. His legs were covered by white, feathery leggings and he was wearing leather sandals. The sandals were open-toed, and I could see that he had 3-toed feet with sharp claws at the end of each toe. Have you finished, then, said Father Time, simply. Yes, I've completed my reconnaissance. Hello, all. Forgive my tardiness as I was investigating a few things before coming to the meeting. My name is Quetzalcoatl, the old Mesoamerican god of knowledge and learning. I held some other titles, but they aren't important. I am the being that represents knowledge, so I'm always hungrily seeking new knowledge wherever it can be found. Just knowing information from my omniscience is boring, so I seek it out. Quetzalcoatl-sama sat down alongside the others and looked over at Father Time. I'll take over the explanations from here, began Quetzalcoatl-sama, receiving an approving nod from Father Time. One major thing you should learn, is that the ones you know as Offis and Great Red are also beings like us who have been a part of your world for, well, probably since the beginning. Offis is also one of you guys. I said, shocked. I know Offis and Great Red were special, but I never realized how much. Yes. Offis, much like in your world, represents the concept of infinity. Whereas all of us have near infinite power, Offis is someone with actual infinite power. Of course, in the mortal world she can't actually use infinite power, but she's got very high output which makes her still seem like she's got infinite power. She's always been a very simple person, so she wouldn't have ever even thought about mentioning anything since she knows that that is one of the most important rules about being in the mortal realm. The reason she knows the time jump spell is because she is one of us. Only beings like us are able to do such a thing, which is why no one else has ever known or used that spell. She must have used the spell because she genuinely cared about helping you more than the rule to never use it. Of course, she would have never realized the kind of backlash it would have caused, explained Quetzalcoatl-sama. What do you mean? Asked Azazel-sensei. Does it have to do with the disruptions in mine and Akeno's bodies? Yes. Now, Issei, I have a question for you. What do you think would happen if every event in your life happened, but without you? What I'm saying is, the exact outcome of you participating in the event occurred, but you were not actually there to participate in the event, said Quetzalcoatl-sama, confusing me. Something I was a part of happened as if I was there, but I wasn't actually there? What? I can see you're still confused. Let's go with an example. Your fight against Loki is an event fresh in your mind. Imagine if you fought in that battle, according to historical records, but you've never actually existed. Do you see a contradiction there? So, I did something without actually being there to do it. I said, somewhat getting it. Is this like one of those paradoxes? Exactly. When you went back in time, your existence left the previous timeline and overwrote your existence in the new one. Time also changed as well. The timelines have to all match up, so time in the old timeline was rewound to match your current one. The problem is that the events had to play out exactly as they did the first time. How, though, could they if you don't even exist? Over the course of 11 years, anomalies continued to build up more and more, and around the time that you reconnected with the others, the anomalies began to form an unstable version of you. Now, Originally, we had believed that the anomalies would just corrupt and erase the original timeline as they built up and began to erode the timeline's very existence, but something changed, and that change was that the anomalies were consolidating and taking shape. I've finally managed to discover that several beings like us were indirectly interfering to cause a terrible catastrophe. Against our rules, explained Quetzalcoatl, beginning to lose me again. When I had first created all that exists, we had all agreed to unofficial rules. While we are naturally prohibited from entering the mortal realm with our full power, we are perfectly capable of interfering with mortal matters from the outside. Through discussion, we were able to come into agreement that we would not try to cause any harm to the mortal realm by interfering, and we must announce what we have done. Several of our members have negatively affected the mortal realm and kept their meddling from us, said Elohim Sama, seeming unhappy with it. I guess I would be, too, if someone damaged something I made. I don't understand. Why would they try to make another ISE, said Akeno, thinking aloud. They aren't exactly making another version of him. They're creating a mindless monster with power rivaling the power of the strongest beings in your world. From our predictions, and what time has seen of the near future, it will be completed around the time you, Issei, went back in time. The concentration of anomalies in that timeline will maximize around then. Meaning you've got around 7 to 8 months, explained Quetzalcoatl-sama. Until what? I get that it will probably end up destroying the previous timeline, but how does that affect us, said Azazel-sensei, sounding serious. Because it will be strong enough to rip a hole into this timeline, especially with those traitors' help, said Anulap-sama. What? Shouted Sensei and I in unison. The timelines are carefully interconnected and the separation between them is relatively thin. Once the creature has thoroughly obliterated the first timeline, the ones aiding it will assist it in tearing through to your current timeline. Of course, no living beings will be left on your world in the previous timeline before it transfers over, explained Father Time, simply. And, began Shishigami-sama, looking a little annoyed. Once it's done with your world it will start going around to other worlds, you know. My world will be quickly destroyed since it's not as old and strong as yours. I didn't think time traveling would cause so many problems. I said, clenching my fists. I selfishly asked Off-Eyes to send me back and caused all these problems. Everyone I care about is in danger now and everyone else is, too. And my eyes widened when I remembered that dream. Wait. Then those dreams I had were. Those dreams were visions of the future in your original timeline. Events that will surely come to pass. You should not blame yourself, Issei. No one, not only yourself, knew of the consequences of your travel. Neither did any of us predict such a betrayal. Do not be too hard on yourself, said Elohim-sama. Dreams, said Asia from next to me. Those nightmares Ise-san had a while back. Era? I didn't hear about such nightmares, said Akeno from my other side. When they saw me clench my teeth as I remembered those terrible visions, even tearing up a bit, they put their hands on mine. I had to watch, as someone who looked like me in my balance breaker, but whose body was pitch black, kill a bunch of you. Irina, Saraorg, Rias, I had to watch while they were torn apart, I said, struggling to get it out. They were killed, then, said Sensei, figuring something out. It is as you think, little Azazel. You and this Akeno do not survive either. The reasons are unclear, but you seem to be experiencing the deaths of your alternate selves prior to the actual event. The order so far is you, Akeno, Irina, Saraorg, and Rias. Due to the last three not properly connecting to their counterparts, they did not feel any adverse effects as you did, explained Elohim-sama. So then, I died, said Akeno, a bit shaken up. I grabbed her hand and looked at her seriously. Akeno. I won't let it kill you, I promise. I shouted. Akeno smiled at me and I turned back to the others, sharply. How do I beat it? I refuse to let my comrades die because of my mistake. I'll get as strong as I have to if that's the way to beat it, I said, seriously. I also share responsibility for this, so I will work hard with my partner. Thank you, Drake. There is only one way to beat it, and that is just as you have surmised, Dragon Boy. You have to kill it. We are still planning it out, but if you continue to grow at the rate you are going, I foresee you being able to fight it. Of course, it will only become more and more difficult to increase your level. We'll see how we can guide you in the correct direction, explained Father Time. I believe that the time is nearly here for you to return, said Gia-sama from off to the side. I'll interact with some from the Greek mythology. Perhaps I can get you their support. I, detached as I am from my old mythology, will not be able to gain their favor for you all, however I shall be watching from up above. Whenever you feel lost, merely look up for aid, said Anu-sama. Aha, well I might be able to work a thing or two out. I wonder what I can do to help. I'll have to think up something creative for this fight, said Knum-sama. I shall try to formulate new magic for this battle. Look forward to it, said Anulap-sama, his voice still emotionless. Mua. I don't want to part from my Issei-kyun, but I'll still be watching over you. Your strong desires, both for breasts and your comrades. Keep them strong and I'll always have your back. Wait. Is that it? We might understand more about the situation, but there are various things we should know, right? Like who exactly we're going up against, and what plans you guys have for the future, said Azazel-sensei, annoyed again. Little Azazel, you have always been one who desired knowledge, but understand that too much knowledge of these events will be more detrimental to yourselves. It would be far better for you all to be on edge knowing of the coming battle, than to be calm by relying on the plans we have in place, said Elohim-sama, making Sensei let out an annoyed tch. The Lord's wisdom is as great as we were taught, said Zenovia from off to the side. I feel blessed to have been able to hear the Lord's wise words, said Asia, sounding happy. Both girls offered a prayer and received pleased thanks from Elohim-sama. Father Time stood up and looked over us. You all have the time frame. We'll get in contact when the time comes, but you most likely will not return here anytime soon. Unless you want to lose everything, train hard and surpass yourselves many times over. Azazel, I give you permission to reveal the situation, but limit how much you tell about us, especially the names of those who still act in your world. Now, off you go, said Father Time before slamming his cane down. My vision became blurry again and everything began to fade back to the scenery from before. It seems like we had been sent back only a few seconds ahead of when we left, this time. I looked around and could see Rias and the others who didn't come along, slightly panicked. I guess I'll have to explain things out this time around. Issei, shouted Rias, looking panicked. She ran over to me and put her hands on either side of my face, looking into my eyes with her worried eyes. What happened? You and the others all disappeared so suddenly. It was only for a moment, but you all were clearly gone. And in different places, too. Well, it wasn't anything too serious. I said, rubbing the back of my head and smiling awkwardly. This was just like that time after the Alliance meeting. That thing that even Azazel couldn't speak about, said Rias, looking seriously worried. I felt my heart clench a bit at seeing her expression and I sighed. I put my hands on her hands, which were still on my cheeks, and squeezed them. Issei. We got pulled to a kind of special place. The people from that place are above Azazel-sensei, which is why he couldn't say anything. Sorry for worrying you, I said, smiling at her. Rias looked a little surprised at the part about people above sensei, but she pouted at me when I apologized. She pulled away and crossed her arms, not looking at me. Mao. You don't need to apologize for something like that, you know. If it's someone above that Azazel, then you didn't have much of a choice, she began. She peered back at me from the corner of her eye and looked me over. It looks like Asia healed you while you were over there. Your clothes are still all torn up, though. I assume that time runs differently over there considering time seemed to have passed for you. Yeah, it's a weird place. The big thing that I know is that something is going to happen, I said, getting serious. Rias looked back at me, cautious now. What do you mean, said Rias. In about 7 months, a powerful monster is going to appear to try and destroy the world. The ones who told me about it made it seem like it will be beyond God class. Probably stronger than Surtsk-sama, I said, seriously. Rias' eyes widened in surprise, but after a few seconds, she smiled at me, confidently. Then we just have to continue training, don't we? With how far you have come so far, I wonder just what your limit could be, said Rias. I smiled at her and nodded. I'll become the strongest. If it means I can protect everyone. Azazel POV. I was returned back to the meeting exactly where I was standing and clicked my tongue in annoyance. Those old guys just sent us back again without giving details about what the hell is going on. Honestly. Is everything alright, Azazel? asked one of the Japanese gods in front of me. I was standing behind one of the Japanese gods who were all sitting at a long table with Odin and Surtsk sitting together at one end. I was there more for support while those two led the meeting. I guess the gods around me heard me click my tongue. Ah, yes, sorry about that. Just getting some feedback from my students, I said, calmly, smirking. Is something wrong? Asked another god. Ah, no, nothing wrong. Those kids successfully prevented an unwanted guest from trying to interfere with this meeting. It's nothing to worry about, I said, nonchalantly. Of course, no one contacted me about it, but I knew that ISE had defeated Loki already from our meeting in the other dimension. So those kids managed to defeat that conniving Loki, did they? Said Odin, loudly. He had a suspicious look in his eye, as did Surtsk's. Those two would have surely noticed my momentary absence. I just grinned at what he said in response, and many of the low and mid-tier Japanese gods started to get noisy. Loki is easily above the typical mid-tier god in power, so I'm sure it was surprising. Without Loki, things should go smoothly without worry now, said Surtsk, smiling over at me. I nodded and the room settled a bit. The meeting went as normal after that, ending with the same result as in the previous timeline, unification of the three great factions, the Japanese pantheon, and the Norse mythology. Once the meeting was finished, the Japanese gods began filtering out to travel back home, leaving only myself, Odin, Surtsk, and two very high-tier Japanese gods, Fujin, elder god of the wind, and Izanagi, the father of the Japanese gods. I walked over to them sighing as I tried to figure out how I would explain all this. Hello Azazel Shi. Doing well, asked Fujin, stroking his long beard and looking at me suspiciously with his demonic eyes. Very well, Fujin Dono. I'm glad the meeting went well, I said, putting on a fake smile. Yes, it was good to make proper alliances with terrorist groups like that Chaos Brigade wandering around, said Izanagi, looking at me with blatant suspicion. I smiled awkwardly before Surtsk sighed. Azazel, what happened to you during the meeting? Sigh, I was hoping it would be just us, but between Odin's watchful eye and Fujin Dono and Izanagi Dono's experience, I should have known it wouldn't have gone unnoticed, I began, receiving confused looks from everyone except Surtsk's. They called ISE and I back there. They gave me more information this time and gave me permission to talk about it. They, said Odin while stroking his beard. Come now, Azazel boy, don't be so vague. Spit it out. With all due respect, this isn't something I'd like too many people to know about. It's information that could be considered dangerous to world order, I explained. Azazel Shi, we are not interested in what you consider it to be. You disappeared from the meeting room for around 5 seconds without even so much as a spell. Your energy completely disappeared. I would like to know what in Great Winds is going on, said Fujin. I looked over at Surtsk who nodded to me and I sighed. Fine. Let's sit down then, I said, gesturing to the meeting table everyone had been using. Everyone sat and I explained as much as I felt comfortable with. Even dropping that God from the Bible was in fact still around. I left out the beings that were still involved in the world as well as who else was there aside from ISE, and Ireus will probably mention who she saw disappear when she talks to Surtsk. So, we've got 7 months then, said Odin, stroking his beard while looking in deep thought. We really can't get a break, can we? First some terrorist group flaunting their power and now something akin to an apocalyptic creature, said Izanagi. I hate it as much as you do. It's a pain in the ass, when we're stretched thin as it is. Now ISE will have to train even harder than before, considering they put emphasis on his destroying it, I said. I also can't believe that God from the Bible is still alive. To think he just left everything behind on a whim. I pity Michael and the other seraph, said Surtsk. Yeah. I began, rubbing the back of my head. I don't really want to tell him something like this, if possible. Well, we'll deal with that when the time comes. Also, you mentioned Issei-kun. What does this have to do with him? If this creature is above even my level, then I don't know how he could handle something like this, even given another 7 months to train, said Surtsk, looking worried. They said that if he continued his training, he would make it to the necessary level, but I get why you're worried. I'm worried for that kid as well. He's clearly gotten stronger since becoming a pawn, but it's difficult to imagine him getting that much stronger. The others have an even slower growth rate. I said. I wonder if I could be of use, said Fujin. I turned to look at him and he was stroking his beard while looking deep in thought. Although I am quite old, my experience could be of use in helping that group of youngsters train. That's true. Especially for Akeno who specializes in elemental magic. A wind god could help her magic along greatly, said Surtsks. That's a good idea. I'll mention it to them when I see them, I said, simply. I will mention it to some of my children. I doubt Amaterasu will have time, but some of the others might be more open, said Izanagi. We'll have to further expand our allies to deal with this dual threat, said Surtsks. Whether it's the Cows Brigade or this monster, we won't be defeated so easily, I said, grinning. We all nodded and split up, plans popping up on what to do next. ISEPOV. It's been a couple days since the battle with Loki. I received a lot of praise from Odin and Surtsks-sama for defeating a god-class being on my own, even more so than in the previous timeline. I had even already started my new training regimen, sparring constantly with Kiba, Zenovia, and the others, even having planned a session with Graphia-san and Sensei in the next few days when they have time. Things have been relatively peaceful since the battle with Loki and the class trip to Kyoto is quickly approaching. That isn't very important right now, though. ISE. I was laying down on my bed, Rias and Asia to either of my sides and a cute Onisama was currently sleeping on top of me. Akeno was currently snuggling into my chest, once again. Akeno occasionally sneaks into my bed to recharge her ISE batteries but she's been sneaking into my bed every night. Considering she almost died during the Loki fight, I guess she's clinging to me for support. I had woken up when I noticed a soft sensation on my chest and legs to find Akeno's wonderful oppai pressed to chest while her soft, white legs were tangled with my own. I glanced over at the clock and it said 6:30 a.m. We didn't have to get up until 7 for morning training so I could just lay here and enjoy the sensations. Surprisingly, I'm not as vocal about my excitement when it involves the girls' bodies. I still enjoy their breasts and butts and bodies just as much as before, but I feel more mature about things. I wonder if it's because I'm older. Well, mentally at least. My body is only almost 17, but my mind is almost 30. I guess I matured in how I deal with my sexual excitement? Who knows? All I know is that I'm seriously enjoying Akeno's soft body. Akeno's soft voice sounded out and I felt her rustling against me. She grazed against little me and I stiffened a bit in surprise. She cracked her eyes open while smiling and looked up at me. Morning ISE, said Akeno, sounding sleepy. Did I wake you? Well, I woke up a little while ago. Are you alright? Of course, with my cute junior here to take care of me, she said while smiling at me, seductively. She pulled herself up so she was looking down at my face and her bangs were tickling my forehead. I promised to protect you forever, didn't I? I said while smiling at her. Akeno smiled down at me and slid her arm against my chest before rubbing my cheek with her fingers. I love you, ISE, said Akeno, leaning down towards me. Before I could finish muttering out an I love you, too, she was already kissing me, and I just accepted her loving kiss. I was getting a bit heated up when she started kissing me, more so when she started using her tongue, but I couldn't do much while both my arms were pinned down under Rias and Asia. While kissing, I felt Akeno beginning to grind her lower half against mine and I was getting more excited, little me even becoming not so little me. Akeno seemed to notice this and let out a small giggle into my mouth while continuing what she was doing. I felt some rustling on my right arm but was too distracted by Akeno until I felt a strong killing intent next to me. Akeno jerked a bit, probably not noticing who it was before the killing intent and then pulled away while going into Onisama mode. Rias gets so jealous, said Akeno, putting a hand to cover her smile. Akeno, I've put up with you sneaking into the bed, but I will not tolerate you trying to get ahead with my Issei, said Rias, kneeling on the bed with her arms crossed and an angry expression on her face. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just trying to get close with my ISE who saved my life after Loki tried to kill me, said Akeno before cuddling into me. Rias began to leak out her aura and I felt shuffling on my other arm before a sleepy Asia propped herself up, using her free hand to rub her eyes. Good morning ISE-san. Began Asia before looking at the scene before her. What's going on? Mao, Rias, you woke up poor Asia with all your shouting, said Akeno, teasingly. Why is Akeno-san here? And all over ISE-san, said Asia, cutely. My Asia-chan is so cute when she gets all jealous. It's almost time for Issei's second-year trip. I won't let you eat up my time with him before he leaves, shouted Rias, ignoring Asia's worries. I'll also miss my little Ise, so I want to get my fill of him before he goes, said Akeno before looking at me, seductively. I think Ise knows what I mean by that. After saying that, she leaned in to kiss me again and I felt Rias' aura release. No. Stop trying to get ahead, shouted Rias before pushing Akeno off me. Issei belongs to me. After pushing Akeno away, Rias pulled me up into a kiss, wrapping her arms around my neck as she did so. Era, Rias is such a spoiled girl, said Akeno, releasing a bit of aura. Rias pulled back from the kiss to glare at Akeno. As Issei's master, I have this sort of privilege. On the other hand, you've become quite insubordinate lately, haven't you, Akeno? Era? I have no idea what you're referring to. I'm just trying to be affectionate with my cute junior and childhood friend. Be affectionate when I'm not around then, shouted Rias, getting irritated again. She moved over to glare directly at Akeno while releasing some of her aura again. Akeno began releasing some lightning and the girls jumped off the bed to start fighting. Sigh, it's a typical morning here, huh? I muttered to myself. So then, what kind of plans do you have for the future? In the future, I wish to establish a school for Norse magic here in the Gremory territory, as well as to start a business training Valkyrie out of female devils. Rossius-san was currently telling Ria's parents about her future plans. She ended up joining us after once again being abandoned by that geezer from the north, and we were now revisiting the Gremory castle since Rias finally got the last piece for her peerage. That sounds good, said Ria's father. This still feels strange. As an angel, I never thought I'd come to the underworld, let alone the home of high-class devils. But this is still an honor. This must be the grace of the Lord, and Musama, said Irina, clasping her hands and looking upwards. Just as devoted as ever, even here in hell. Since the date for the school trip was coming up, we decided to take care of this visit quickly, and we're currently having tea with Ria's parents, Grafia-san looming in the background. I've worked hard to master the proper manners Ria's mother had me learn, and I haven't been scolded this whole time, thankfully. I'm looking forward to the waves you will make on the Devil Industries, Rossius-san. Please let us know when you start up your work, said Ria's father, receiving a nod from Rossius-san. Ria's mother just sipped her tea before setting it down and smiling over at me and Asia. By the way, Ise-san, you and the other second years will be going on your school trip soon, correct? I believe it was to Kyoto, said Ria's mother. Yes. According to the plans, we will be leaving for Kyoto, I said. Last year Rias brought back some Japanese pickles as a souvenir. They were quite good. Your humble servant will bring some as well. Era, I didn't mean it like that. Thank you, though, said Ria's mother, smiling over at me. She looked quite cute while doing so. After that quick exchange, we talked about various other random topics until we were preparing to go. Just like last time, though, we were interrupted by a servant announcing Surtsuke-sama's visit, so we went over to say hi to him, followed by Milika-sama. As we walked down a special path, specifically used by Surtsuke-sama when he comes home, we could see him further down the path, talking to someone partially out of sight behind a pillar. I knew who it was, but Rias tried peering past, wondering who else was there. Once we were closer, it was clear that it was Saraorg-san, dressed in formal noble attire. Thank you for your hospitality, said Saraorg-san to Surtsuke-sama before turning towards us. Looking good, Rias, and the Sekuryu Ti. Yes. It is great that you came to greet us. You also look wonderful, Saraorg. Also, I apologize for my delayed greeting on Ei-sama, salutations. We heard you had returned, so we came to greet you before returning, said Rias, acting very proper. Don't worry about the formalities, Rias. It makes me uncomfortable, said Surtsuke-sama, waving his hand. He reached down towards Milika-sama when he ran over to him and picked him up, holding him such that he was sitting on his forearm and raised so their heads were level. He smiled at us and looked us over. I had heard that you managed to obtain your final member. Congratulations, Rias. Thank you, Ei-sama, began Rias, smiling at him. And Saraorg came because... Yes, he came to deliver a specialty from the Bale territory, some fresh fruit. How thoughtful of our cousin. We were talking about how it would be a good idea for you to visit the Bale household to express our gratitude, said Sirsk Sama, smiling. We were also talking about a few things, specifically for the next match. Interesting enough, he requested that there be no special restrictions on combat so that you both may fight freely. When she heard this, Ria's eyes became serious and I could feel her fighting spirit. So, Saraorg, what you're saying is, no matter what uncertain elements you have to face, you're saying you will accept them all, asked Rias, seriously. Correct. Whether it is the vampire that stops time, the fallen angel that can wield the power of light, or the Red Dragon Emperor, I will accept them all. If I were to cower from an all-out attack like that, how could I call myself the heir to the house of the great king, said Saraorg-san while holding out his arms. All of us had serious expressions at Saraorg-san's claim, our fighting spirit high. He hasn't changed at all, despite feeling stronger. He's just like Volley in his love for fighting. There is no better opportunity than this chance encounter, don't you think? Saraorg, you said you wanted to spar with the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei-kun, correct, said Sirsk Sama, as he shifted Milikus Sama to his other arm. Yes, I did say that before. I would love a taste of his power before the match. Then, why not have a friendly match now? Rias, you don't mind, do you? It would be good for Issei-kun and Saraorg to see what they have to look forward to. Rias seemed to think about it for a second and then nodded in agreement. I was pumped up, since I could feel that Saraorg-san had definitely gotten stronger since I last met him, and he was definitely stronger than in the previous timeline. I wonder how much if he was using Regulus. Saraorg-san nodded as well and Sirsk Sama snapped his fingers, causing a magic circle to appear under us. Then, let us change to a more appropriate location, said Sirsk-san before we were all transported. We appeared inside the basement of the Gremory Castle and I looked around a bit. It's just as massive as I remember. When we arrived, Grafia-san and Milikus Sama moved far off to the side, different from last time since Milikus Sama said he wanted to watch me fight. The situation's a bit different this time since he doesn't love me as Oppai Dragon, but instead just the one who fought his father. Shall we, Issei, said Saraorg-san, as he removed his jacket, revealing his tight shirt underneath. I nodded, grinning, and we moved off to an open spot and put some distance between each other. I immediately equipped my balance breaker and stretched a bit, Saraorg-san just standing proud as he waited. You both can start as soon as you are ready, said Sirsk Sama from off to the side, grinning. We both nodded towards him and I moved into a stance before coding my fist in ki. Saraorg-san looked a bit surprised and then grinned at me. So, you can use ki, as well? I'm even more excited. Saraorg-san coded his fists in toki and moved into a stance of his own before we focused in on each other. I analyzed him, but as expected of Saraorg-san, he doesn't have any weaknesses in his form or openings to attack through. I'll just have to attack him head-on with my fist, just like the last time. I released my dragon wings and launched myself forward with a swift beat of my wings, flying towards Saraorg-san at full speed. I cocked my arm back as I approached him and threw out a punch, Saraorg-san mirroring me, and our fists slammed together with an ear-shattering crack. Saraorg-san's toki and my ki blew each other away and we were frozen for a second before a wild grin appeared on Saraorg-san's face. Your power is so much greater than I originally thought. Receiving this one punch was more than enough to understand that, said Saraorg-san as I landed on the ground and pulled my fist away from his. You definitely felt stronger than our first meeting, but I didn't realize how much. I've definitely got to increase my training for the upcoming match if I want to have a great fight against you. Let's have a great fight in our match. I want to fight you at your best. I said while pumping a fist in the air. Saraorg-san grinned at me and nodded, but after a moment, he looked down at his fist and put on a complicated expression. It's strange, though. That punch felt very familiar. I wonder if I've fought someone with your aura before. I looked at Saraorg-san seriously for a second, remembering the dream he had about our fight in the previous timeline. I wonder what the trigger for him will be. I wonder. I said, grinning with a relaxed expression. Saraorg-san shook his head and grinned at me again. When we meet again, I'll definitely be prepared to receive your fist again. Until then, prepare yourself. We both have our own dreams to fulfill and in front of VIPs and common crowd that will be at the rating game, we have to show them all our power and resolve, said Saraorg-san before turning to put his jacket back on. He looked over his shoulder back at Rias. Rias and all her servants, see you next time. Come at me with everything you've got, and I'll make sure I'm prepared to receive you with my full strength. And with that he walked off, leaving us standing there feeling the anticipation of our future fight. I released my armor and started to walk back to everyone, noticing that Surtsk-sama had a bit of a suspicious expression for a moment before smiling at me when he noticed me looking at him. I was a bit confused but ignored it and grinned at everyone as I arrived at them. How was his attack? Asked Surtsk-sama, Milikas-sama now sitting on his shoulders. His fist was powerful. To think he was this strong. His aura felt stronger than when we first met at the meeting of the Devil Youths. I wonder how much stronger he could get. I said, looking at the fist I had used against Sareorg-san. He was the fastest growing youth among any of the Devil Youths, including Peerage, until you came along, Issei-kun. He will definitely be an excellent match when you two fight in the upcoming raiding game. I hope you two can inspire other young devils to become stronger, said Surtsk-sama, smiling at me and then turning to the others. Well, then, all of you, we'll have to part ways here. I hope all of you second years have a safe trip in Kyoto, and until next time. With that Surtsk-sama snapped his fingers again and he, Milikas-sama, and Grafia-san disappeared in a magic circle. Well, everyone, we should return now. Issei, Irina, Zenovia, and Asia need to finish preparing for their trip in a couple days. Until then, everyone should continue to work on their devil jobs and training, said Rias before turning to lead us out of the Gremory Castle's basement. We all followed along and the excitement for our return to Kyoto welled up again. I wonder how Yasaka-san and Kunu are doing? Surtsk's POV. Surtsk-sama. I said, only partly listening to Grafia. Is something wrong? Back with Issei-sama and now as well, you are making a complicated expression, said Grafia. Yes, I feel like I'm just overthinking things, I began. But I'm sure that despite my suspicions, Issei-kun is definitely a good child. I'm just being paranoid. Ignore it. I could feel Grafia's eyes on me, but I ignored them. Sareorg's misplaced nostalgia, and the strange changes in Rias' peerage, something is going on, but I feel like I shouldn't worry too much about it. This might all be connected back with those beings and the catastrophe to come. I'll keep an eye on Issei-kun for now. ISEPOV. Now it was the day of the school trip and we were in the waiting area of the bullet train station. Many parents came to see their children off and I was standing with Asia, Zenovia, Irina, and Kiba, beyond us being the rest of the second years going on the trip. Unlike last time, though, both Rias and Akeno had come to see us off, Konako-chan, Gasper, Valerie, and Yumi having to stay at school since classes were still happening as per usual. I had gotten a call before through a magic circle from Kunu about the situation. Just like last time, Yasaka-san was captured by the hero faction. Despite increasing her defenses, she had apparently made a mistake of taking her eyes off Kunu, which led to her being captured and used to capture Yasaka-san. Once under their mind control, they ended up releasing Kunu, saying they weren't going to bring further harm to her now that they had her mother since Kunu was just a child. My blood boiled when I heard this and I could clearly hear Kunu crying a bit because of this, but at least the hero faction has finally shown up. I was starting to get anxious because of how quiet they had been. Now's not the time for that, though. We can deal with it when we arrive at Kyoto. For now, I'm busy saying goodbye to my two Oni-samas. Here, this is a pass for each of you, said Rias as she handed us each a card. This is the legendary, said Kiba, just like last time. Yes. This is a required item for devils to enjoy Kyoto, the so-called free bus pass, responded Rias, looking happy. Just like last time, this free bus pass was actually a pass that allows devils like us to enter all the shrines and temples in Kyoto without angering the inhabitants. It will be really useful for the sightseeing part of this trip. Of course, the other part would be our first fight with the hero faction. Just remember to keep it in your skirt or pocket and you'll be fine throughout your whole trip and you will be able to enter all your favorite sites without issue. Enjoy your trip everyone, said Rias, smiling over all of us. After we put away all our cards, Asia's cell phone rang, and she fumbled with it for a second before answering. Hello? Kiryu-san? Yes, Zenovia-san and Irina-san are with me. Yes, we will go find you now, said Asia. After another moment she hung up and looked towards Rias. Then, Rias Oni-sama, Akeno-san, we will be going now. We're going now, too then, said Irina, smiling brightly. She seemed excited. Yes, take care you three, said Rias. Try not to cause too much trouble, said Akeno. With that Asia, Irina, and Zenovia disappeared into the dwindling crowd to find Kiryu-san and the other girls. More and more people were getting on the train and there weren't many students left outside. Then, it's about time for me to go. I will bring some souvenirs back, said Kiba before bowing, smiling, and walking off towards the train. Now it was just me, Rias, and Akeno. Rias walked up to me, and just like last time, she began to fix my collar. Your collar, take care of your appearance. Even in Kyoto, don't forget that you are a student of Kyoto Academy, said Rias, smoothing it out. Once she had finished smoothing it out, Ria's hands stopped on my chest and she looked a little lonely. Bucka, I said. Make sure to be careful, and take care of yourself. All sorts of crazy things are going on and there's no telling when or where the Cows Brigade might strike. I know you're strong, but I can't help but worry, said Rias. Honestly, Rias, began Akeno as she walked up to my side. ISE beat someone of that kind of level but you're still so worried. You should have a bit more faith in the one we've chosen. Otherwise, I might just steal him away. Akeno put on a teasing expression and pulled my face towards her before planting a kiss on my lips. It was quick, but she held it just long enough to irritate Rias. Akeno. I was going to, said Rias, pouting. Giggle the early bird gets the worm, Rias, said Akeno, teasingly. Mao. I've been trying to hold back, you know. I'm going to miss Issei being gone the most, but I've been holding back and now you're ruining our goodbyes, shouted Rias, annoyed. Without missing a beat Rias put both hands on my cheeks and pulled me into a deep kiss, lasting just a bit longer than Akeno's. When she pulled away, Rias looked almost dazed for a moment and, honestly, I felt the same. Getting kissed by two beautiful women that I love is getting addicting. Era, it seems we've gotten some attention, said Akeno, breaking Rias and I from our trance. We followed where she was pointing and saw a group of students, a few of which from my class, looking at us and gasping. Rias immediately turned red, as did I, and I heard Akeno giggle a bit under her breath. Well, then. Take care Ise. You should get on before the train leaves you behind, said Akeno, smiling. I nodded and walked off towards the train, avoiding the burning stares of the male classmates that had seen the exchange. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is what it took for the entirety of the second year to know about my kiss with Rias. Even with Akeno. I could feel the burning glares from my fellow male classmates, causing me to sigh. Matsuda and Motohama's were particularly bad since they were sitting in direct view of me. This bastard, said Motohama under his breath. I think he was trying to whisper. He's got all those beauties like Asia-san, Irina-san, and Zenovia-san all over him every class, but he's also in that kind of relationship with the renowned Rias-senpai and Akeno-senpai, said Matsuda, also under his breath. I don't know how low they think they are talking, but I can hear them loud and clear. To think Hyudu is in that kind of relationship with both of our school's famous Onisamas, said Kiryu, snickering at me while covering her mouth with one hand. I glared over at her and sighed. Instead of dealing with these rumors, I decided to just look out the window. I didn't pay as much attention the first time since I was busy talking with everyone the first time, but the rural landscapes are pretty. Sometime later. The train ride was relatively normal, more so than it was the first time. This time I didn't end up needing to unlock my hidden potential and make everyone go crazy for breasts, so Motohama didn't end up groping Matsuda. I also found out from Zenovia that she did send Durandal off to the Greek Orthodox Church so that the alchemists there could turn it into X-Durandal. She said I'll have to send Excalibur rapidly away eventually, but I can hold on to it for now. I'm going to have her use it on this trip along with Ascalon. Right now, I'm taking my first steps back in Kyoto. This time as a devil. Iwaya. It's been so long, said Asia, looking happily around as we got off. Yeah. This station is quite impressive, said Zenovia. Has Asia-san been to Kyoto before? Asked Irina, curious. Yes. Though it's been quite a while, said Asia, trying to be vague. Hyuda doesn't look very surprised, either. I wonder, said Kiryu, her eyes glinting deviously. I smirked and sweat dropped a bit at her not-so-subtle accusation and changed the subject. We should head off to the ticket checkpoint before we get left behind, I said, pointing to where I remembered our checkpoint to be. True, we won't have time for free activities if we take too long getting to the hotel, said Kiryuha before taking lead of the group. She quickly guided us out of the station and to the hotel we were staying at, the Kyoto Surtsuks Hotel. Our Musamas reaches as far as I remember. The Kyoto Sirifal Hotel is also under construction. Just like last time, once we showed our student IDs to the attendants at the entrance, they gave us detailed information about the lobby of the hotel and where to go. We walked through the luxurious entryway and quickly found the group of Kyuha second years, awaiting instructions from the teachers, namely Azazel-sensei and Rasius-san. It was some time later as we waited for the rest of the students to arrive, take roll call, and receive our instructions. Things were pretty much the same as last time, however this time Motohama and Matsuda were not a part of our group. Unfortunately for them, they ended up in an all-guy group and they cursed me for being in a group with the class beauties plus Kiryuha. Just like last time, I got my lonely, cramped Japanese room on some corner of the floor for emergency meeting. I sighed since I had hoped to get a normal room this time around. Despite my feelings, I got everything from my luggage set up and met back up with the girls around 1:30 back in the lobby. We had to be back in our rooms by 5 so we had plenty of time to revisit Kunu and get an idea on the situation. "Hello Ise-san," said Asia as I walked up to the girls. I smiled at Asia and then looked over them. "Did you girls get any idea of what you wanted to do during free time?" I asked. Asia mentioned wanting to see the Fushimi Inari. "I didn't mind," said Kiryuha, looking through some pamphlets. "I don't mind either. I heard it was quite nice," said Zenovia. "That's the temple with a lot of torii, right?" "I don't mind either," said Irina. "It's decided then," I said, smiling. From there we all went to the Temple of 1,000 Torii and walked up the snaking path, stopping once in a while to take pictures or look through the smaller shrines along the way up. We also looked in on some shops and Asia bought a small fox charm that she apparently couldn't decide on the last time we came. As we neared the top, I could hear Kiryuha panting. Just like last time with her and the perverted duo, she got winded from the long walk up the snaking path. The walk to the top is supposed to be 2 hours but we managed to make it in 30 minutes less. Also like last time, the rest of us had no trouble because of all the physical training we do. I feel like it affected me even less than last time since my heart rate didn't go up at all. "Ha, I don't know how you all are so fit," said Kiryuha, sounding a little annoyed. We were reaching the final steps and could now see the tall fox yokai statue that guard the shrine here at the top. I remember talking to them once when I came here on a job for Yasaka-san. They were very cold and didn't have much interest in the conversation. "Those statues are really pretty," said Kiryuha before running up the last steps and snapping some pictures. The church trio went up to them and Kiryuha snapped a picture before she forcefully handed me the camera and joined them. "Make sure to take nice ones." Yeah. I still took the pictures, but she could have been less forceful. As we walked into the temple area, I felt the statues looking at me and I wondered if they remembered me. We spread out and I walked around to the back side, wondering if Kuna was going to meet me here. I would have to leave the church trio behind to keep Kiryuha entertained. As I walked around the back of the shrine, I felt a few presences and I smiled, recognizing one. "Hey Kunu," I said, turning around. A small fox appeared behind me and I looked up to see 2 crows flying in a circle above the fox. When I looked back down, Kunu had transformed and she had a sad, pouting face before running over to me. She threw her arms around my waist and nuzzled her face into my stomach. "Ise," said Kunu, sounding as sad as she looked. "You're going to save mother, right?" I smiled down at her and put a hand on her back, rubbing it soothingly. "Of course." Yasaka-san probably knew this was going to happen no matter what she did, but just like before I'll definitely save her. "I'm sorry you had to go through all that," I said, smiling at first and then worried. She peeked up at me with teary eyes and I patted her head to reassure her. "Ise feels stronger than last time," said Kunu, enjoying my head pats. "I never stop training, so of course," I said, grinning again. Kunu wagged her tails a bit at what I said, and I heard 2 thuds and wing flaps as something landed in front of us. "My lady, you should not bother the young master so much," said a Tengu. My lady should be more proper in the public eye," said the other Tengu. I could see Kunu pouting a bit before she nuzzled back into me and I let out a small laugh. I looked over at the Tengu and sighed. "You know that you guys don't have to refer to me so formally, right? How could we refer to the young master any other way? As the one and only student of our leader, the 9-tailed fox, it would be quite impudent of us to refer to the young master in any other way. I sighed again, not liking this kind of formality but just having to deal with it. I stopped to think about what to say next and then looked over at the Tengu. Seriously. Amu may be coming to try and form an alliance with the Kyoto Yokai faction. You should tell them the situation. If they feel that something is weird about you telling them that, tell them I was a student of Yasaka-san's. We should work together to solve this. Yes, said both Tengu in sync. They both bowed at the same time and I nodded. Kunu. I have to get back with the others. I'll let Azazel-sensei know that I made contact with you and we'll go from there. Stay safe in the main base. Oh, and make sure Afaiz stays hidden since it could be dangerous if she gets discovered. Kunu nodded and then walked back over to the Tengu. One of them picked her up and put her on his shoulder before flying off, Kunu waving at me as she left. Please take care, young master, said the remaining Tengu before flying off. I watched them disappear and without missing a beat, I had Kiryuha calling for me. I turned and wandered back over to the girls, ready to enjoy the rest of our free time before the fated fight with the hero faction. It was later at night now and everyone had their turns in the bathhouse. I decided not to go after peeking at the girls since I felt bad for Roscius-san who would definitely get depressed at being unable to stop me. Instead, I decided to take that time to meditate to increase my ki reserves. Ki is my best chance at preventing damage from Cao's holy spear, so I should make sure I have a lot of it in reserve. I ended up being interrupted, though, just after the girls finished bathing, when Azazel-sensei called us all out to go to see Seraphill-sama. We were currently sitting in the Derica restaurant just down the street from the hotel. The Satrai members on the trip had arrived just before us and Seraphill-sama was sitting across the table in a beautiful kimono and sipping on some tea. She gave me a look when we entered but didn't say anything yet. Hello. Sekiryuha Ti-chan, and the servants of Rias-chan, it's been a while, said Seraphill-sama, putting down her tea. You guys should definitely try some of the food here. Saji-kun, you and Sekiryuha Ti-chan should make sure to eat up. Before we could say anything, Seraphill-sama began ordering dishes just like last time. So, why has Leviathan-sama come to this kind of place, said Kiba, starting the conversation this time. I came here to secure the cooperation of the Kyoto Yokai force, began Seraphill-sama. In other words, to make an alliance. She looks very proper when she said that, very unlike how she normally is. But, it looks like there is an unusual situation. Unusual, said Saji from off to the side. According to reports from the Kyoto Yokai, their leader, the nine-tailed fox, went missing a few days ago, began Seraphill-sama. She then turned her eyes to me and eyes me a bit suspiciously. But I believe Sekiryuha Ti-chan is already aware of that. Ise-kun, said Irina, surprised. I laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of my neck. Haha, yeah, I did come in contact with the leader's daughter and her guards earlier. When was that, said Irina, still lost. That was back in the Fushimi Inari, right? I thought I felt someone near Ise while there, said Zenovia, making Irina put on a surprised expression. My question to you, Mr. Sekiryuha Ti-chan, is how long have you been associated with the Kyoto Yokai faction, said Seraphill-sama, sounding suspicious. Well, I did live here in Kyoto for a few years, I began, hearing surprised words from Saji and Irina. And I also received some guidance from Yasaka-san while I lived here. Please relax, Seraphill-sama. Surtsuke-sama already knows about it. Surtsuke already knows all about it? Here I was getting all suspicious for nothing, shouted Seraphill-sama before eating some more food, looking annoyed. I wish he would have told me. He knows having mutual connections makes all this stuff easier. Ahaha, sorry about that, I said, awkwardly. Seraphill-sama is so quick to change her attitude. Well, if you're that close, you probably have an idea of who took her, too, said Seraphill-sama before stabbing a piece of meat with her chopsticks and looking directly at us. The Chaos Brigade. You. Said Saji, looking at me with his eye twitching. What kind of situation are you getting into again? It's not like I go looking for trouble. I said, sweat dropping as I felt Saji getting annoyed. Seriously. Challenging Razor Phoenix, Cockabile, the old Mu faction, Loki, and now you're gonna get involved with the Chaos Brigade again. Sag-kun, said Seraphill-sama, causing Saji to tense up. Relax, okay. Why yes, said Saji, bowing to her and then sitting in Caesar. Azazel, we really need to keep working on relations with the yokai. Although I'd like to help with this, there are a lot of sub-leaders below the nine-tailed fox that I'll have to convince for this alliance, so I'll need to leave this matter to you, said Seraphiel Sama. Sigh, yeah, I got it. We'll figure out where they're hiding. I'd like to let the kids enjoy themselves until we can figure it out first, though. Well, I'll keep you updated as things progress, said Sensei, rubbing the back of his head with an annoyed expression. There was an uncomfortable silence for a minute before Seraphiel Sama smiled. Good. Then why don't we enjoy the rest of this food before we turn in for tonight? You kids probably have a lot to enjoy tomorrow, said Seraphiel Sama, beaming. We all sweat dropped at her change in demeanor and wondered if negotiations would really go well. The next day. The beginning of the second day played out relatively the same as the first time. Asia and I had gotten up early to train. I spent most of my time continuing to stock up on ki, but I was also trying out various ways to suck in the ki. Particularly, trying to access the dragon vein underneath Kyoto, which Yasaka-san said is just a giant pool of powerful ki. I was never able to access it properly when I was here, but maybe now that I was a bit stronger. I managed to make some progress, but it was difficult. After that we went on our tours of the temple again, Zenovia being a little less disappointed about Ginkakuji not being silver since she already knew about it. She was still just as excited to see the golden Ginkakuji, though. It was very dazzling. I noticed some yokai here and there. I didn't come to this section of Kyoto much, so I didn't really recognize any of them. They were watching us and, as we neared the tea house, I began to see more. Just like last time, though without the perverted duo this time, Kiryu fell asleep after drinking some tea. I noticed the lack of people around the tea shop and our waitress released her fox ears and tail. She gave us a short bow and then moved to the back. Please wait, said a voice from off to the side. I didn't really react negatively, so I don't know why Roscius-san seemed agitated. Roscius-san? Is something going on? I asked, wondering if something else might be happening. Yes, well, I thought you all would be more agitated when yokai suddenly appeared around you. Well, that doesn't matter. I was sent by Azazel-sensei to welcome you all, said Roscius-san as she quickly caught her breath. She must have run quite a bit. Before I could say anything, another fox woman appeared out of thin air, probably from an illusion, and bowed to us. Hello, Hyuda-sama, friends. I have come to guide all of you to our princess. She would like to speak with you about the current situation of our monarch, the nine-tailed fox, said the fox woman. I didn't recognize her, but I guess most yokai know what I look like. To think they add Sama to Ise-kun's name, said Roscius-san. She was at the meeting last night, but I guess it still surprises her to hear them call me with respect like that. Well, I don't like it much either. The fox woman ended up bringing us to the same place where we met Kuno last time. Instead of the main shrine on top of the mountain where I trained and lived, it was a small mansion deep in the center of the inner capital. We got there by going through a magical torii behind Kinkakuji and walked through a yokai district. I heard many yokai gossiping about us, but more so than that, I heard a lot of people happy to see me return. I also recognized some of the yokai as people who came to see Yasaka-san regularly. Once we entered into the main chamber where Kuno was, I saw her struggle not to smile and run to me. On either side of her were the two Tenga who had gone with her that time, but I could feel several other yokai hidden in the room, probably in case something happens. Kuno-sama, began the fox woman as she knelt down. I have brought everyone here. Kuno nodded and the fox woman disappeared in a burst of fox fire. We all sat in Seiza, waiting for Kuno to start. I am Kuno, the daughter of Yasaka, the nine-tailed fox and the administrator of the yokai living in inner and outer Kyoto. Hello again, Kuno, I said, smiling. Kuno smiled a bit in response and then looked us over. As you all probably know from ISE, my mother has been kidnapped by the Vile Cows Brigade. I hope we can work together to save her, should they appear. Since the dragon vein under Kyoto is still stable, it means that mother has not left Kyoto. Her still being here, means they may try to attack either myself or you all. It would be best for us to keep together for the rest of your trip in hopes of getting their attention. Of course. A daughter's love for her mother is a happiness an angel should protect, so I would definitely help Princess Sama, said Irina. I would like to help as well, said Asia, smiling at Kuno. Aiding you to find your mother would be a great help to Sirafal Leviathan-sama's efforts to form an alliance with Kyoto. We would be happy to help, said Rosius-san, bowing her head a bit. Yes. Please help me save my mother, shouted Kunu, before bowing her head. Mao. If a cute little girl asks for help like that, we couldn't refuse, could we, said Sirafal-sama. I smiled at Kunu and reached out to pat her bowed head. We'll definitely save Yasaka-san, I said, reassuringly. Kunu looked up at me and let out a strong wagging her fox tail as she did so. Just like last time, we went off, Kunu as our guide, as we awaited the hero faction's reveal. It was later at night now and a few more things had happened. We ended up having Kunu guide us for the rest of the day, but, as expected, the hero faction didn't react. Sirafal-sama decided to mobilize a number of devils familiar with Kyoto and they were searching around, though I doubted that they would find anything. I think the hero faction will attack us again on the bridge, so I decided that we should just continue like we did the first time and let them come to us. We had just finished having dinner and taking a bath and I was now laying on the sheets in my dinky little room, staring up at the ceiling. I was wondering if the girls would end up coming by like they did last time. Just as I was starting to doze off, I heard a light knock at the door, and I glanced over at it. Come in, I said after checking it was Asia by her energy. Ise-san, said Asia peeking in. I came to play again since the other girls are just gossiping. Zenovia-san and Irina-san are coming again as well. Kiryu-san said not to worry about her. She acted a bit differently but gave me a thumbs up and said she would cheer for me. I sweat dropped at that perverted girl's antics but was also curious why she acted strange. I wonder what she's planning. Asia came in, closing the door behind her and I sat up. She sat across from me on the floor and smiled. This is our first alone time in a while, said Asia, still smiling. I reached out my hand, grabbing hers and she moved her hand so that we could intertwine our fingers. I smiled at her and leaned in to give her a light kiss, Asia turning red as I did so, but didn't try to stop me. Our lips pressed together, and I thought about how different kisses with Asia are. It still gets me going like kisses with Rias and Akeno, but it's less passionate and more tender. Asia kisses softly and with a lot of love. It's a nice change from the usual kisses I've been getting from my two Oni-samas. Asia pulled away after a minute and sighed, sounding relieved, and I could see her face was very flushed. Ise-san gave Rias Oni-sama and Akeno-san goodbye kisses, so I was hoping Ise-san would kiss me again, said Asia, looking embarrassed. You. If you look at me with such a cute expression, you'll make me want to do all sorts of things to you. I smiled and leaned in to kiss Asia again, this time causing her to put her hands on the sides of my face, and I couldn't help but get lost in the kiss this time. My Asia. We'll be together forever, and I'll get to enjoy these wonderful sensations forever. I'll definitely protect and enjoy this girl for the rest of my life. And just as things were starting to get a bit more heated between us, I heard the door to my room open up in a gasp. I pulled away and looked over, Asia looking a bit startled and still bright red. Irina's face was blushing and she was pointing over in shock. Ayaya. Zenovia, come quickly. Asia is so far ahead, said Irina, her voice cracking. She had her hair down and was already dressed in her nightgown. What is it, Irina? Oh, it seems we interrupted Asia's precious intimate time with Ise. Well, we came here with the same intentions, so we can all do it together, said Zenovia, smiling. She was also in her sleepwear. This isn't the first time, though, right Asia? Yeah? Yes, this isn't my first kiss with Ise-san. Asia is becoming very daring. She's going to leave us behind, Zenovia. We'll have to score some points tonight before we fall too far behind. What do you mean? Obviously it would have to be at least a kiss. But we should also do something perverted. Awawa. Zenovia-san, what are you thinking? Asia was waving her arms and yelling at Zenovia who was planning something nefarious. I chuckled a bit since they were acting just like they always do. Just relax, Asia, said Zenovia as she walked past Asia. I won't go all the way if that's what you're worried about. Zenovia pushed me down and straddled me, looking at me with a naughty look in her eye and a light blush on her face. Ise, I hope you'll give me a bit of love as well, said Zenovia, leaning close to me. I could see Asia and Irina were frozen in shock and I was a bit embarrassed to suddenly be pushed down and straddled like this. Zenovia took the moment and leaned in, quickly, to try and go for a kiss before Asia snapped out of it and pushed Zenovia off me. "Nu. Ise-san is mine tonight," said Asia, jumping onto me and wrapping her arms around my neck. I enjoyed the feeling of her soft body pressed to mine, but I didn't get long to enjoy it before Zenovia leapt back at me. "I just want a bit of his love, too," said Zenovia as she wrapped her arms around my free arm and pulling it into her cleavage. She leaned in again for the kiss, but Asia was quicker and blocked her kiss with a kiss. Asia was kissing me again, forcefully, to stop Zenovia from taking my lips. "Asia is being far too naughty tonight." "Ah. Asia, that's not fair." "Fine, then I'll go towards other parts of Ise." Immediately after saying that, Zenovia freed one of her arms and reached down towards my pants. She slid her hand directly onto my special place and grinned when she felt that I was already excited. How could I not with two beautiful women that I care about pressing their sexy bodies against me? Especially when the only thing separating her soft hand from little me was my boxers. "Ayayaya. Zenovia is being too lewd," shouted Irina, snapping out of her shock of the situation. She moved her hand to pull Zenovia's off of not so little me, her face completely red in embarrassment. "Irina, stop. Asia was first and now it's my turn." "Wait your turn." Zenovia looked over at Irina, annoyed, and Irina stopped. "BB but. It's just too lewd. I'll definitely fall if I witness anything further," shouted Irina, releasing her wings and halo. They weren't changing color yet, but I suspect it won't be long. This isn't as perverted as it could be. "After all, Asia needs to take Ise's first time before we get our turn," said Zenovia before gripping my special place more firmly. I was in heaven, feeling her soft hands gripping me so well. Her way of holding it was a little awkward, though. "What is Zenovia-san saying?" "We can't do those things with Ise-san yet," said Asia after pulling herself from my lips. Zenovia grinned again and took the opportunity to snatch my lips away, pulling her hand from below to turn my face to her. The kiss with Zenovia only lasted a second, but I did enjoy her soft lips. She pulled away immediately, her face flushed and looking embarrassed while Asia was pouting with puffed-up cheeks. "Zenovia-san tricked me," said Asia, looking absolutely adorable in her annoyance. "Irina, it's your turn now," said Zenovia, ignoring Asia. Me too. You must be joking. This is a great opportunity, Irina. You should use it to better understand me." "Understand? Won't that make me fall?" Irina was covering her face now in embarrassment, peeking through her fingers, causing Zenovia to sigh and pull off of me. "You should get through this with spirit. Besides, Ise is a great choice. A good man and also the Sekiru-uti. If you bear the child of a legendary dragon, then it would contribute to heaven's battle potential in the future, don't you think?" explained Zenovia while getting behind Irina to push her towards me. "Be battle potential, heavens, Ise-kun, love, perverted, falling," said Irina, her brain overloading as she tried to figure out what to do. Zenovia guided her a bit closer and smiled. "Okay. Why don't we start with getting close to him, first," said Zenovia before shoving Irina forward. She lost her balance and fell onto me with an oomph. Just like last time, Irina was now pressed against me, her soft breasts squished against my chest. "Yeah? Said Irina, her brain overloading and her wings starting to flash. "You should kiss Ise, too, or else you'll get left behind," said Zenovia, grinning. I looked over at Irina's wings and sighed. I glanced over at Asia, who nodded and released me, letting me sit up and sit Irina up, too. "Irina, you don't have to do anything if you don't want to," I said, simply. I don't want Irina to accidentally fall when she doesn't have to. That would cause a lot of problems for heaven if she did. Well," said Irina, blushing again and looking off embarrassed. It's not like I don't, it's just, I don't want to fall." I looked at Irina, curiously, wondering what she meant by that before I felt Zenovia behind me. "Come on, Ise. You have to be the man in these kinds of situations," said Zenovia before kicking my back, launching me forward and into Irina. We both tumbled to the floor and I groaned before propping myself up on my hands. "Ow, Irina, are you okay?" I said before noticing one of my hands was squeezing one of Irina's breasts. She looked shocked and embarrassed, but also a bit aroused. Her wings weren't flashing yet, probably because she was in shock. "Ise, kun," said Irina, nervously, before her wings began to flash again. Before we could go any further, though, I could see Irina's eyes dim a bit and her wings stopped flashing. I immediately felt a sharp pain in my head and flinched, Irina doing the same. I stared at Irina in shock and Zenovia and Asia also hovered over us. Iise-kun, can you please stop fondling me for a minute, said Irina, blushing and calmed down. Yeah, I said as I pulled off of her and sat in season next to her. I looked her up and down as she sat up and then looked her in the eyes. Did you just recover your memories? Why yeah. But what is going on, Iise-kun? Why is time reversed? And you're so different now, said Irina, sounding very confused. Yeah. Well, things are a bit complicated. Basically, after the mid-class promotion test, Shulba attacked us along with the hero faction and I was killed. Afaiz sent my soul back in time so that I could relive my life and not die this time around. I've gotten a lot stronger, but I accidentally caused an issue. We can explain everything in detail later since it's a lot to catch up with. Wait. Iise-kun died, shouted Irina, her eyes tearing up. Wait, don't cry. I'm alright now. Plus, I'm so much stronger, so I'll definitely be able to protect everyone this time. Besides, I killed Shulba this time, so he won't be able to pull the same trick, I said, trying to comfort her. Sniff, to think that kind of thing was happening while Zenovia and I were on a mission somewhere else, said Irina, looking at me, tearfully. I think the real question is why touching Irina's boobs made her recover her memory, said Zenovia, grinning at Irina. Yeah, said Irina, blushing. Irina-san, everyone has recovered their memory due to some trigger. It seems to be something important that connects them to Ise-san. For me it was when Ise-san said he wanted to protect me. For Zenovia-san, it was feeling how strong Ise-san was. Your memory came back after Ise-san touched your breasts, so that was the trigger, explained Asia, looking as confused as I was as to why Irina's trigger was such a strange thing. If it was something important then I guess it was, said Irina, trailing off. We all looked at her, curious to what she was going to say, and her face turned bright red. The first time Ise-kun touched my breasts on this trip, that was the first time I saw Ise-kun as a man and wanted to be with him as something more than friends. I mean, when I was little and he kissed my cheek, it was one thing, but touching my breasts was a different story. I blushed, a bit embarrassed, since I didn't know Irina thought of that moment as something so important. I guess it makes sense since after the trip, Irina started to become more active in trying to do things with me with Zenovia. I am really happy I don't have to lie to Irina-san anymore, said Asia, tearing up a bit. Me too. I really hated having to pretend with Irina all this time. I wish we realized your trigger a lot earlier, said Zenovia, also tearing up a bit. Irina followed suit and all three girls smiled and hugged each other. We should offer a prayer as thanks that we all got to remember like this, said Irina, happily. Yes, said Asia and Zenovia. 1, said Asia. 2, said Irina. 3, said Zenovia. Amen, said all three of them. I chuckled since watching them get so emotional about this was kind of funny, but also relieving. I wonder, though. Irina is now the 10th person to remember. I know Sarayorg will remember from all his dreams about fighting me, and Rias will probably since she felt a lot of familiarity with me, but I wonder who else? I hope Rossius does, too, but that is only 3 people and I can't think of anyone else who would remember. I hope the last 2 aren't any of the bad guys. Well, there's nothing for me to do but wait. Kiryu POV. Nyafufu, I sent off Asia first so she could get ahead with Hyudu and waited a bit to tell Irina and Zenovia so they would go after. Now to spy on them and see just what kind of things I need to do to help Asia get ahead in her relationship. I was sneaking down the hall to Hyuda's room as I said this. I already had my hair down and I was in my pajamas, but that wasn't going to stop me. I wanted to see just how far along their relationship is and how much they get in each other's way. I've taught them a lot of naughty things, so I thought they would be further than it seems like they've gotten. Just as I was getting near their room, I heard a bit of a muffled yell and slowly crept towards the room. Luckily, whoever went last didn't close the door all the way, so I was able to peek in while hopefully not being seen. I wonder what they're doing. I whispered as I peeked in. I saw Hyuda was on the floor and Zenovia was straddling him. I stared, wide-eyed, into the room, shocked that Zenovia was being so much bolder than I thought she would be. Asia quickly pushed Zenovia off and pulled Hyuda into a kiss, surprising me even more since I didn't know Asia would do something like that given how she is. I became distracted, though, when I realized that Hyuga was very much in nothing but his boxers. Was Hyuga really that muscular? I whispered to myself, unable to take my eyes off him. Since he always wore loose shirts, I never really realized. I mean, you could see his arms and they looked muscular, but I didn't expect him to be ripped. While I was ogling Hyuga's muscles, Zenovia pulled his arm into her cleavage and then reached down, and grabbed it. She grabbed it. She was even massaging it, though I could tell she was doing a horrible job. I must have really underestimated these two. Well, Irina seems to still be frozen. I should probably go before I interrupt, but... I muttered to myself as I looked at Hyuga again. Because of my ability to be able to tell a man's size, I knew Hyuga was big down there, but it was the rest of him I didn't expect. I'm almost jealous of Asia to have a guy with that kind of body. He'll definitely please her. I ended up reluctantly pulling myself from continuing to peek and I slowly made my way down the hall. I might end up using those images. I adjusted my glasses, blushing a little, and walked back to my room. I hope this feeling doesn't turn into anything. ISEPOV. The next morning was relatively the normal. Unlike last time, Rosius-san didn't catch the girls in my room, and we ended up sleeping together on the floor. Kiryu gave us a suspicious look when we went down for breakfast, but didn't say anything to me. Just like last time, though, we decided on Arashiyama area as our tourist spot. We needed to go there to get to the bridge we first met the hero faction on while on our way out from the Tenryuji temple. Kunu also became our guide, hiding her fox ears and tails since Kiryu is just a regular human. Kunu's guards, the Tengu, were disguised as regular crows. We were currently sitting at a cafe near the Taijutsu Bridge, eating lunch after hours of touring around Arashiyama. Everything was just as beautiful as last time and I managed to notice some new supernatural things at some of the temples and shrines we passed by. I was coming back to the table with another helping of tofu and sat next to Kiryu, brushing my arm against her accidentally since the table and benches were small. She flinched and I looked over, confused, only to find her blushing. "Kiryu-san, are you okay?" asked Asia, staring over curiously. It's nothing, I thought I felt a bug climb up my leg," said Kiryu, not making eye contact with me. I was confused, but before I could ask, I heard Kiba call to me. Ise-kun. "Oh, it's Kiba. Right, you guys were also going to Arashiyama today," I said before eating some of my tofu. "Yes, you guys already went to Tenryuji." "Yeah, we'll be going to Taijutsu after we finish eating," I said. "We're going there before going to Tenryuji. We should all go together to enjoy the sights," said Kiba, already getting at what I knew he was going to. So you all are enjoying yourselves here in Arashiyama," said Azazel-sensei, walking over. I was surprised since last time he was here drinking. Behind him was Rosius-san. "Sensei. What are you doing here?" I asked, curious. Well, I had a bit of sake, but I've been meeting with a few acquaintances here." "Don't worry too much about it," said Sensei, winking at me. "Acquaintances? I wonder who he's talking about. I'm glad he's not just drinking, but he should really pay more attention to the students," said Rosius-san, looking at Sensei disapprovingly. You need to relax, Rosius. It's not like I'm slacking off. You really need to act cuter or you won't be able to find a man," said Sensei. Rosius-san immediately started tearing up and her face become red. This has nothing to do with boyfriends. Stop embarrassing me in front of the kids. Haha, you're not exactly much older than they are, you know. How about you try to impress one of those so-called kids? "Ise seems like a good choice," said Sensei, looking over at me with a grin. Stop joking about these things," said Rosius-san, still sounding agitated. Well, anyways, you kids have fun. We'll be staying in this area for now, so try not to worry too much," said Sensei before walking off, an annoyed Rosius-san following him. I kind of just sighed at Rosius-san acting immature and continued eating. After a little bit, we finished eating and began walking towards the bridge. Kiba was currently talking with Zenovia and Irina while his group lagged behind, taking pictures of the scenery. We walked through some nice little streets and eventually could see the Katsura River. Once we got to the river, we could see the entrance to an old wooden bridge. It was a wide and well-built bridge, but it was obvious how old it was. Did you know? It's said that you shouldn't turn back in the middle of crossing to Jetsukyua, began Kiryuha, talking to Asia. If you look back while crossing, intelligence granted by the heavens will be taken away. If it happened to that musclehead Hyudo, then he might become a fool. Kiryuha gave me a smug, mocking grin and then turned back to Asia. And another legend says that instead, lovers will be separated. But this one's a bit inauspicious. I will never look back, shouted Asia before grabbing my arm. I laughed a bit, since Asia still believes that weird legend. I don't think you have to mind it. The legend about lovers is just a superstition, said Kunu, not looking back at us as she guided us across the bridge. Just like last time, though, Asia refused to let go of me and we crossed the bridge after a few minutes. Also like last time, the moment we hit the other shore, I felt a warm slippery feeling envelop my body. I guess even this time, they had something special preventing me from detecting them. Asia pulled off my arm and I looked around. All the normal people from Kiba's group, as well as Kiryuha, had disappeared. We all got into battle positions and I quickly pulled out Ascalon and Excalibur rapidly and tossed them to Zenobia. Kunu, stay close to Asia, I said, causing Kunu to run behind Asia and release her fox tails and ears. So, they're using what they did before on Asia again, that Long Inu's dimension lost, said Kiba as he armed himself with a holy demonic sword. Right as Kiba said that, a pinkish mist thickened on the ground and the sky got misty as well. I began looking around, feeling for them with my ki, but wasn't having luck. "ISE," shouted someone from above me. I looked up to see Azazel-sensei, followed by Roscius-san, flying down. Any sign of them? Sensei landed in front of us, Roscius-san landing next to him, and both looked around. Not yet. They'll probably come out soon, though, I said. Just as I said that, I suddenly felt some presences behind us and spun around to see the top guys from the hero faction walking out of a ball of mist in the middle of the bridge. They walked a bit forward and then stopped and looked over at us with serious expressions. I immediately equipped my armor and prepared for battle. "Pleased to meet you, Governor Azazel and Sekiru Uti," said the one who was clearly CAO. Just like before, his spear was giving me anxiety and my devil senses were screaming. It was nothing compared to being in Elohim Sama's presence or in the seventh heaven, though. "Are you the rumored hero faction?" said Sensei as he walked forward. "I am CAO, descendant of the famous CAO Mend, recorded in the records of the Three Kingdoms." CAO said that while tapping his spear on his shoulder nonchalantly. "Listen well, all of you. Be careful of that man's spear. That is the true Long Inus, the most powerful Long Inus in existence and is said to be able to pierce through God. I haven't seen it in a long time, to think it ended up in the hands of terrorists," said Azazel-sensei, repeating it more for Roscius-san's sake. "You boy," shouted Kunu. "I have questions for you. Arera, this little princess, what's the problem? We let you go without a scratch since I'm not fond of hurting kids." "Well, if I can, I will try to answer all your questions," said CAO, looking calm. "What are you planning to do to my mother? And how is she?" shouted Kunu. "We wish to have your mother cooperate in our experiment. And she is mostly fine. We need her to be in good condition if we want the experiment to pan out well." "Experiment?" asked Kunu. "To grant the wish of our benefactor." "Well, that is the main idea." Kunu bared her fangs at CAO after he said that, and Sensei glared. "Your benefactor, Office is it? And why have you only appeared now?" "The Chaos Brigade has been eerily silent," said Azazel-sensei. "Well, there is no need to hide anymore. We were more silent than I had originally planned, and you can blame your precious Sekiru Uti for that. Between killing the leader of the old Mu faction and then taking on that Loki all by himself, we had to seriously train up or things were going to get difficult. Even I got a little worried when we were informed that Loki was taken down by the Sekiru Uti. Now, let us cooperate for a bit. I also wanted to meet the Governor Azazel and the legendary Sekiru Uti who caused us some annoyance. So ISE's feet did cause ripples as I thought," muttered Sensei. He then created a light spear in his hand and pointed it at CAO. "Let's keep this simple, please return the nine-tailed fox. We are trying very hard to form a proper alliance with the Kyoto Yokai." Upon seeing Sensei preparing for battle, Irina released her angel wings and created a light spear. Asia and Kunu took some steps back, Zenovia and Kiba moved into a battle stance, and Rossius-san equipped her Valkyrie armor. After a few minutes of silence and now moving, a little boy moved up from the inside of the group and stood next to Cao. I recognized it as Leonardo and felt a little bad, since I saw what Shulba did to him in the previous timeline. Now that Shulba is dead, hopefully he doesn't have to go through that again. Leonardo, I'll let you handle the devils with your monsters, said Cao, talking soothingly to Leonardo. Leonardo didn't say anything and nodded before lifting his hand towards us. A black mass appeared behind him and hundreds of malformed monsters appeared around the bridge. Annihilation Maker, said Sensei under his breath. Even knowing about this beforehand doesn't make this any less annoying to deal with how many monsters there are. Haha. Correct. This child carries one of the Longinus. A different threat compared to my true Longinus, but a most deadly sacred gear nonetheless. TCH, this is a dangerous situation now, with being so outnumbered by decently high-leveled monsters, said Sensei, being serious since it would be impossible to fight endlessly, especially since. And, began Cao, interrupting my thoughts. He moved his hand towards one of the nearby monsters and it opened its mouth and a bright light started to form in its mouth. These monsters are specially made to fight devils. The monster fired off the beam of light and I leapt forward, covering my hand in a thick layer of ki, and slapped the attack away, destroying a nearby building. This was a space created from Dimension Lost, so I wasn't worried about destroying anything important. TCH, so you created beasts based on our weaknesses. But the fact that you haven't already launched attacks on all the factions was because you were unable to create god-killing beasts, said Azazel Sensei. Cao remained silent and Sensei grinned, mockingly. If it's a god, then I will kill it with this spear. Come, said Cao before moving into a battle stance. The battle begins, now. Go Arur. The monsters let out a deafening roar and all charged at us, the hero faction members remaining still for the moment. Zenovia began the attack, using Excalibur rapidly to increase her speed greatly, and she began to slice up all the monsters that were coming at us. Following her attack, Rossius-san created a dozen magic circle and began blasting different spells all over the group of monsters, taking them out by the tens. While they were destroying large groups of monsters, Kiba was protecting Asia and Kunda while creating fields of swords to kill groups of monsters, and Irina began throwing light spears. Sensei walked forward, pulling out a small golden spear with a purple orb on one end. Cao, would you like to be defeated by me? Sensei activated the tool and equipped his golden Fafnir armor and released his 12 black wings. That would be a great honor. To be able to fight the governor of the fallen angels recorded in the Bible. Just as Azazel Sensei was about to fly forward, I put my arm out to stop him. Wait, Sensei. Let me try to clean up a bit first, I said before lifting my arm. I created a light spear and coated it in my crimson key. Now my crimson arrow. Multiply. Multiplication. Multiplication, multiplication, multiplication. Multiplication, multiplication. Multiplication, multiplication, multiplication. Multiplication. I then sent my hundreds of crimson arrows down onto the army of monsters and the members of the hero faction to try and thin them out. Go. Blood rain. They all came down so fast all you could see were streaks of red and they tore the monster army apart. Unfortunately, there was a mist cloud above the members of the hero faction, protecting them from my attack. I clicked my tongue, hoping to at least injure them a little. Cao was glaring over at me and I could tell he was irritated. What was left of the monster army was being taken care of by Zenovia, Irina, and Rossius-san, all three being surprised by my attack. Sensei also laughed a bit and began walking towards Cao. Ha ha ha, how did you like that? My precious student's attack seems to have cleaned up your sudden reinforcements. Even I didn't expect his wide-range attack to be that strong. Leonardo, how are you? Asked Cao as he began walking towards Sensei. I can remake about half of them. Do it, said Cao, receiving a nod from Leonardo, before he ran at Sensei. Cao's spear tip extended into a sharp blade and he spun it before slamming it into Sensei's light spear, causing a loud clang. I let Sensei deal with Cao, both of them slowing moving farther away as they fought each other, and I moved towards the other hero faction members. As they moved away, Leonardo began creating monsters again, but he looked like he was starting to get tired as he reached about half of what he created the first time. I knew this was our chance and I created several dragon shots and powered them up with my boosted gear. I then threw them all, causing small explosions that defeated portions of the recreated monsters. I'll leave the rest to you all, I shouted before launching myself towards the other members of the hero faction. Yes, shouted everyone. A group of girls wielding spears jumped at me as I approached, and I dodged their attacks. We will defeat you, Sekir Uti, shouted one. Stop. You all cannot win against the Sekir Uti, said a white-haired man walking away from the group. I stopped and glanced around as the girls lunged towards me again. I grabbed both their spears and spun around, flinging the girls into the river and then destroying their weapons. I don't want to hurt girls if I can, so hopefully that kills their fighting spirit. Truly, it is impossible for weaker foes to defeat the Sekir Uti. It seems your strength is as they said the white-haired elegant man as he walked over to me. As he walked over, he smiled and then stopped some distance away. Everyone be careful. This one is the Sekir Uti and is thought to be one of the strongest in history. We cannot take him lightly. To be praised like that by enemies, I said, genuinely feeling happy. Strongest Sekir Uti in history. I can't help but smile so hard my cheeks hurt when I heard praise like that. He's not exactly wrong, partner. Aside from Beltsard and Elsha, you have really surpassed the others. Though your compatibility with dragons does play a big part, said Drake. Ah. Drake, if you say stuff like that, I'll really start to believe it, you know. Both you and that volley are actually quite problematic enemies for us, especially with how much more powerful you are than we originally predicted. Well, next I guess it's time for me to act, said the white-haired man before pulling his swords from his belt. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sekir Uti. I am Sig, the descendant of the hero Siegfried. My companions call me Siegfried, what you decide to call me is up to you. Since Zenobia was off with Irina fighting Leonardo's monsters, she wasn't nearby to give her commentary of recognizing Siegfried, so I just moved into a fighting stance. I could feel the strong aura from one of his swords, that one being the demonic emperor sword, Graham. Since it has the Dragon Slayer attribute, it was making my hair stand, but it was nothing I couldn't deal with right now. The other sword he was wielding wasn't much of a threat, so I decided to focus on Graham. I coated my fists in Draconic Ki and waited to see how Siegfried would respond. Siegfried immediately disappeared and reappeared just in front of me, slashing Graham at me. I blocked it with my fist but still felt some damage through my ki. I clicked my tongue and pushed the sword away before launching backwards away from Siegfried. He followed me and began slashing repeatedly at me with both swords, forcing me to deflect what I couldn't dodge. From there we were flying around the battlefield, Siegfried being on the offensive while I was on the defensive. I finally got frustrated by his never-ending assault and I subtly tossed a dragon shot at the ground. Siegfried just managed to notice it and jumped back as the dragon shot blew up the ground where we were. I took that opportunity to create and throw several spears of light at him, which he cut up with Graham and his other sword. Before he could speedily come towards me, I blasted towards him using jet, coating my fist in a thick layer of ki. He barely managed to dodge me and I threw my fist into the ground, blasting away chunks of rock and dirt and creating a large dent in the ground. As the dust was settling, I created another light spear, this time coating it in a thick layer of ki. Now my crimson arrow. Multiply. Multiplication. Multiplication, multiplication, multiplication. Multiplication, multiplication. Multiplication, multiplication, multiplication. Multiplication. Go, blood rain. Hundreds of arrows flew out and I targeted Siegfried with them. He sped around the field trying to dodge them, but I manipulated them and changed the direction of some that nicked him here and there, slowing him down. In the end only one managed to cause him some more serious damage, having pierced through his left foot. Interesting. To think you could injure me like that. Truly how terrifying the Sekir Uti of this generation is, said Siegfried, limping a bit. Before we could continue, Cao landed next to him and put a hand on Siegfried's shoulder. It seems they are about as powerful as we expected, said Cao. I looked over to where he and Sensei had been fighting. Sensei wasn't as injured as before, but one of his legs had been pierced and his armor was still in tatters. He landed next to me, leaning to one side so as not to put weight on his injured leg. That was a nice spar, wasn't it? Said Sensei, mockingly. Indeed. Neither of us came even close to our full power. This mini battle of ours has given me all the information I need. I now see how the servants of Rias Gramarye fight. I can see that the rumors are true that your group is the strongest among the devil youths. Unfortunately, none of us fought at even half power, so, aside from the Sekiru Uti, it seems none of you will be able to quite match up, said Cao. Honestly though, for there to be so many strange people in this group, surely it is caused by the Hyudu Issei's spirit. The spirit of a dragon always brings together people with high potential. I wonder what that will mean for the future. What are the hero faction's motives? What could you want to try and disrupt the world so much, said Sensei, already knowing the answer. Cao grinned and slammed the end of his spear down. Governor of the fallen angels, you may find this surprising, but it is incredibly simple. We want to test the limits of humanity, to see how far humans can really go. Humans are surrounded by all sorts of beings, angels, devils, dragons, gods, but can humans match up to those beings? We want to see how far we can go. We strongly believe that humans will defeat all other beings and become the supreme beings of the world, the strongest. So, you want to be true heroes? You are the descendants of heroes, said Sensei. This, began Cao before pointing at the sky, is just a little challenge presented by the oh-so-frail humans. Under the heavens, how far can we go? That is what we wish to try. Then dash. I shouted, ready to fight again. Cao held up his hand and put on a serious expression. We won't make the same mistakes as the old Mu faction. Underestimating you all, we refuse to make such a mistake. This time, we will learn if the Sekiru Uti is truly as powerful as a god, or if this was all because his enemies underestimated him. Only time will tell, but for now, we're done here, said Cao. You think we'll just let you run, said Sensei, his aura increasing. Cao grinned and a thick mist suddenly began to surround him as well as his comrades. I created a light spear coated in ki and threw it at Cao, but he quickly smashed it away with his spear. More like a strategic retreat, said Cao before he and his companions disappeared in the mist. Sensei clicked his tongue in annoyance before sitting down. Once they were gone, all of Leonardo's monsters also disappeared. Asia quickly began to heal Sensei's leg and I looked off. Li Fei didn't need to interfere this time, so I wonder how things will change with the relationship between Vala's team and the hero faction. As Asia had been healing Sensei, the space we were in that was created by the hero faction began to fall apart and we were returned to the real world where we found Kiryu snapping some pictures of the scenery. She was confused as to why we all looked serious, but she dropped it after reassuring her. From there, the rest of the day was spent as planned, finishing our sightseeing tour and returning to the hotel. We ate dinner, took our baths and reviewed some of photos we had taken on the trip, and the girls showed off various souvenirs they had bought while we were touring. After that, Kiryu and the girls ended up returning to their room, leaving me to myself. Tomorrow was the last day of our trip and would probably be spent buying souvenirs, but tonight is when our showdown with the hero faction will happen. Although Cao didn't say it this time, Sensei told me he would find a way to reveal the situation to the others. It's said that we have to have this battle at the end of our trip, just like last time, but this battle should go at least a bit easier than previously. If we're lucky, I might be able to take down one of them. We're quickly approaching the crossroads from when I ended up leaving my previous timeline. After this battle, it will just be the rating game against Saraorg and the mid-tier promotion test, and then, I wonder how that will play out. The other Offis might end up coming to see us, and then what? Since Shulba isn't alive, then there won't be anyone to get Samael's blood, which is what originally killed me and was used to attack Offis. I'm honestly worried that something worse might end up coming out to take Shulba's place. While deep in thought, I heard a knock on my door and sat up. Come in, I said, knowing who was there. Asia and the others plus the Satrai servants all funneled into my small room, giving out greetings before sitting together. After they had all come in, Seraful-sama, Sensei, and Rasius entered as well, sitting opposite us. Just like last time, we'll be using my room for the meeting, but I wonder what Sensei will say about Nijao Castle. Alright everyone, began Sensei as he glanced over us. So, after being attacked by the hero faction today, and confirming that they have Yasaka in their custody, we have been monitoring the situation in Kyoto. We've worked with the higher-ups in the Kyoto area and we've pinpointed a location in Kyoto where the flow of energy is being warped. Kyoto's energy flow is very typical, so this warped area is obviously an anomaly. Because of how the dragon vein is laid out, though, Yasaka is the only one that can affect it, so we know that she must be with them, here. While Sensei had been talking, he pulled out a map of Kyoto and laid it on the floor and pointed to a specific location, that being Nijao Castle. And you've confirmed everything, Azazel? We need to make sure we're attacking the right place, you know, said Serafil-sama. I've already had my people investigate. They're not able to verify 100% that the Hero faction members are there, but they did confirm that Yasaka is there as Hero energy was present. It seems like they're planning to perform whatever ritual or experiment or whatever tonight, considering how obvious they're being, explained Sensei. The area around Nijao Castle and Kyoto Station has already been put on high alert and all the devils and angels stationed in Kyoto have been moved accordingly. The Kyoto Yokai are also pledging full support throughout this operation. I also set up my devils along the perimeter of the city. I plan to join them and make sure no one can escape, said Serafil-sama. Yes. Aside from that, we'll be having the Satrai servants protect the hotel. The hotel already has a barrier, but we'll need the extra protection in case they try to attack your classmates, explained Sensei, receiving nods from the Satrai servants. Aside from the hotel, you will also defend the station, helping ensure they don't try to use the trains to escape. Moving to the Gremory group and Irina, you all will, unfortunately, be forced to the front lines again. Issei is our biggest firepower among all the youths in the room and the rest of you are also our biggest hitters. We don't know at what level the Hero faction members are at, so we'll need your strength. I will of course be joining you. Our first priority is to save Yasaka since we don't have enough details on the Hero faction's members and abilities. Do not use our prior battle as experience against them. We have no idea what tricks they might have up their sleeve. I nodded as did the others. Sensei made a good point. We don't know if the members' abilities have changed with their new training, so we should be careful. After you've accomplished saving Yasaka, we'll be pulling out from the battle. I've enlisted a bit of help for the battle, though we'll keep that quiet until they're needed. Until then, don't worry about them, said Sensei, smiling. Now, for the final thing, for this battle we will only have 3 bottles of Phoenix Tears. T3. Only 3. That's not nearly enough to fight terrorists like that, shouted Saji, shocked. It's true that that is low, but it all depends on whether or not my power will make a large enough difference. Yeah, I know. The issue is the situation at hand. While the Hero faction has been relatively quiet, particularly on our side, the same can't be said in other places. The Hero faction has been creating small skirmishes all over Western Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Americas, on top of remnants of the old Mu faction causing chaos wherever they can. Phoenix Tears have been in high demand, making something that was already a luxury into a super rare commodity. We were honestly lucky to get as many as we did. It's becoming such a big deal that they've even been thinking about temporarily removing them from raiding games. You all should make note of that for future matches as well, explained Sensei. Because of that, we will be dividing the tiers into 2 sets. 2 will be given to the main attack team and 1 will be given to the Satrai group at the rear, alright. We all nodded in agreement and Sensei nodded back in response. Saji, said Sensei, making Saji sit at attention. You will be fighting alongside the Gremory servants on the front lines. Me, said Saji, pointing at himself and then gulping nervously. Dragon King. Yes, that is correct. Although you didn't get a chance to use it in the battle against Loki, your recombined Dragon King sacred gear, holding Vritra, will be very useful. You should use this opportunity to get used to it. Your power will also be useful in sapping energy from the enemies and sealing their movements with your black flames, explained Sensei. That's not a problem, but I easily lose my consciousness and go out of control in that state. Said Saji, still looking nervous. That's no problem. Ise will help you with that and help you maintain control. Ise, just think of some things to say to help him. As a heavenly dragon, you stand above the Dragon Kings, so show me how you can control him, said Sensei, grinning at me. You understood, said Saji, sitting straight again. Sensei looked over us again and then put on a serious expression. So, these are the plans I propose. I will also search for those terrorists directly from the skies. Everyone should take their positions in 1 hour. If you find anything suspicious, report it immediately. And, try not to die. Until the moment you get home, a school trip is still a school trip. We will protect Kyoto with all we've got, but let's not bring any bad news home. Understood? Yes, shouted everyone. With that the strategy meeting was over, and everyone began funneling out of the room. Sensei stayed behind and, once everyone was gone, he spoke to me. "Ise, that last line was mostly for you. Even though you've gotten stronger, Cao's sacred gear is still a great threat to you," said Sensei, seriously. "Yes. I'll make sure to be careful. I never got to fight Cao seriously, so I still don't know anything about the true Longinus. I'll make sure to be careful and keep an eye out. I don't want what happened to Akeno to happen again," I said, seriously. "Good, though I don't know if Cao would stoop that low, it's best to be careful. And here," said Sensei before handing me a vial. "Just in case. You'll be our main fighter, so make sure to save that Phoenix tear for when you don't have a choice." "Yes, Sensei." After hearing my response, Sensei nodded and smiled before walking out of my room to make his final preparations. I don't need to do much to prepare, so I decided to use the hour we had left to meditate and gather up as much ki as I could. Since ki will be the only way to protect me from the true Longinus holy element. Since I didn't have to deal with unlocking my potential this time, I also don't need to find Sensei so he can give me the jewel of my missing potential. I've learned a lot since then, as well, so I understand my power right now better than anyone, except maybe Drake. Once the hour was almost up, I went downstairs to the lobby of the hotel to meet up with the girls and found Asia, Zenovia, and Irina standing together, seeming to be in the middle of a prayer. "Amen," they shouted together just as I was walking up behind them. "Were you all paying?" I asked, curious. "Ah, Ise-san, yes. We were praying for the battle to go well," said Asia, smiling at me. "Since Issei will be our main fighter this time, we especially prayed for you," said Zenovia. "Yes, the Lord will surely protect Ise-kun during this battle," said Irina. Don't worry, I'll be fine," I said, giving a thumbs up. The girls nodded back at me and we all turned to walk towards the entrance, finding the Satrai group doing the same farewell they did last time. "Genshan, don't push yourself too hard," said Hanakai. "That's right, Genshan. We already agreed to go shopping together for the president tomorrow," said Kyuzaka. "Yes, Hanakai, Kyuzaka," said Saji, smiling to try and reassure them. "Genshiro, show those terrorists the will of the Satrai servants," said Yura, holding her fist up. "Understood, Yura," said Saji. "Please run away if it gets dangerous," said Meguri, looking nervously at Saji. "I have frequently trained up my escape skills, so don't worry, Meguri," said Saji, grinning at her. Just like last time, the relationship between Saji and the other girls in Sonic Kaiko's peerage is very good. His progress with Kaiko doesn't improve much, though, I wonder. "Ise-kun," said Kiba while putting his hand on my shoulder, interrupting my thoughts. I didn't notice him come down. "Just like before, since Buku isn't here, you will be her substitute, as our king. I grinned at him, feeling much more prepared this time around to lead our group. I'll do my best," I said while giving a thumbs up. Kiba smiled back and we turned to walk towards the door. Once outside, I found Sensei and Rossius-san standing there discussing something. "Oh, you all are here. You should prep before heading off now," said Azazel-sensei, looking up over. I nodded and unleashed Balance Breaker before pulling out Ascalon and handing it over to Zenovia. When I turned, I found Zenovia pulling out something covered in a cloth and immediately recognized it. "Ah, you already received it?" I asked, wondering if my still having Excalibur rapidly had any effect. "Yes, my new and improved Durandal, X-Durandal. There is a slot for your Excalibur, but I think Ise should hold on to it. It will be difficult to block that holy spear otherwise, right?" "Thanks, I'll hold on to it, then. Take Ascalon, though," I said while handing it to her. She unraveled her X-Durandal and attached it to her back before taking Ascalon from me with a nod. Irina already had her angel wings out and was ready to fight. Kiba would no doubt create a sword when needed and Rossius-san was dressed in her Valkyrie armor. "Sorry, I chatted too much," said a voice from behind us. It was Saji, exiting the hotel, and looking apologetic. I waved a hand since it was no big deal and turned back towards Sensei. "Let's set off then towards Nijao Castle, now that everyone is here," said Sensei before releasing his black wings and taking off. The rest of us followed behind, me carrying Asia princess style. We arrived at Nijao Castle more quickly this time since we chose to fly rather than take one of the buses. It wasn't too difficult to stay hidden since it was already dark out. We landed by the castle and Sensei gave us a quick good luck before flying off to investigate the castle from above. Just like last time, but now in a different location, Kunu bumped into my back, causing me to release my helmet and look back. "Ise," shouted Kunu, surprising me. "I came again to help save my mother." "Kunu," I said, debating whether or not to let her. She did help with breaking the mind control on Yasaka-san, but it's still incredibly dangerous. "I'm going to save my mother, even if Ise says no." "Sigh, fine, but you have to stay close to me no matter what." "It's going to be more dangerous this time," I said, sternly. Kunu gave a big nod and I smiled before turning back. Since we chose to fly to Nijao Castle this time, we avoided getting hit by Dimension Lost back at the train station, which ended up separating us, so I wonder what will happen now. "Ise-kun," shouted Kiba just before I felt the sickly sweet feeling of the Dimension Lost being activated. We were immediately surrounded by mist. I grabbed onto Kunu and Asia and looked around. "Keep in contact," I shouted, just a bit too late. I lost sight of the others as the mist suddenly thickened and, after a few moments, the mist thinned, and I could see again. "Ise-san, where are we?" asked Asia looking around. I looked around as well and wondered. We weren't on the subway platform that Kunu and I ended up on before, instead we were in a shopping district. "This is near the Makanjinjia Shrine," said Kunu, giving some insight. "It's only a few streets down from the castle, so they didn't move us too far away." "Thank you, Kunu," I said, glad to know where we were. Kunu gave an as a response and then pointed in the direction we were meant to head. I nodded, but before we could move, my cell phone began ringing. I picked it up and found Kiba was calling. "Hey, Kiba, where were you transferred to?" I asked, already knowing he and the others were also swept away into this weird space. "We're by the Kyoto Imperial Palace. Rasius-san and Saji-kun are here too." "You? Again?" "They got sent to the same place as last time. I wonder why we ended up somewhere different." "Kunu says we're by the Makanjinjia Shrine. Asia also ended up here with me." You three are closer to Nijao Castle than we are. We'll meet you at the castle soon, stay safe," said Kiba on the other side of the line. Make sure to keep an eye out for anything," I said before hanging up. Kiba, Rasius-san, and Saji all ended up at the palace again. While Ise-san was talking to Kiba-san, Zenovia-san sent me a message. She and Irina ended up in the same spot that we three of them ended up in last time. "I told her we should all meet at Nijao Castle," explained Asia. "It seems only our group was transported somewhere new." She mentioned that the place that Zenovia and Irina were transported to is also closer than the Imperial Palace, so Kiba and the others will arrive last should things go smoothly. We turned and started walking in the direction Kunu pointed to before I suddenly felt several presences along the road further ahead. From the distant mist, 3 men walked out wearing strange outfits. They were obviously members of the hero faction. I recognized the middle one as the one who had attacked me at the subway station in the previous timeline. It seems like they sent reinforcements to help him since I've stronger this time. They stopped relatively close to us and I pushed Asia and Kunu behind me and re-equipped my helmet. "Good evening, Seker Uti," said the man in the middle, releasing quite a lot of killing intent at me. "I'm sure you are aware of why we're here." "I have an idea," I said, moving into a battle stance. "We've had to undergo some hellish training, but we've finally reached a higher level and now we can exhibit that power against you," said the man before his shadow began stretching towards me. "Now then, let's begin, balance break." Upon saying that, all the shadows nearby began to warp, and all began funneling into his shadow that had been stretched, and his shadow got darker and darker until it was a solid black. After it finished absorbing other shadows, it retracted back to him and began to wrap around him, taking the shape of armor around his body. "With this, I have become far stronger than I could imagine. I will defeat you with this power, as well as the others with me. We will not allow you to come anywhere near the ritual site," said the man before running towards me. Before he could get any closer, I immediately prepared the attack that I knew he was weak against. I filled my stomach with flames and my boosted gear rang out. Boost. Boost 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 boost. Boost. Boost boost. Boost. The fire in my belly became enormous and I breathed the flames out, encompassing the enemy's side of the field. Great fire breath. The flames covered my view of our enemies, but I continued breathing the powered up flames before I noticed something was wrong. I stopped breathing out the flames, only to discover that they were being absorbed by one of the extra guys who was breathing them into his mouth. Once the last of the flames were sucked in, the man released a sigh of relief and then grinned at me. Haha. Your flames are useless against us. My sacred gear lets me absorb all of your flame attacks. And because of my balance breaker, I can even use their power to my advantage, shouted the man. He also muttered out a balance break, and glowing symbols appeared all over his body, the character for fire appearing on his forehead. The symbols were glowing a fiery color and I could feel that his power had jumped up considerably. Meanwhile, though, the Shadow Man had gotten close to me and I clicked my tongue as I blocked one of his attacks. He threw a punch at me, hitting my gauntlet. He was too weak to do any damage to me, but I had to protect the girls. I threw a punch at him, fist coated in ki, and smashed my fist into his gut. He was blasted back in a way, surprising me since physical attacks hadn't worked before. I wonder if the ki had any effect. The fiery guy was surprised but he leapt at me anyways, powered up by my fire breath, and kicked my head. I didn't bother blocked and the kick didn't even budge me, giving the guy another surprise. I grabbed his leg and threw him into a nearby building before turning my attention back to the Shadow Man and the other man who hadn't moved yet. The other man was helping the Shadow Man get up and looked mostly scared as he did so. Impossible. How did your punch reach me? Physical attacks have no effect on me. My only weakness would have been your flames, but that's why we brought Fiaro along, shouted the Shadow Man, spitting out some blood. Why yummy, maybe my ability will work, said the man who hadn't fought yet. TCH, let's try it out then, said the Shadow Man. He stood up by himself and the other man into a shadow, causing him to disappear. The other man appeared out of shadow near us and I leapt at him, throwing a punch. Be balance break, shouted the man before my fist, coated in ki, smashed him in the face. He blew back into a building and, when the dust settled, I found he was out cold. What? Shouted the Shadow Man. That's impossible. His balance breaker is impact reflection. Any damage he would take from physical attacks would be redirected at the attacker. Impact reflection? I didn't feel any resistance when I hit him, though. I said, confused. I wonder if my ki has anything to do with it. This isn't how this was supposed to go. He told us that, combined, our abilities were the perfect counter for you, said the Shadow Man. I assumed he meant CAO, but I wonder, I guess even CAO doesn't know much about how ki works. I have to get back and report this. He's gonna run away? As if I'll let him. I leapt across the field using jet and threw another punch at him, smashing him in the face, and knocking him out cold. After looking around, I found that all three of them were completely knocked out and sighed in relief. I didn't want to waste any more time than I had to with these guys. Kunu, Asia, let's go, I said, looking back at them. They both nodded and ran over to me before the three of us began to run towards Nijao Castle. We arrived at Nijao Castle after only a bit and found both groups waiting for us. I was surprised Kibis group made it there before us, but I guess they had less enemies to fight. Sorry we're late, I said as we ran up the steps to them. It's no problem. The enemies we faced were the same as last time so we defeated them easily, whispered Kiba, since Rasius-san hadn't regained her memories. The enemies Irina and I fought were just too weak, said Zenovia, confidently. We faced some interesting enemies. It seems CAO tried a bit harder to stop or at least stall me. Their powers were counters to how I fight, I said. Oh, said Kiba, sounding interested, but knowing it wasn't the time, he dropped it. Before we could keep talking, we heard a loud creaking coming from the castle and turned to find the giant gates opening up, inviting us in. Looks like they are waiting for us, and the performance is about to start, said Kiba, wryly. It looks like they're really looking down on us, I sighed. I looked around at the others and nodded before leading everyone inside. We had just visited the castle earlier that day, so I had a decent understanding of the layout, but I also somewhat remember where they were. We ended up in about the center of the castle in the middle courtyard and we immediately heard a voice call out from the shadows. I see you all have defeated the balance breaker using assassins. Though they were only low and mid-class sacred gear possessors, they did have balance breakers after all. I had hoped they at least wear you out a bit. Especially the ones I sent against the Sekuryu Uti, said Cao, looking like he was deep in thought as he walked out of the shadows. He was followed by the same hero faction members as he was in the previous timeline, so I already recognized them. "Mother," cried Kunu, and I noticed Yasaka-san was standing in the background, her eyes dazed and unresponsive. "Mother. It is Kunu. Please wake up." Unlike last time, Yasaka-san's fox ear twitched a bit to her daughter's calls, but her eyes didn't change, and she didn't move. Kunu turned to Cao with an angry glare and shouted out. "You despicable people! What have you done to mother? I thought I had explained it before. We hope to have your mother cooperate in a little experiment, little princess," said Cao before tapping his spear on the ground. Immediately after doing so, Yasaka-san began to cry out in pain and transform into her nine-tailed fox form. I gritted my teeth a bit, irritated that Yasaka-san had to be caused pain, but I wanted to let things play out properly, since I wanted them to no longer have need of Yasaka-san after summoning Great Red. Yasaka-san transformed quickly, and she was in her giant, golden, fox form in less than a minute, towering over all of us. Her 9 golden tails swung around, damaging the castle a bit as she did so. Despite transforming, her eyes were still glazed over, and she was expressionless, still being under the strict control of the hero faction's mind control. I looked over to Cao and shouted out to him, repeating the same thing I said in the previous timeline. "Cao, you created this replica of Kyoto and control the nine-tailed fox. Just what kind of thing are you trying to do?" Cao smacked the handle of his spear against his shoulder loudly before responding. Kyoto's existence is that of a giant magical device, being in the shape of a large-scale magic circle that would use the power of the ley lines and dragon's vein. All the various famous sites in this city are actually built on large concentrations of spiritual, yokai, and demonic energies, and they all connect together in the magical device that is Kyoto. The ancient yin-yang masters, the Onmyuji, hoped to mold these powers together to use the massive power for their own desires. Because of all these powers being concentrated here in the city, all kinds of beings have been drawn here, including us who plan to use this power for our own goals. Since the nine-tailed fox is intricately connected to the powers held here in the city, we will use her to carry out our plan, particularly here in Nijao Castle, one of the strongest points of power. Cao let out a big breath after explaining all that and then looked up at me and grinned. "Using Kyoto, and the power of the nine-tailed fox, we will summon Great Red to this place, and capture him. That is to fulfill our promise to our boss. Normally it would be impossible to summon a dragon of that power without a dragon gate formed by multiple dragon kings, but with this we can do it just as well. Your boss, Afaiz," I said, wondering if Afai's fragment that became the leader of the Chaos Brigade in this timeline really had all the same ambitions as previously. "Yes, she is our boss. We will fulfill her desire to return to the dimensional gap without having Great Red in her way. Of course, we don't plan to kill Great Red as of yet. There is so much to learn from the body of the Apocalypse Dragon." Cao looked very interested in studying Great Red, but just like last time, we will stop him. "I don't understand what kind of complicated things you want to learn from Great Red, but bringing him out from the dimensional gap forcefully and capturing him will only cause bad things to happen. We also want you to return Yasaka-san to us," I said, moving into a battle stance. Just as I finished saying that, and just like before, Zenovia released the power of her new X-Durandal and was pointing it towards the sky. A massive beam of holy light that reached up far into the sky grew out from the sword, and there was a loud blasting sound coming from it. I looked at Zenovia's face to find that she was grinning wildly in excitement, and I cringed a bit as I knew she must have been excited to have her true weapon back after so long. Honestly, though, that X-Durandal's holy power really was something. I couldn't produce even close to that kind of sheer destructive aura without boosting my light's power with my boosted gear. "Like ISE said," began Zenovia, looking towards Cao and the others. "Your plans and conspiracies may run deep, but no matter what, you will bring disaster to everyone by carrying out these plans. So I'll eliminate you all right now. That would be the best solution." "I also agree with Zenovia's declaration," shouted Kiba, nodding and creating 2 holy demonic swords. "Me too," shouted Irina as she created a sword of light. "Battles involving the Gremory group always get so intense," muttered Saji from the background, looking bothered. "Fine, this is for everyone at school and my friends." As he said that, he released his new and improved sacred gear, and black snakes began to appear all over his body. The snakes slithered around him and covered every inch of him, only leaving his eyes visible, and then they hardened together in a sleek armor, similar to my scale mail but a deep black. His eyes glowed red and he moved into a fighting stance. From his armor, a large black snake came out, though still attached to him, and looked at our enemies. Vritra, I'm sorry but please lend me your strength. Hyudo, please support me from the side. Today we will fight to our heart's content. Black flames before to appear on the ground around Saji and the black snake looked happy. Ah, my other self. Tell me, where is the prey? Is it the holy spear, or that fox? Either looks delicious. It's been so long since I last appeared and was able to exert my power. I feel great right now. How about this, no matter who, let me just consume everything with my black flames, said the black snake, looking delighted. We should capture Dash, I began before being interrupted. Just as I was speaking, Zenovia swinging down her durandal and there was a loud swoosh as it sliced through the air and began to come down on our foes. Taste my sword. That was all she shouted as her sword came onto our enemies. Booyam! Zenovia's attack had caused a massive explosion, destroying much of the castle and leaving dust and rubble everywhere. I sighed and looked over at her, who was letting out a deep breath after releasing such a strong attack. Did you have to start with such a finishing move? I asked, wondering if she really needed to use that kind of attack, again. Zenovia grinned as she looked at me and gave me a thumbs up. The opening always requires an exciting strike such as that, said Zenovia, gleefully. I sighed again and wondered what to do with this battle freak on our side while the dust settled, only being interrupted once I heard some rubble moving. I glanced up and saw a large slab of rock being lifted up by a big, burly arm. The slab was tossed away, and all the same members of the hero faction rose up from the rubble. Just like last time, they were all unharmed by Zenovia's attack, but were covered in dirt and dust. The thin mist surrounding them must have protected them again. They all pat their clothes to get some of the dust off and then Cao rubbed his chin and laughed. Not bad at all, began Cao, looking excited to have taken such a powerful blow. He's still a battle freak just like before. You guys are truly powerful. Not just the Sekir Uti, all of you could hold your own against the bulk of upper-class devils, no, the top servants of the upper-class devils. That sister of the Mu, she has truly assembled a terrifying team. Once you start participating in the raiding game, you'll surely reach the top in only a decade or two. What a bright and glorious future. That Shulba, he was such a fool for underestimating you guys. Siegfried smiled wryly at Cao's words, also looking pleased. Being bound by their pride, they couldn't see that the new generation was rising up to surpass them, and so replace them. That's how I would put it, at least. This is why Vali ignored them and let them fall. Those in the old Mu faction were all fools. Anyway, how should we proceed? After taking that attack just now, my excitement is quite high, said Siegfried. Oh, right. That attack was quite the distraction, but let's start the experiment, said Cao before tapping his spear on the ground. Yasaka-san, in her nine-tailed fox form, began to glow and roar out. Focus power into the power nodes of the nine-tailed fox and prepare to summon Great Red. George, shouted Cao, looking over to a black-haired man with glasses. That man responded with a simple understood and reached out his hands. He created an endless number of magic circles around him and magical scripts began to flow around. I heard Rossius-san shuffle behind me, and I glanced back. From a rough glance, so many different magic circles. Norse, demonic, fallen angel, black magic, white magic, even fairy magic, such a diverse array for a human that looks so young, said Rossius-san, looking both impressed and anxious. Just like before, I was impressed by how many different types of magic that George could use. On top of being a possessor of a top-tier Longinus. He was honestly too powerful. As I was thinking that, a massive magic circle appeared underneath Yasaka-san and I could feel an ominous magic coming from it. Yasaka-san began to roar, loudly, and her eyes dilated as her body glowed brighter. The magic circle and the sacrifice for summoning Great Red are ready. Now we have to wait and see if Great Red takes notice of the power of this city and takes the bait. Luckily Dragon King and Heavenly Dragon should work to our benefit, but my hands will be full maintaining this magic circle, Cao, explained George to Cao, receiving an understanding nod. Got it. We'll take care of things then, just focus. Now, what's next then? Leonardo and the rest are dealing with the Allied forces outside. I wonder how much time they can buy? Between the fallen angel governor and that Leviathan, things will be difficult for them. Well, anyways, Jean, Heracles. Yes, yes, said a woman in armor with blonde hair. Shouted a big burly man. Both of them moved forward in response to CAO's call and stood by CAO and Siegfried, who was already standing next to him. These two are the ones who have inherited the will, the spirit of the heroes, Jeanne d'Arc and Heracles. Siegfried, who do you want to battle this time? Just like last time, Siegfried's response to CAO's question was to draw one of the swords and pointed it at Kiba and Zenobia. While I enjoyed my fight with the Seker-Uti, I'd much rather fight against the swordsman, said Siegfried, looking excited. Then, began Jeanne. I'll take that Angel Chan over there. She's pretty cute. She looked a little crazy as she eyed up Irina. Ha ha ha. Then I'll take that silver-haired lady then. I heard Valkyrie are supposed to be pretty tough, bellowed Heracles, laughing. Siegfried, Jeanne, and Heracles all locked eyes with their opponents, and Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, and Rossius-san all stepped forward, so they were next to me. That leaves the Seker-Uti for me. Excellent, began CAO, looking at me with a wild expression. How about Vritra-kun over there? Saji's black flames flared up a bit at CAO's attention, but I held up my hand to stop him. Saji. Your opponent is going to be the nine-tailed fox, Yasaka-san. I need you to figure out how to release her from their control, okay? I said, not taking my eyes off CAO. So, I get the monster battle, huh? Understood. Hyuda. Don't die, shouted Saji before going towards Yasaka-san. How could I die? You do your best, Saji, I said, just loud enough for him to hear. After Saji moved a bit away, he engulfed himself in black flames and the flames began to spread out, creating a giant fire. Vritra promotion. I had Saji shout. The flames exploded out into a massive pillar and then dissipated into the air, leaving behind an enormous, black serpentine dragon, towering over the battlefield. Just like last time, Saji had learned how to transform into his Dragon King state. The massive black dragon roared as it faced Yasaka-san and large magic circles formed from black flames next to it. They began to release a dark cloudy aura and it covered the field around Saji in his Dragon King state. Asia, watch over Kunu, I commanded, receiving a nod from Asia. I glanced towards Kunu. Kunu, I leave Asia to you. Kunu also nodded and looked at me with a serious expression. She already knows I will definitely save Yasaka-san, so she didn't even need to ask or worry. I spread out my dragon wings, blocking Asia and Kunu who were behind me from view, but not blocking the others. I'll be facing CAO again this time, but I wonder how his holy spear, the ultimate Longinus, will hold up against me now. I've become much stronger, but the holy power of that spear is no joke. Honestly, I don't understand how I survived these boss-level fights in the previous timeline. You, CAO. Are you stronger than Volley? I said, mimicking what I said in the previous timeline. Who knows, began CAO, smirking and shrugging his shoulders. I'm certainly not weaker than him, but my body is still that of a frail human. Do you call someone who can fight against Sensei a frail human? I said, smirking. Ha ha ha, that's true. But, isn't that Sensei super strong? I think I'm still inferior, wouldn't you say, Seker-Uti, said CAO, grinning over at me. There was a moment of silence after CAO said that, and then. Ruoar. Saji and Yasaka-san both roared out, the sound shaking the field, and they began their monster battle, smashing against each other and spewing fire, Saji shooting his black flames and Yasaka-san shooting out silver fox fire. I turned away from their battle, focused on CAO who hadn't taken his eyes off me. I could hear Saji and Vritra's conversation through my boosted gear, since we were connected, but I was focused. I had already told Drake to send any transfers Saji needed, but I doubt Saji would remain in control if his power gets increased too much. Kiba, Zenobia. You both should battle farther away from the monster battle so you don't interfere, I commanded. Kiba and Zenobia both responded with an and ran off, Siegfried following them after seeing them move away. Irina, you too. Yes, Ise-kun, said Irina before releasing her angel wings and flying off in a different direction from Kiba and Zenobia. Jeanne followed her, though she looked annoyed to have to go anywhere. I could already hear blades clashing and I glanced over to see Kiba and Zenovia were fighting Siegfried. He had his third, silver arm out and was fighting them with his demon swords. Zenovia had learned from last time and started with one of the Excaliburs in hand. I could tell they were doing better, but Siegfried hadn't activated his balance breaker yet, though they won't be surprised about it like last time. Before I turned back, I heard a stomping from in front of me and turned to find Heracles was running over to us. I glanced at Rossius-san and she locked eyes with me before nodding and flying off, putting some distance between us. Heracles turned towards her without hesitation and grinned wildly. Now it was just Kunu and Asia behind me and Cao in front of me. I analyzed him, still listening to the others' fights. Rossius-san isn't suffering from a hangover this time, so she should fight better against him, but Irina only just recovered her memories and hasn't done any special training yet. I hope she can handle Jean. Cao beat the handle of his spear against his shoulder, making me focus on him, and I glared, ready to fight. I was already coating my fists in ki, in preparation for taking an attack from that holy spear. "It seems we're finally alone," said Cao, grinning. "Well, as alone as we can be with those two behind you, but don't worry, I have no interest in harming two little girls who can't fight back." "That doesn't change the fact that I'm going to beat you," I said, wondering what he will do. Unlike last time, Jean and Heracles moved and acted somewhat differently, letting Irina and Rossius-san lead them away. Just as I was thinking of what to do, I heard a roar come off from the direction Irina went, and I saw that Jean had activated her balance breaker. Her blade blacksmith subspecies balance breaker. There was a giant dragon made of blades attacking Irina and she was furiously throwing light spears at it. The dragon was regenerating, and I clicked my tongue, since I couldn't leave Irina to fight that thing alone. I created a dragon shot in my right hand and aimed it at the sword dragon. Just before firing it off, I heard a swoosh of air, and Cao appeared in front of my attack. "Hey, your opponent is me," he said, looking annoyed. I gritted my teeth and, with my left hand, grabbed Cao by his spear and threw him behind me, surprising him. I launched the dragon shot and it hit Jean's sword dragon, blowing off a huge chunk of his body. I wanted to do more damage, but without finishing that thought, I turned back towards where I threw Cao and just barely dodged a thrust from his spear. I leapt back to put some distance between us and eyed him. "That surprised me. I never would have thought you would throw me out of the way like that." "I'm more surprised that you were able to grab my holy spear, being a devil," said Cao. I glanced at my left hand, but the armor wasn't even phased since I was wearing a thick layer of ki. Good, stocking up on ki was a good idea. As long as it's not a direct attack, the holy element won't make it through my ki. Although I couldn't turn to see it, I could hear the explosions coming from Rossius' fight with Heracles and his balance breaker. He was probably launching missiles at her, but she should be able to deal with it being at 100% this time. I focused on Cao again and he was grinning at me. "You're quite fast, you know. Not fast enough to protect all your friends, unfortunately. Such a shame that you have to be held down by them so much. Well, you won't be able to focus much on them after they're defeated. Balance breakers are quite a thing, aren't they? Any human can become so powerful because of them. But you're not going to balance break?" I asked. "It's not necessary, at least not yet. I'd like to see how far I can go without relying on that power. I'm sure you can imagine how much power the balance breaker of the true Longinus has." "TCH, I said, annoyed. Even after all he's seen, he doesn't want to use it. I moved into position, and decided to just go all out in my balance breaker form to try and goad him. I spread out my wings and readied my fist. Jet. I launched myself forward at high speed and lunged at Cao, throwing my fist, coated in ki, at him. He moved into a defensive stance just before I reached him and used his spear to block my punch, cause a loud bang to echo out. The punch made him move back a few feet, but didn't knock him over, so I grabbed his spear and flung him around, causing him to swing around on it and land near me. You won't surprise me with the same tactics. I created dragon shots in both my hands and activated my boosted gear to increase their power. Boost. Boost boost. Boost. Boost boost boost. The dragon shots were much stronger now and I launched them, one at a time at Cao. He grinned as he swung his spear in a circle, deflecting the first and then dodging the second. The dragon shots flew off behind him and he maintained his grin until he saw me swing my arm forward. He turned around and the two dragon shots were coming back towards him because I changed their trajectory. He released the blade of light at the tip of his spear and swung to slice up the dragon shots, redirecting the explosions they caused out and away from him. Cao turned back towards me to find me taking in a deep breath after lighting a fire in my stomach. Boost. Boost boost. Boost. Boost boost boost. Boost. Boost boost. Boost. Boost boost boost. Boost. Boost boost. Boost. Boost boost boost. Take this. Great fire breath. I breathed out the huge flames which covered the area Cao was in. I felt his presence move just as my flames surrounded him and I cut off my flames after a second and searched for him. He landed some distance away from where my flames had scorched the ground and was using his spear to support himself. I glanced down and saw that my fire breath had hit his leg, charring his foot. Well, this is unfortunate, said Cao, looking down at his injury. This is a perfect example of having a frail human body. I think most people wouldn't have survived if they had taken that attack, I said, annoyed that he had only taken that much damage from my attacks so far. Well, it's not too much of an issue, said Cao as he rummaged through his pockets. He pulled out an all too familiar bottle and I was reminded about the fact that the hero faction had those illegal phoenix tears. He poured it on his charred leg and it quickly regenerated. There we go. I apologize, where were we? Cao moved into a battle stance again, looking happy to see me so bothered by the phoenix tear. Gwa! Shouted a voice from behind me. I turned to find Rossius-san had landed on the ground behind me and was covered in wounds and unconscious. Rossius-san! I shouted. I glanced over to Asia to see she was already throwing a green ball of healing energy at Rossius-san before feeling a chill down my spine. I flapped my wings to fly up just as I felt Cao's presence approach me, but I was a second too late and his spear pierced my side, a wild grin on his face. Damn. I could feel the sharp burn of the holy spear in my gut and I knew it had pierced my key layer. I smashed my fist in Cao's face, launching him away from me before throwing up some blood. Even with how powerful I am, my weakness to light is still a pain. Shit, this really hurts, I muttered out. Ise-san, shouted Asia, looking over to me. I held out a hand to stop her before she tried to heal me and groaned. Heal Rossius-san. I shouted. I took out the phoenix tear sensei had given me before we set off and poured it on my wound, causing it to heal immediately and the pain from the holy element disappeared. Well, then, said Cao from a few yards away. He was wiping blood from his nose and mouth as he looked over at me. You really shouldn't get so distracted. Did you know you almost died just now? Pierced by the holy spear, you were almost erased. Despite all your supposed power, death is surprisingly simple, no. TCH, this guy is getting too full of himself. He can say I was almost erased, but I already know what it's like to get stabbed by that spear. And I don't even know if it would erase me, who is part angel. Remember this well, said Cao, as he tapped his spear to his shoulder. That was the feeling of being pierced by the holy spear. It doesn't matter how powerful you get, you will never overcome that attack. Because you're a devil. Even if it's Volley, as long as he remains part devil, the holy spear's damage is absolute. I won't be scared by that kind of thing. Don't try to intimidate me with those words. If I don't defeat you, I won't be able to face everyone. Being the Sekiru isn't each, you know, I shouted, annoyed at hearing that speech again. I'm impressed. You didn't get scared. I was thinking it would be fun to see you cowering in fear, but, ha ha ha, said Cao before laughing. Ah, how nice this is. I can sort of understand why Vala likes you so much now. Vala, I'm jealous. You've found a good opponent. Before we could prepare to fight again, I heard someone shuffling over and found Heracles was walking over, more injuries than he had last time, and he stopped next to Rossius-san, who was still unconscious, and put one foot on her. She put up more of a fight than I thought, but it wasn't good enough for me, said Heracles, irritating me. Take your foot off my comrade, you bastard. Asia had moved back when he walked up to Rossius-san, so I didn't have to worry about her getting hit. As I was about to say something, I heard someone else slam to the ground nearby and found Irina had also been defeated and was on the ground covered in wounds and unconscious. Jean walked over and looked like she hadn't taken a scratch, just like last time. Irina-san, shouted Asia, sounding horrified. Damn it! I shouted, irritated. Good job, Jean, Heracles, began Cao. He glanced back to where Kiba, Zenobia, and Siegfried were fighting, and I could see that the three were still fighting, though Kiba and Zenobia had many more wounds than Siegfried did. It seems I'm not the last one yet. I'll have to hurry up and finish before Siegfried then. Cao moved into a battle stance, but I didn't move. I was furious to see my comrades beaten like this. As I thought, I should have just destroyed them from the beginning so they couldn't hurt everyone like this. Due to your anger, your aura has increased. Letting your aura fluctuate due to emotion, did you know that could bring destruction in certain circumstances? I heard that the heavenly dragons can enter Juggernaut Drive, said Cao. Shut up, I said, irritated. My aura isn't increasing either. It leaks out when I get angry. Cao squinted at me, suspicious of what I was implying, and I released more of my aura, turning my ki red. He became much more alert at seeing the color of my ki change, and I decided that this was enough holding back so much. The Triana should be more than enough to defeat him. I felt the pieces inside of me and changed them into the first one I wanted to use. Promotion. Bishop. Mode change. Welsh Blaster Bishop. My armor transformed and my two cannons formed on my shoulders. I immediately began feeding them power, and there was a loud buzzing coming from my cannons. What the hell is that? I heard Heracles shout from behind me. This is very dangerous, muttered Cao, taking some steps back. These cannons can vaporize everything, so you should be scared. Boost. Boost 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 boost. Boost boost. 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 Disappear. Dragon Blaster. The two cannons released an incredible blast out of them that coated the whole battlefield in a red light. I could barely see anything, but I could feel that Cao was moving from the path of my blasts, and I clicked my tongue that he managed to dodge again, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The blasts ended up hitting a building far in the distance, but the resulting explosion blew away the entire fake Kyoto that existed in this space. Even what was left of the Nijao castle we were in was mostly blown away. After the dust settled, I could see Cao looking a mixture of shock and mild terror some distance away, while Jean was on the ground utterly terrified and Heracles was shocked. I could also see that Kiba and Zenovia's battle had stopped as Siegfried was staring over in my direction. Those two had even more wounds though. Destroyed the whole city. Hey! If he keeps firing that, this dimension won't last, shouted Heracles as he broke out of his shock. This dimension was made to be strong, wasn't it? But with that kind of destructive power, said Jean, stuttering a bit. Cao. I shouted, making Cao visibly tense up. Get ready. I adjusted the evil pieces inside me again, and this time promoted to night. He can't react if I move fast enough. Promotion, night. Mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Night. Chunks of my armor were shed off and the cannons transformed into sleek wings. I leaned forward a bit and launched myself forward with jet. Cao jumped back a bit, probably in surprise at how fast I was moving, but he wasn't going to be able to dodge. I flew across the field at high speed and was quickly closing in on Cao. Just as my fist was about to land on him, he put his spear out to block my attack, and when my fist collided with his spear, there was a loud clang that echoed out across the field. Unlike last time, Cao wasn't able to maintain his position and was launched away and into the ground, causing a huge explosion as the ground collapsed under him. I stood there while the dust settled and let out a deep breath. As the dust was settling, though, I heard movement behind me and I turned while also changing the evil pieces inside me again. Promotion, Rook. Mode change. Welsh Dragonic Rook. My wings shrunk and my armor suddenly became incredibly thick as my form changed, and I threw my arms up to block an incoming attack. Mighty Comet Detonation, shouted a voice hidden in the dust cloud. Several missiles shot out from the dust, but I blocked them with my arms. The resulting explosion barely left a crack on my gauntlets, and I swung my arms out to blow away the smoke and dust in front of me. I could see Heracles was close by and was holding his hands out towards me, probably preparing to fire another round. He was being cautious of me, already using his balance breaker. There was a moment of pause and then he fired out again. I started walking towards him while continuing to shield myself with my arms and the missiles kept exploding on my arms. Partner, if you keep taking those attacks head on, the armor on your arms won't be able to take it, said Drake. I'll defeat him now then. I dodged the next 2 missiles and lunged at Heracles, causing him to try and evade me. I followed his movements, though, and hopped up so I was looking him in the eye. He looked shocked for a second and then aimed at me, ready to fire more missiles. Just before he could fire, though, I smashed my fist into his face and then the percussion hammer in my elbow smashed down, increasing the strength of my punch several-fold. Heracles couldn't take my attack and my punch sent him flying. He smashed into the ground some distance away, head first, and he didn't move after that. I assumed he was unconscious since I could still feel his presence. Gwuk. I turned to see Cao coughing up some blood after standing up from the rubble. So, this is this generation's Sekiru Uti, truly terrifying. To think you had this kind of power. I wonder if this was the power you used to defeat that Loki. If it hadn't been for my spear, I probably won't be alive right now, said Cao, panting heavily. This is kind of like an illegal move, though, being able to promote to whatever piece you like. Yes, an illegal, huh? That sounds familiar. Why does it feel like I've At the same time that Cao had called out in pain and grabbed his head, I also felt a sharp, but familiar pain in my head and I stared over at him in shock. To think he would be one of the ones to remember. I muttered to myself. What the hell is going on, said Cao, more to himself than anyone else. Why is everything doubled? And further back. We were just about to steal off I's power, and we left the Sekiru Uti to fight Shulba and then, I was young again. What is Cao looked completely baffled by what was going on and I was wary about what to do. Things are different this time around and after regaining his memory, I don't know what he will do. While these strange things were happening, I suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from high up in the sky. I glanced up and saw that a hole began forming in the sky. This is playing out again. Then, it won't be Great Red, but began Cao before being interrupted by George who was yelling from some distance. Cao, it doesn't feel like Great Red. What should we do? Cao looked over, mildly confused, and then looked back at where the hole was, leaving George with a confused expression. As I thought, the mischievous dragon, Yulong, muttered Cao. Just like last time, Yulong was the one to appear from the portal they opened and if I'm right. A figure leapt off of Yulong's giant body and nimbly landed some distance from us. It was the same monkey geezer as before. What a massive flow of yokai ki, as well as the flow of domination. Due to these, the entire capital city is full of strange fluctuations, said the monkey geezer. He was a short figure and he approached us slowly while inspecting the field. Despite his small size, his fur gave off a golden brilliance and, unlike last time, I could clearly feel his intimidating ki. This must be what a true master of ki feels like. Yasaka-san and Kurika are powerful ki users, but this monkey geezer was really a master. Hey, it's been a while, holy spear user. That damn kid finally grew up. The monkey geezer spoke directly to Cao just like last time, but Cao didn't smile this time, instead still looking confused. I guess most people would be. The others at least had me to reassure them. I guess this is probably what Yasaka-san felt like. I see the great victorious fighting Buddha has come to thwart another of our efforts, said Cao. Kid, your pranks have gone too far, began the monkey geezer, seeming aware that something was wrong. It wasn't easy for me to get assigned to have talks with the Nine-Tails leader on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, and here you go kidnapping her. There are heroes who become gods and then there are those whose descendants poison the world. Tyranny and domination only last a single generation, isn't that correct? Cao. You may call me poison, but even poison can be used as a medicine. No, said Cao, changing what he said in the previous timeline. Were the experiences he had after this point changing his responses? Or was he doing it on purpose? Yes, but if poison is too concentrated, then it will not help anyone, said the monkey geezer seriously. I began, interrupting them. The first generation Sun Wukong, right? That monkey old man from the famous Journey to the West. The geezer grinned at me, barely visible through his thick beard. You're that Seker Uti boy I've heard about, correct? Good job dealing with things here. That's a pretty good dragon pulse you've got there, however I'm much more interested in that key you've got. I heard some things floating around. We can talk more another time, said Sun Wukong. He looked up into the sky and then shouted up at the green, oriental dragon flying high in the sky. Yulong. I leave the nine tails to you. That Vritra kid won't last much longer. Yulong made some protests, but ended up doing as told while continuing to talk about me and Vritra and how long it had been since he saw Drake and the ex-Dragon King. Sun Wukong puffed his pipe, drawing my attention back to him, and he looked at Cao. Now that that's taken care of, I will punish Cao's descendant now. He began to walk towards Cao, but Siegfried, who had been separated from everything until now, appeared and lunged towards the first gen with his balance breaker activated, all four arms plus his arms holding his 6 swords. Siegfried. Don't take him on. You'll dash, shouted Cao before being interrupted. Extend, staff, said the first gen, causing his staff to extend and smashing Siegfried away. Siegfried flew off some distance and landed in a pile of debris. You are not ready to be my opponent, young demonic sword user. Not enough strength in that waist. You'd better train again. Start with jogging. Just like last time, that first gen Sun Wukong was just nonchalantly giving advice as he defeated the hero faction members. Oh. Wah 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 wah. Hey dim old man. This fox is quite strong, shouted Yulong from far away. First gen sighed, seemingly exhausted from the Dragon King's complaints, and shouted back without even looking. Pull yourself together. You're a Dragon King, aren't you? I am the youngest amongst the Dragon Kings. And also the liveliest. You sure know how to argue. You are the youngest Dragon King who first proposed retiring the instant you ended your most illustrious battle. Use your youth to pull through. Understood. I will try my best. They sure are good partners, but I kind of feel bad for that first general. He looked tired after that conversation. Just as that conversation had ended, and just like last time, George, the mist user, released the magic circle being used on Yasaka-san and created magic circles around the first gen. Capture and bind. Mist. The mist began to surround the first gen, but he chanted a simple spell and tapped the ground with his staff, causing the mist to disperse instantly. Your sacred gear training is very weak. You should enter in a dialogue with it like that red dragon over there. How's that? Said the first gen, looking over at George while pointing at me. George looked very surprised, but just like last time I wondered if it was possible that all Longinus had some will within them. It would be an interesting thing to think about. That monstrous strength of yours. I always used to hear about how strong you were in your younger days, but you haven't weakened at all, have you? Said Cao, not attacking the first gen like last time. He probably didn't think there was a point. Cao, began Siegfried as he stood up from the rubble. I wondered if he was still conscious. It's over for us here. Sun Wukong is famous for stopping Chaos Brigade operations numerous times. If we don't do something, we'll be defeated here. I was too naive to attack him head-on. He is ridiculously strong. Time to retreat, then. I have no intention of being defeated here, said Cao, relaxing his fighting stance. Siegfried, Jean, and George all gathered in one spot, George using his mist to pull Heracles over to them since he was still unconscious, and Cao grinned over at me. We'll have a lot to talk about next time, Seker Uti. Let's see how things go, then, said Cao. I was annoyed that they were trying to escape, but I won't be able to catch them myself with George around, since he can just teleport them whenever he wants. I decided to create a dragon shot and launched it over at them. Cao was expecting an attack this time, though, and he deflected it with his spear. He grinned at me and I redirected the attack back at him, but it was too late, the mist already covered them, and they all disappeared. After they were gone, I looked over the battlefield. Asia had already finished healing Rossius-san and was healing Irina while Kiba and Zenobia waited nearby. Their wounds were bad, but nothing that couldn't wait. In the background, I could see that Yulong and Saji had taken down Yasaka-san. Yulong was partly holding down the unconscious giant fox while I could see Saji's Dragon King form dissipating into black flames. It's all over, huh? I muttered, mostly to myself, as I undid my armor. Seems so, said the first gen as he walked next to me. He was puffing his pipe and looking on towards the scene of Yasaka-san on the ground. Seems I'll have to remove some of the evil ki controlling her mind. I'll head over then. We can talk more another time, Red Dragon. I nodded in response to the first gen's words and he leapt over to them, covering a great distance with such little effort. Honestly, these famous people are so impressive in how effortlessly they do things. After the hero faction had left, the old man, first gen Sun Wukong, went to help Yasaka-san who was unconscious after being defeated by Yulong and Saji. As I thought, Saji had passed out again from the sheer amount of stamina transforming consumes, though he was otherwise fine. Unlike last time, I wasn't needed to help Yasaka-san. After the first gen had removed the evil ki controlling her, Kuno helped Yasaka-san wake up. It turns out that Yasaka-san had suffered some backlash from the mind control in the previous timeline, so she had used some advanced yokai magic to protect her mind and connect her to Kuno. That was why she had shown a reaction to Kuno just before the battle. Due to that connection, Kuno was able to connect to her mother's mind and bring her back. Yasaka-san looked relieved, but she was still exhausted after this whole situation, so I didn't really get to talk to her. Instead, we decided that it was more important to get out of the fake world and report back to Sensei and Serafil-sama. The space was easy to escape from, since George wasn't around anymore, and we returned to the top of the hotel with everyone in tow. Sensei looked happy to see me when we arrived, though he was already dealing with the aftermath. "I see, you've returned. It looks like everyone made it back safely, good," began Sensei before turning to the medical teams wandering around. "Medical team. Please carefully examine the Gremory servants as well as Irina, Saji, and the yokai's leader. There shouldn't be any serious injuries, but many of them are severely depleted of magic and stamina." Everyone except Asia was taken away for treatment, Kuno following Yasaka-san since she wanted to keep an eye on her, and then Sensei turned back to me. "Seems you decided to let things play out as before," said Sensei, showing complicated emotions on his face. "Yeah, I don't know what kind of things happened in the hero faction behind the scenes, but I feel like it will work out better to let things happen like they did before, but there is a little bit of a problem," I said, making Sensei look at me with confusion. Cao's memories returned. "What?" shouted Sensei, getting the attention of the people around us. He looked around and then cleared his throat before waving everyone to continue. "What do you mean?" After he witnessed Triana, he said something about it being familiar and being an illegal move, and that seemed to trigger it. I guess seeing me activate Triana was an important event for him. I don't know if he will let things happen like before or not. "To think one of my enemies would recover their memories," I said, clenching my fist. "And to think, we're so close to the crossroads between the timelines." Sensei seemed to be in deep thought for a moment and then sighed. "Well, we don't actually know what their plans are anyways. Aside from taking part of Afai's power, we really have no idea what their plans were. They also have no idea that you were killed in your fight with Shilba, so they shouldn't make any big revisions in their plans, well, aside from having to get stronger to deal with you. Cao, at least, will definitely not hesitate to use his balance breaker against you the next time you two battle. I'm just worried about what their plans were to begin with, since we have no idea what they were planning to use Afai's power for." "Don't worry, Sensei. I'll be ready to fight Cao when we see him again," I said, seriously. "I don't care what power he brings out, I won't be beaten by him." Sensei smiled at me and pat my head before walking off. I watched him shout more orders at everyone and then he disappeared into the crowd of people. Just like last time, Sensei had to deal with all the wounded from our side, on top of any prisoners they were able to take from the hero faction's forces. That aside, I wonder what the first gen wanted to talk about. "Ise-san," said Asia as she walked up behind me. Despite not going with the others to be treated, she looked tired from all the healing she had had to do. "I think I'll be returning to my room for now to rest. Since tomorrow is our last day, I want to make sure I can finish everything we were going to do." Go and get some rest, Asia. I'll finish up here and go to bed soon, too," I said, patting her head. She smiled at me and then turned to the stairs. Before I could do anything else, though, I heard a voice right behind me. "She seems like a good kid," said the voice, causing me to spin around. It was the first general. When did he get behind me? "You did well in this fight. You seem to have obtained a power different from the Juggernaut." Maybe the tragedy of the two dragons might finally end with your generation. Well, what a good boy you are to choose a different path than that mindless violence. You must have people important to you that keep you chained down to a better path. Yes. I have many people important to me. I said, seriously. Of course. I have Rias, Akeno, Asia, and all the other girls who care for me. Of course, I also have Kiba and Gasper who rely on me as their friend. Then don't make them cry. You seem like the type to become strong for your dreams and to protect those important to you, just be careful what kinds of power you pursue in order to accomplish those goals. Some power is too volatile to be of use, no matter how powerful it might look. That aside, I wanted to discuss some things about Ki. Who taught you, to start off with, said the first gen, looking at me with a curious twinkle in his eyes. Well, Aniko Shao I know and Yasaka-san. Yasaka-san taught me a lot when I was living here in Kyoto, I said, not really wanting to reveal Kurika's name. I hope saying Aniko Shao doesn't sound too suspicious. So you were that Ninetales student? You will have a good foundation then. And Aniko Shao with excellent ki control, particularly in Senjutsu will have also been a good teacher. Well then, kid, how about I take you under my wing? I'm going to be trained by that first-generation Sun Wukong. The famous one from the well-known Journey to the West. I would be honored. I shouted, standing up straight. To be trained by that famous guy, how few people can say they were ever trained by someone so famous in both the human world and the supernatural world. Good. I'll have to let that Azazel know, then. I have quite a lot I'd like to teach you. I wonder if a unique guy like you could learn everything I want to show you. Well, we can discuss this more another time. Just make sure to take care of yourself and be ready. Yes, sir. And with that, the first gen left on Yulong, probably to meet with some of the yokai higher UPS since Yasaka-san was out of commission. What a turn, if I'm trained by a ki master like Sun Wukong, then won't my ki abilities become that much stronger? I'm so excited. The next day. It was the next day and the last day of the Kyoto trip. Asia and the other had gone to do their final souvenir shopping, but I had other plans. I had already gotten all my souvenirs early since I wanted to leave time on the last day to have a proper talk with Yasaka-san and Off-Eyes before leaving. I could always pop in when I wanted, but I didn't want to give Rias any reason to be suspicious. Yasaka-sama will be here soon, young master, said the fox girl who had led me into the waiting room. Not that I needed help since I lived here for years. I nodded in response to her and she bowed before walking out. Honestly, I wish they would stop calling me young master. I'm just a regular person, you know. I heard a shuffling coming from the doorway, and the door was slid open, loudly. Kunu came running through and threw herself at me. "ISE. You came by to visit," said Kunu, happily. "We just saw each other yesterday, you know," I said, sweat dropping. "Yes, but it was a serious situation where mother was in danger. Now that you saved her again, I can just relax with you," said Kunu, rubbing her face into my chest. I missed hugging ISE. Haha, I missed doing this, too, I said, patting her head. She can get so affectionate sometimes. Issei-sama has come by. Kunu, you should be more proper, said Yasaka-san, giving a scolding look towards Kunu. Kunu pouted, adorably, and then hid her face in my chest. Honestly, she's such a spoiled girl. I came by. I hope you're feeling alright, I said, smiling over at her. Yes, I'm doing quite well. I still have some lingering fatigue from my body being used so roughly, but it isn't anything to worry about. I'm glad everything was resolved so well. As I thought, Issei-sama's difference in strength from last time to now made quite the difference in how easily you were able to deal with them. It's unfortunate they were able to escape, but I'm sure you have your own plans in mind, said Yasaka-san, still smiling at me. Yeah. I think it would be better to let certain events play out like they did before, especially as we get closer to when I went back in time. Indeed. I also sent one of the fox maids to bring Off-Eyes-sama over, since I'm sure you would want to see her while you were here. Thank you, Yasaka-san. I definitely wanted to ask her about those people we met, since Off-Eyes is supposed to be one of them, I said, curious to what she would say. They said that Off-Eyes is supposed to represent the concept of infinity, which makes sense when you think about how she is supposed to have infinite power. Issei, you're back, said a monotone voice. I looked over and saw Afaiz standing in the doorway. Hey, Afaiz. I hope you haven't been causing Yasaka-san too much trouble, I said while smiling over at her. She hadn't changed at all since I last saw her. I haven't. I have been playing a lot of video games with Kunu, said Afaiz, still sounding monotone. She began to glide across the floor towards me and she knelt next to me and wrapped her arms around me in a hug. It's as I thought. I have missed Issei. I was a bit surprised to see Afaiz acting affectionate on her own, but I wrapped the arm that wasn't around Kunu, around Afaiz. I missed you, too. I'm glad you're alright, I said, smiling. Ah, yeah. Afaiz, I wanted to ask you something. I don't know if Yasaka-san or Kunu have mentioned it, but we met some people a while ago. Who? Asked Afaiz, not looking up at me. A couple of them were Father Time and Elohim-sama, or God from the Bible. They said you were also one of them. The one who represents infinity, I explained, wondering what Afaiz was going to say. She remained silent for a moment before looking up at me and using my chest to prop up her chin. Ah, yeah. I forgot about that. Why you forgot about something that important? What do you mean you forgot? How could you forget something that important? Afaiz looked at me with a quizzical look and she just tilted her head cutely at me. I just forgot. I stared at her for a minute as I felt my brain explode at how absurd this was. This dragon god is way too much of an airhead. How can one of the most powerful people in the world be someone like this gothic lowly dragon who forgets such important things? Saidu, do you remember anything? I asked, struggling to stay sane. Patience, partner. The dragon god isn't the smartest dragon around, said Drake, echoing my frustrations. I heard that, Drake, said Afaiz, looking cutely annoyed at my left hand. Drake went silent in response to that and I sighed. Afaiz, I said, trying to get her attention. Yes, I remember. There was that time and Gia and God from the Bible, I don't remember the others. They were boring. I think the last time I met any of them was 4 million years ago. Issei, years are hard, said Afaiz, innocently. I think if she tried to keep track of so many years, her mind might break. 4 million years? My, that's a shockingly long time, said Yasaka-san, looking very shocked. I would have been shocked too if I didn't think it was even longer than that. I thought she was going to say something even crazier like 1 billion years. I mean, she was in the dimensional gap for a lot of that time, so I'm surprised she could keep track of time at all. Do you know anything about what's going on with the recoil and what's going on in the other timeline? I asked. Afaiz shook her head in response and looked up at me. I am cut off from the others while in my limited form. All I know is that Time is mad at me for using the time spell. When we were going back in time, he yelled at me in the time stream, said Afaiz, sounding hurt. Wait, he yelled at you, but you didn't bother to even mention something like that. Issei did not know about time yet. How is it that Afaiz can say such ridiculous things with such innocence? I sighed and decided to just move on and catch her up to speed. As I expected, she didn't really react to what we learned was coming and instead gave a half-hearted answer like, "You can do it, Issei," while holding out her fist. Honestly, what am I going to do with this innocent, airheaded, dragon god? After I finished up at Yasaka-san's, I met back up with the girls and we just made it to the train to head back home. As expected, Rias had received word and she was just as mad as before, though not nearly as embarrassed, since I didn't need to use her wonderful breasts to power up and unlock Triana this time. Honestly, I'm glad, since I don't want to make Drake go through that embarrassing situation again. I don't think his heart could take it. Why didn't you report to me? Even despite being busy with the riots in the Gramarye territory. Sana's servants reported to her what was going on, yet I didn't know anything until she let it slip, said Rias, glaring at us. I, Kiba, Zenovia, Irina, and Asia were all kneeling on the ground receiving her anger. Just like last time, Rasius-san had to go to rest from the stress of running the school trip and fighting. She was really out of stamina. Yes, sorry, Baku, I said, bowing my head a bit. I did feel bad for not telling her, but it was obvious all of us were fine. Although I know you all would be okay with Ise there, Saji did inform Sana about Ise getting stabbed by the holy spear. Even though you're strong, Ise, holy relics like that could still kill you, said Akeno, also seeming mad. Less for not contacting them and more because for me letting myself get hit by a dangerous attack like that. Konako-chan was the only one not visibly angry compared to last time since she probably thought I wouldn't die even if I were killed. That's right. How could you let yourself get hit by such an attack, Issei? On top of not using your full power to start, said Rias, angrily. But everyone came home safe. I said, trying to be innocent. Why yes, but Ise-senpai brought everyone home safely, right, said Gasper, nervously. Thank you for the help, my junior. You're such a good kid. Well, that is true. On top of a bit of a prize, said Sensei, who was reading a magazine in the corner. What prize? Said Rias, glaring over at Sensei, probably annoyed he interrupted her scolding. Oh? I guess you hadn't heard yet, said Sensei as he set down the magazine. He crossed his legs and grinned over at Rias. Issei has secured himself a new teacher. Era? Who could that be? Said Akeno, sounding very curious. Yes. At the end of the fight, we were helped by someone and he decided to help me master my ki. It was the first generation Sun Wukong, I said. Rias and Akeno both looked at me, mouth agape, and I laughed nervously. I thought they might react that way. Why you what? You managed to get the famous sage, Sun Wukong, to become your teacher. How could you not tell me sooner? That's incredible, said Rias, kneeling down in front of me. She put her hands on my shoulders, the anger from before gone, and was beaming. With a teacher like that, you'll become so much better at handling ki. It's said he's one of the top masters of ki and senjutsu in the world, even more so than Yasaka-sama. Congratulations, Issei. Yes. I'll be sure to work hard for you, Baku, and everyone else. I said, excitedly. It was true that this would help me make a great leap, since I've been struggling with improving my abilities with ki. Senpai will have a lot to teach me when he starts his training, said Konako-chan, smiling over at me. Until Kurika comes around, I'm still Konako-chan's ki teacher, so of course I'll be sure to teach her lots of things. Forgive me, Kurika, if I help your little sister too much. I'll be sure to get much stronger, and help all of us get much stronger in preparation for our fight with Sareorg-san. We'll definitely beat him and the hero faction. Everyone nodded in agreement and I grinned. We've all got a lot of work to do.